Well, well, well. We meet again. This time, a bit more unexpectedly. But here we are. Oh yes. Soon. Well, well, well. Well, well. Well. Some people say well, but others, they prefer reservoir, or perhaps desalination plant. It really depends, often based on your geographic location. But sometimes, due to the wealth inequality spread across these great lands, woe to those who do not get the well. They will never truly know. I don't know what I'm doing. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the show. How y'all feeling? Feeling good? Feeling good? I hope so. Where are you? There you are! Hey. How's it going? Welcome to the show. Who do we got here? Who's here? What's up, DJ Mod? What's up, Nugget Dog? What's up, DT? What's up, Bildo? Pierce the Sky. Love to have you. Pasta. Rob, you trying to get people to eat corpse starch again? Classic Rob. Classic Rob. Pasta. Bildo. Bildo. Bildao. Does anyone ever call you Bildao by accident? I just thought of that. What's up, Yip Yip? Welcome to the show. Anything can be a mimic if you put your heart into it, Nugget. Anything. I don't have anything fun to hold up. Even this weird old coin. This weird old coin, guess how old it is. Guess what year it's from. I'll cover the year so you can't see it. Guess what year it's from. Guess. 1981, 1791, both great guesses. Both great guesses. What do you think? What year is it from? That's one side, that's the other. What do you think? 4? 2001? Oliver Smithy is closest. It's from 254. So Oliver was like 200 years off. It's a Roman coin. It's a bi-double denarius. And you know what you could buy with this thing back in the day? I looked it up. You could buy a couple liters of wine. So, let's get crunk. Although I do think it is that old kind of wine where it's like mostly water and it's sort of just wine so it doesn't go bad. But anyway, if anybody wants a bunch of liters of wine from like 2,000 years ago, I'm your man. I got you covered. We wiggling, we swiggling, you know? How's it going, everybody? We're going to be doing more Homebrew Helper today. Guys, check this out. Homebrew Helper! You know, just in case. If you aren't familiar with what Homebrew Helper is, basically, folks have the opportunity to send in their homebrew that they're working on. Rough drafts, maybe something that's mostly finished but still needs a little bit of work, and ask a question about it. Maybe you don't know if a feature's overpowered. Maybe you don't know how to word a spell because it's too complicated. Or maybe you just don't know if the idea's working. Hey Robert, how's it going? I have not ever used the axe to shave, but I'll try. It probably would end up looking like this, but with a couple cuts. But basically, the way that it works is if you are interested in me looking at your homebrew, or if you want to call in to discuss it, excuse me, in my Discord, there is a channel called Event Homebrew. And there are threads, and there's a thread for today. And you can post your homebrew and your question in that thread. At the beginning of it is all sort of the instructions about how to do that. And then we are going to look at it and we're going to try to answer your question. This is not a homebrew review. This is not a harsh critique. This is not a deep dive feedback session. This is more of a brainstorm workshop. So don't ask me to feedback your whole piece and don't expect me to read your whole piece. Ask me to help you with something specific or a general vibe thing or something like that, and we will do our best to try to help. But if you're looking for like the version of me that is aggressively trying to fix your grammar and things like that, that's not today. What else? Oh, also, if you want to call in, I am going to prioritize people that want to call in. So, also in my Discord, there's a waiting room. You could go into that waiting room and hang out. And if you're there, I'll bring you on. You can talk on stream and we can discuss your piece together. I'm going to get through as many of them as I can, but I am going to prioritize people that take the time to call in. Does that make sense? I hope so. And if you are calling in, make sure your homebrew is posted in the Homebrew Helper channel if you have something specific you want to talk about. If you have more of a general homebrew question or it's not relevant to reading something, we don't need to look at it. But if it is, post it in there. Because the other thing is that at the end of these streams, other people can go back and look at this. So they might have other advice for you, or people might suggest you posting it. Let's just keep it in. It's good to have the homebrew up, you know? You appreciate my assistance with everything, Cinder. Oh, pierce the sky. It is I. It is I. I gotta fucking get this more in the middle. It is I who appreciates you. Lame! You have to say something like lame immediately after you say something nice, otherwise the game doesn't work. You guys know what I'm talking about. Mr. Cheese Poof. What you doing here? Ooh, look at this. What's going on here? I am the many. That's my true form. If anyone ever was like, hey, what's the deal with Cinder? Does he have legs? That's what I look like. This is me. Or at least a close of a rendition I can accomplish through the two-dimensional media of Twitch and YouTube. Speaking of the two-dimensional media between Twitch and YouTube, let's look at some homebrew. We already have some people waiting to call in. Isn't that exciting? What's up, Yabi? Germany. Oh, Germany is one of those countries that I very much would like to visit. I have had very little experience in Europe, unfortunately. I've traveled almost everywhere in the whole world at least once. I had to when I moved here. But I did not spend much time in Germany. But every single German person I have met is someone who, okay, my age, not people older than me, but people that have been same age as this flesh vessel. Whenever I've encountered Germans, they don't have very good senses of humor in that they're not very funny, but they have incredible senses of humor in that they find they laugh so much at funny things. So every time, like I had a German roommate for, I don't know, like 6 or 7 months when I was living in a crazy person house. And he was great because I could just make him laugh all day. And it's a strange, crazy, and he was huge too. He was like 6'4". So I felt powerful. Anyway, hi, how's it going? But, yeah, there's a lot of Europe that I'd like to spend more time in. Okay, Dice Admiral was the first person I saw pop into the chat, so I'm going to grab them first. As always, if you don't know what we're talking about or what we're doing, hey, Dice, how's it going? Let me finish saying what I'm going to say, but then I'll talk to you. If you don't know what we're doing, we are reviewing we're not reviewing. We're workshopping Homebrew that you're working on. So if you want to send in some Homebrew, there is a channel in my Discord called Event Homebrew. You can post something for today's thread. And if you want to, you can go to the waiting room where you can join us on a call and talk about your brew. You don't need to do that, but if you want to, you can. Anyway, hi, Dice. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I am doing well, good sir. I'm doing well. I had a bit of a tummy ache this weekend, but I survived it.
Oh, that sucks. I had that recently. I ate way too much salsa. And I'm just too old for that.
Yeah, salsa's
a real bad time.
Salsa's a beast.
Yeah, it was real good salsa, and then I just had an awful time afterwards, and yep.
Oofa.
That is this age I am at now.
Yeah, man, me
Anyhow.
too. The body slowly falls apart until we find a new one that we steal from someone. Did you have a specific document you wanted us to look at, or did you just want to talk through something?
No, I posted some text, but since I'm here, I'll just talk through it. I don't have any posted text anywhere.
Sure.
Or a document or anything. For lore reasons not worth explaining, one of my players is a level 7 Mercy Monk, and they picked up a magic item. For more lore reasons, it wasn't defined when they picked it up. They want it to be gauntlets. For lore reasons, it was created by a legendary hunter. And I am just totally not coming up with great inspirations for things that this thing could do that would help a monk feel like they have a power from a legendary hunter. Because it's like, if my first thought is like, oh, give it some like snake thingy stuff, but doing poison damage with punches is something a Mercy Monk already does. So I want to find something that's huntery, monkey, and doesn't step on existing Mercy features.
What kind of monk are they?
Mercy,
sorry. That my mind melted when you said that.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you my first thought. I don't know if this would actually work as super interestingly, but there is an interesting idea of one of the aspects I think of being a hunter is like stalking down your prey, like chasing them down. And a lot of the way that I think hunter is expressed through like rangers is like, you know where the thing is and you're like doing more damage to it. But you could also do something like, if you have like a chosen quarry or like something you're hunting, your movement speed is faster when you're moving towards it, or you gain some minor boosts every time you hit it. So it's almost like the idea
like
that
a hunter's mark kind of thing.
Like a hunter's mark, but one that is less like you know where something is and you do more damage, and more like you are better at getting to that thing and staying right next to it. Like, what if it was like, you gain a bonus to your movement speed so long as you're moving towards it, and then also like if it's within 5 feet of you and it moves away from you, you can like move with it or something like, I don't know, something like that. Something that allows you to basically chase something down.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because I think that's a hunter. That's like a huntery element, but it's not exactly hunter. But I do think it's hunter enough, but it's also very monk because that's like pushing it. I want like. I know this isn't going to be how it works because I'm sure there's other mechanics and stuff, but I'm almost imagining the situation of like somebody is running away from you and you are just so fast that you're keeping pace and just like punching them, and as you push them farther, you're like zipping, like every punch sort of like boosts your speed. You know what I mean? Like you're like getting like riled up into the hunt after them. Would something like that work?
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you're giving me ideas, and I think I think that's sort of what I need is following I like that because if it's like they're in a jungle.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's like a leopard thing, right, where like they have a bite and you can't, instead of doing like a grapple, which I guess I could do, but do like a you can't get away from me, I'm going to eat you and kill you kind of thing could really fit into that flavor.
Yeah. Like a relentless hunter, sort of. Fluffcopter suggested checking out Orc's aggressive movement, where they have the thing where you can move half your speed towards a hostile creature as a bonus action. Although I will say for this magic item, I wouldn't make it take a bonus action. I would try to make it like a beginning of your turn thing. I would try not to have it eat into the action economy of the monk. Because I do think
exactly. Well,
you'd want to be able to do this while also doing flurry of blows type stuff or things like that.
Yeah, the other thing is that's strictly worse than what the monk has, which they can just move their full speed as a bonus action. So.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like I wouldn't make it a part of the action economy in that way.
Yeah. Thematically though, that makes sense.
The other thing that you could do is you could make it. Again, it sort of depends on the vibe of this hunter, but you could also lean into you gain bonuses against injured creatures. Like, you know, you get, I'm not even sure what it would be necessarily, but maybe like you do more damage or you get some extra bonuses or they have some sort of disadvantage when you're too close to them, but something about the sort of death spiral you're trying to put your enemy into as a hunter, you know?
Oh yeah, I could use the new bloodied stuff since we're playing 2024.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all that is great ideas.
Cool.
That's exactly what I needed. At the very least, it's a seed. If I don't use those exactly, then it's I can harvest the fruit of the tree that I'm going to grow from these ideas.
If that ends up not working, I think it was Bildo that asked a question, and we didn't really talk about it that much, but I do think it's a question that might lead to what you should do, which is what kind of hunter is it? Because if you think about how many different ways in real life or in fiction that a creature or a person might hunt prey, some of those might be ideas. Like maybe it's something to do with traps. Maybe it's something to do with misdirection. You know, there's all sorts of, or camouflage. Like there's a lot of different things you could do depending on like what, if you're not exactly sure. So maybe in figuring out what sort of hunter they are, use that as like inspiration for what sort of power it might have if you do not if you don't know.
Actually, the hiding thing is interesting because that's one of the things monks can't do initially.
Sneaky monk.
Yeah, that's not a mercy specialty, so I wouldn't be stepping on anything if I did that. That would be good too. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I might. It's an item that's going to grow with the characters, so I can grab a couple of these now and just see how it goes and add more later.
Yeah.
So
I think that
all these are good.
Yeah, I think it's like the sneaky, the relentlessy. There's a lot of good juice in there that I think it actually mixes really, really well together thematically.
Yeah, I like all that.
Cool. All right, buddy. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Just one thing.
Yeah.
To whom?
Okay. Yeah, okay. It's true. Ride or die. To whom? To whom indeed. We must ride or die. All right. The next person I'm going to grab is somebody who posted a bunch of letters. Their name's a bunch of letters and numbers because I think they're from a country and they don't translate into our letters or numbers. So I'm just going to grab them. Hello. How's it going, buddy? Ahoy, hoy.
Hey.
How's it going? You? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. And my homebrew idea was black steel. Its effect on the weave would be similar to the warp's effect on Blackstone from 40k, and to the Blackstone's effect on the warp from 40k.
Mm-hmm. So sort of like anti-magic type steel.
Yeah, it's a special alloy a special steel alloy that it is anti-magic due to the inclusion of a certain mineral in it.
Mm-hmm. would you want it to be like, I think that could work in a lot of different ways. The obvious things that come to mind would be essentially like a weapon that you could have the weapon cast dispel magic on hits. You could also have it so a weapon
More like a passive anti-magic field depending on the mass of the black steel object you have. And there would be different grades of black steel. Like you would have the mineral that can, once included in the alloy, transform steel into black steel. And after that you shape the black steel. And depending on the percentage of the anti-magic mineral, it would be more or less difficult to shape the black steel. Like when we'd say 50% black steel, it'd be twice as hard to shape as 25% black steel. So it would cost twice as much to make.
Interesting. So what's your question?
It could be shaped into weapons and armor, but my question is more of a... it would be more of a... How do we determine its effects on magic precisely? Because it would be... because I imagine like an anti-magic field, but that wouldn't be the most balanced thing.
Yeah, so you would have to base... What I would do is you could sort of look at different levels of how intense anti-magic gets, because there is, yes, there's something like, there's an anti-magic field where magic doesn't work, but you could also have a minor version of that, which would be essentially like the dispel magic spell, or you could have a minor version of that in a defensive way, which would be like resistance to spells. Maybe if you're wearing armor made of this, you'd have resistance to spells, or another minor version of that from an attack perspective could be if you hit a creature that is concentrating on a spell, they have disadvantage on their check to maintain concentration. So it's sort of like disrupting magic in less extreme, more minor potential ways. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the more the more magic weave disrupting mineral you have in your black steel, the highest percentage would be 50%, but the higher percentage you have, the stronger the anti-magic effect is.
If you're wanting to make it for like a story, I think that getting into those, I think that that's all good and great. If your goal is to use these in a D&D game, I think that it's less important to focus on what percentage of black steel or whatever and things like that.
So
and it's more...
you'd have to rush it up into different bundles of pure and black steel purity and have it be like in two set categories of low grade and high grade, and that's it for gameplay?
That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is I would still build these features like traditional D&D objects. Like I would build a uncommon item. I would build common items, rare items. I would build it out that way. Unless your goal is to build...
And the rarity would correspond to the percentage of weave disrupting material in the black steel?
Yes. What I'm saying is the percentage doesn't actually... The only thing the percentage part matters for is your own sense of happiness. Like, that is... It's only... That's literally only for flavor and for RP or for how you want to build it out in your game. I think that you could use that where it's like, okay, the common items would only have like 2% and the rare items would have like 20%. But I think for the purposes of like building these things so they work in your game, I would still put them into the categories of common, uncommon, rare, very rare. Because D&D isn't Blacksmith Simulator where that kind of stuff really matters. Like at the end of the day, what matters most is that these work as items, you know?
Yeah, so basically use the rarity scale and keep the percentage exclusively for the lore of the setting and match 1% bracket of percentages to a rarity, and that effect, and each object in its rarity class will have a specific effect on magic. Is that it?
Yeah. And you can play around with like what you would make what rarity, and you could even say like, okay, in order to get this, like you would need, 30 pounds of blackstone to get enough to make a sword that is of this rarity. Like you could build a system for that, so dungeon masters could turn the collection of the ore into like quests, basically. So it's like, oh man, if you guys want to get enough of this stuff to make the anti-magic field shield, you need to like harvest it from this super dangerous dungeon or whatever. So you could build those things out, but for specifically the items, yes, exactly what you said is how I feel.
The basic rarity system.
I think it's a fun idea. I love the idea of magic items, not just because they are a magic item with enchantments, but because they are made of like a magical alloy. I think that's really interesting. Yeah, I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, I would. Well, technically, while it would fall under the classic D&D magic item system, it would be technically a magic weave disrupting item within the lore. But hey. Oh, also one question unrelated to my homebrew, but have you ever heard of Gorilla of Destiny?
No, but I have heard of the Wombat of Fate.
Gorilla of Destiny is a D&D content creator. He has some pretty good source material that I like, including arcane engineering.
Oh, okay, cool, very cool.
He
I'll have to check him out.
He applies real physics to magic.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, cool. I'm a bit nerdy, and I'm a make a few fireball grenade circuits.
I do think that there is a whole subsection of D&D players and dungeon masters that really like leaning into the theory craft element of like physics plus D&D. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you very much, buddy. Thanks for the call. Great idea. I love the idea of an anti-magic alloy. All right, peace. If you want to call in, you go to the waiting room in the Discord. There is a Discord channel called Waiting Room. It's a voice channel, and you can click in it, and then you'll be in it, and then that's how you get into the waiting room if you want to call in. You don't need to call in. You can just post your question or your homebrew that you have a question about in the event thing. Hopefully that answered your question, I scream. Anyway, let's grab. Okay, the DM was the next person, but they're deaf and unmuted, so I'm gonna wait till I see some indicator that they are here before. Oh, they're here. All right, I'm gonna pull them in. Hello, how's it going?
Yo.
Welcome to the show, my guy. How can I help you? Hello?
Let me turn off the audio for the stream so that I can do this properly. All right. How's it going?
It's going well. It's going very well. Did you post something that I should be looking for in the Discord in this moment to put up on screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
It is up. It's a Google Doc titled "The Tyrant."
Boom. All right, found it. Warlock subclass?
Yes, you've reviewed it before.
Okay,
an earlier version.
Yes. And so, what do you want me to look at? What are your thoughts, your questions?
So I have 3 questions, if that's not too much.
It is not too much, unless one of them is read the whole thing.
No. First question, I'm wondering if I have too much stuff going on at first level.
All right, let's take a look at first level. All right. Spells or whatever, everybody gets them. So we get Tyrant's Brand, and we get Abjure the Unworthy. Let's take a look at what these do. At first level, your patron has marked you with a Tyrant's Brand, a symbolic reminder of their rulership over you. Ooh, that's a dark sentence. You can, that's not a bad thing. It's just very, I like it's very evocative, but very dark. You can pick a roll from the Tyrant's Brand table to create your mark or a mark of your own. Okay, this looks like it's just flavor. Okay, here's the mechanics. Whenever a creature makes a saving throw against a spell you cast, you can invoke your Tyrant's Brand to add an additional effect against the creature. And you do converge, avant, bow, or suffer. Good words. If the target fails its save, it immediately moves up to half its speed in a straight line away from you. If the target fails its save, it immediately moves up to half its speed in a straight line towards you. If it fails its save, it falls prone. If the target fails its save, it takes psychic damage equal to charisma modifier. Cool. Let me look at the other one. Starting at first level, you've been given the ability to cause weak foes to flee from your superiority. As an action, you can briefly manifest your patron's power. Each creature with a CR of 1/8 or lower that can see or hear you within 30 feet has to make a wisdom save. On a failed save, it is turned away until it takes any damage. Okay, here's my thought. I think that Abjure the Unworthy is a really fun idea, but I think that by making it scale, it really makes it not a ribbon feature. And I think that it kind of has to be a ribbon feature because of the first one is pretty strong. Now, I will say the first one is very limited because it's basically you have to either use a spell slot, which you don't have that many of, or you're casting a cantrip that makes a saving throw, which is unideal for a warlock. So there is a lot of limitation to that first one sort of immediately there. But I feel like Abjure the Unworthy is really strong because it's not just making creatures run from you. It's making creatures run from you for a minute, and they are using it's as good as what's it called? The one that the clerics have. It's as good as that.
Yeah, it's modeled after Turn Undead.
Yeah, so I think it's too strong if it's modeled after Turn Undead. I also think in a weird way, you're kind of doing the same thing with Abjure the Unworthy as you are with about half of this first one. Oops, what the fuck did I just do? Sorry about that. All of the ones here that force movement, I would say, if you're forcing movement with the first thing, we don't need a second thing that forces movement. So if you like the concept of the second thing as the forced movement more, get rid of it from the first.
Okay.
That's what I'd say. But like, I would say, to answer your question, yes, this is a lot for first level.
Okay.
The only thing that really balances it right now is the fact that the first thing is limited by your spell slots, which I don't actually think is ideal. So I don't know if I would rest on that too strong. What's your second question?
Okay. My second question is, I'm worried that the 10th level feature is not as interesting and balanced as I originally thought it was.
And let me take a look. Dismiss the Defiant. When a creature hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to attempt to dismiss the damage. If the damage is lower than your level, you take no damage instead. That's really strong. What was your question? Are you worried it's not strong enough, or are you worried it's too strong?
I'm worried that it's not as interesting or as balanced as I thought it was. I thought it would be...
What do you mean by balanced?
Maybe too strong. I thought it might be too strong.
I see. Yeah, it is very strong. I mean, it's mostly very strong because it's infinite in use. You know what would make a lot of sense right at 10th level and you could basically make as strong as you wanted here and it would be fine? Abjure the Unworthy.
Okay.
I would move Abjure the Unworthy to 10th level.
All right.
That's what I would do. And maybe play around with it to making it feel strong, like reasonably stronger, or written in such a way that the end stuff you don't have to talk about as much because you're getting it at 10th level.
Right.
And then what I would also do is I would give you a ribbon. I'd make sure you have a ribbon feature at first level. Maybe if your Tyrant is all about like control and stuff, maybe some bonus to maybe like a bonus to certain types of social checks you make, or maybe even like you could look at like, you know, the Star Druid just gets the spell guiding bolt and can cast it proficiency bonus times per day. Like, maybe this warlock gets the spell command and it can cast that a couple times per day, not using spell slots or something. But something just to keep manifesting that feeling of, like, domination.
Gotcha. Okay.
So maybe domination through, like, you can, like, juice your persuasion or intimidation checks, or maybe in that, like, you are getting a little bit of magic or something special that encourages that sort of behavior.
Right.
You said you had another
Side
question?
Yes, but on the side of this, if I moved Abjure the Unworthy to 10th level, do you think I could keep the force movement at 1st level?
Yeah, 100%. I think if you move Abjure the Unworthy, I don't think you need to make really any change to the 1st level feature, other than deciding if you are okay with the fact that you cannot do this when you don't have spell slots, which I do think matters.
All right.
I think there's, you might want to play around with, like, I might change the wording of the trigger from when a creature makes a saving throw to when a creature, like, when you hit a creature with a spell, or something about, like, when you hit a creature, or they've, like, I should be able to use this with Eldritch Blast. If I can use this with Eldritch Blast, I'm fine.
Okay.
Because then it's not tied to spell slots and it doesn't matter.
Right. Final question.
Yeah.
The capstone.
Mm-hmm.
The capstone is something that I've been unable to figure out. I'm not sure what it should be. What I currently have is kind of just a stand-in.
You have unlimited uses of Tyrant's brand. Yeah, I see your headspace here. So what I would probably say, so normally at 14th level for a warlock, you get a big fuck off special power move. So maybe I would maybe go in that direction. So for example, you could get a power, you could sort of copy something from a spell. So, like, maybe you get a free casting of mass suggestion. Or maybe you get, like, a special power that you can do once a day where you, like, blast a big, like, I don't know, like a 40-foot or like a 60-foot cone in front of you, and that casts command on every creature in that cone, or something like that, or something, or maybe you blast a big cone of energy and everybody takes a bunch of psychic damage and falls prone in it. But something to sort of be like, I am standing atop the mountain in a big moment. Something like that, maybe.
All right.
That's what I would do.
Cool.
But I do see this logic. The other thing that I think you could do for Ruler's Mark, if you did want to keep it kind of a boost of the 1st level feature, is, although you might need to change some of these for it to make more sense, but you could make it so whenever you use what is this called? Whenever you use Tyrant's brand, you could pick 2 effects instead of 1. That's another way that you could change that if you wanted to make it more interesting, or not more interesting, but, like, keep it tied to this, to boosting the 1st level feature. That would be divergent from what warlocks normally do, but I think that would also be reasonable and work fine. I do think there is something special, though, I will say, to the big fuck off special move. People like having a big fuck off special move. Most of the subclasses, and this isn't tied to the warlock specifically, but in my experience, most capstones that are an improvement upon an earlier feature feel really good for the very tactical players, but feel a little lackluster to the less tactical players. But a big fuck off move at the end feels good for everybody. You know?
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, cool, man. Thanks for the call. I will say I don't remember everything about this piece before, but it is clean looking right now. Like, it is really clean looking. It looks good. If you
Awesome.
you change this thing to be 2 columns, it'll look professional. Do you know that trick? Have you seen this before? Look at this. Watch
I
this.
don't think so.
Watch this.
I don't think you've shown me specifically, but yeah.
Turn the stream on. Have the stream up on my stream. So I opened a new document. This isn't yours. Check this shit out. Watch this.
Yes.
Boom. Columns. 2. Boom. Oh, actually, it doesn't look good with this table. Never mind. Normally, it looks pretty nice when you do the 2 columns, but your table's got to be smaller. But that's okay. Normally, that's much more impressive when I do that. I promise. Hey, performance issues. Anyway, thanks very much for the call. And I'll see you later, bud. Peace looks good. All right, bye. Who was that? Brent, my champion from across the pond, my welder. I don't know if he's a welder, but he's got a workshop. He's a workshop man. I don't know if he's got a workshop. He knows how to access one. His children have a family crest in their D&D game. How's it going, buddy? All right, I see Sin in the waiting room. So if you are sending stuff in right now, again, you can call in if you want to. So what we'll do is I prioritize people that are in the waiting room. So we're going to grab Sin, going to talk to them, and then we'll go into the things that people posted. I saw there's a bunch of stuff. I don't imagine that everybody wants to call in, so no worries. Let me grab Sin. Sin, hello. Ahoy hoy.
Hello, hello.
Greetings and salutations.
Greetings. So we spoke yesterday.
We did. You know what? If it's okay. I don't even care. I speak to people every day forever unless I don't. Did you send something in again today? I don't think I saw something.
I did not. So I have a philosophical question about the path that I should take, because I've been thinking.
A philosophical question.
Correct. Well, not as philosophical, but for me it is. So
follow your heart.
I was thinking about what you said yesterday and the direction and path, and I think I got really focused on copying mechanics or symbolism from an idea instead of turning the idea into something that, 1, is flavorful and works for D&D, but 2, also wouldn't limit anyone else's desire play the class, essentially, or to subclass or whatever it becomes. The question that has been on my mind is, what makes something interesting or unique enough that it should or could be a class? Because as I've been thinking about the idea of what I want, I think you could make a subclass for it in about 3 different classes, should that be what I wanted to do.
I'm going to answer your question in a way that might not be that helpful, but I'm going to try to be honest. Also, Aiden Tucker, thank you for the dono. I appreciate it. This is maybe not going to help, but maybe it will. And it's one of those things where I think that a lot of ideas... what was your specific idea? Remind me.
Yeah, so basically the idea is I've boiled it down to at least what I've been thinking about is a non-spell casting elemental warrior, or like
yes. Oh, you sent in the Harisha spirit warrior.
Yeah,
yes. Correct. Okay. Sorry, I just was trying to remember. Okay, so this is maybe going to be annoying, but it's the truth of the matter. There are some ideas, and I would argue most ideas, probably you could fit into 3 or 4 subclasses, and they would feel very different in those subclasses. And also, you could make a whole class. The question of whether or not you should, or whether or not it makes more sense for you to make it into a whole class, really does come down to, are there unique enough, is the core of this thing unique enough that this is the best way to accomplish that? So, like, for example, with the idea of, like, so for folks that don't know, Sin sent in a thing that's essentially a spiritual warrior, sort of somewhere between, like, a monk and a fighter. Imagine, like, someone with, like, a katana, like, demon slayer stuff, basically. And I think that if you want that to be able to justifiably be its own class, you need to come up with a core identity mechanic that is a little bit too important or too big or too expanded upon for it to be a thing that you could tack on a subclass. Which is why I was kind of pushing you to do the elemental aura thing earlier. So it kind of depends. Like, I think the Scion is a great example. There's the psychic knight character. There's the psychic rogue character. Both of those subclasses are cool and make sense, but also, is there space for a psionic class? Sure, of course. So, like, maybe the answer for you is to either build a couple different versions of this as different subclasses, to maybe each one sort of answers the question of how to play this in a sort of different way. Or, if you really want it to be its own class, you just need to make sure it has a really strong core identity that is genuinely distinct from any other martial class by, like, level 2. And then the way that it builds on itself and grows needs to be a little distinct. And I'll give you an example here. So, like, for example, why isn't a Paladin a fighter subclass? It could be, right? It's basically the cleric fighter in the way that the Eldritch Knight is the wizard fighter. So the existence of the Paladin, almost, it's like there's a good argument for it not being a class. The reason why it functions as a class is because it has such a strong core identity. And what that is within the first 2 levels, you get Lay on Hands, you get Divine Sense, you get Smite. Those are 3 incredibly unique things that are so much more defining of the Paladin than fighting style, than wearing armor, than whatever other things a fighter might have. And they don't, other than Smite, which only comes in at 2nd level, most of those features really have nothing to do with combat, but what they have a lot to do with what magically and mechanically separates a Paladin from a fighter. A Paladin is not different from a fighter because they hit and do magical damage. A Paladin is different than a fighter because they are healers and they have a sense for the extraplanar. Like, they are, like, that says so much about what their identity is. So that's what you should think about if you're trying to build a semi-martial thing that is something new. Is like, how can you give it a really strong core identity that isn't hyper focused on how it fights? Again, Divine Smite is in there, so there's a little bit focused on how it fights, but that is one piece of the puzzle. The other thing that Paladins have as they level up, which really helps them feel unique, is they have one of their main things is incredibly unique to them, and that is their auras. Each subclass gets a unique aura, and then every Paladin has their regular aura stuff. And that is, like, very, very, very... Their auras and their, like, beginning kind of stuff takes up a lot of what makes them feel unique and distinct. And it's, like, built into their... It's not just, like... It's built into every aspect of them. Like, their whole design is built around the fact that they have these auras. Like, almost everything about them is. So that's another thing. Is, like, you want to hit that core identity really, really, really early. And, again, more holistically than just how do they fight good. And after that, you want to have a couple benchmark tentpole features that the rest of the class kind of anchors itself around that are also genuinely distinct. Like, for example, I think we didn't talk about it, but I'm pretty sure I saw in your original iteration, this class gets a 3rd attack at level 11. I would push back against that because it's another feature that just makes me feel like this is just a fighter. Now, there are ways you could change that. So, like, for example, if you wanted this thing to feel genuinely different than that, maybe instead of it getting just 3 attacks, maybe it has a feature where if it hits with an attack, it gets another attack. And maybe it could end up even getting more attacks because it's there's sort of like it's not guaranteed. Like, you have to hit to keep hitting. Or, you know, I'm not saying it needs to be that, but that's how I would think about it. Like, you don't want the main, like, giving a creature giving a fighting martial type subclass extra attacks in the way the fighter gets extra attacks is very similar to giving another class like Divine Smite. The getting of extra attacks is the fighter's special thing. I mean, they also get action surge, but, like, those two together are, like, their special thing. So I would avoid other martial classes' special things as your power scaling, as your tentpole things.
Okay, so follow-up question. Are you familiar with the Blood Hunter?
Yes.
Okay.
Not
so,
not deeply familiar. Medium.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say medium as well. Not crazy, but I do remember when looking at the class, it looked like they tried really hard to make it not seem like a fighter or not seem like other martial classes
Mhm.
by heavily emphasizing the theme and giving it what some people have told me is probably too many features early that
Mhm.
maybe aren't incredibly strong, but set the theme. Should I be worried about not like a ridiculous a number of features or anything? Should I be worried about needing too many features for the theme, or should it? Or what are your kind of thoughts on that? Because normally
If you
it's like
feel like you have
things at
too
level
many,
one
if you
or
feel
level
like you have too many features that you need or that you want at level 1 to capture the theme, I think the problem is probably that you are being too specific.
okay.
So
and,
like,
and I don't have that right now.
no,
I'm
no,
just-
I know, but
just
like,
thinking
I'll
about
give you an example. This is gonna come up later in this stream, but like, let's say for example, you wanted to make a class. Let's say you wanted your spirit class to be able to manifest different types of demons. This is not what it is, but let's just say that's what it was. Okay, you could come up with a list of 25 different demons that they could manifest that all do a minor different thing. But you could also, and maybe one of them is you get a bonus to persuasion, and one of them is you get a bonus to intimidation, one is you get a bonus to deception, and one is somebody gets disadvantage on insight, and one of them, you know what I mean? You could really niche it down. Or you could be like, I'm going to have one demon form that lets me add a bonus to my charisma checks. You know what I mean? So like there's an element of hyper focus that can also happen that sometimes we need to pull back from a little bit. I think that like a divine sense is like a good example of that. Divine sense could just as easily be sense evil or sense undead, but it's not. It's not even really divine. It just means you learn the creature type of every creature around you. So it's flavorful, and it is very paladin-y. Like, you can use that as a paladin to sniff out the undead and the demons and stuff, but it's also bigger than that. Like, it also will notice aberrations and celestials and fae, and it kind of can work in like a broader space also. So I would say if you feel like you have too many small thematic features, you're probably too hyper-focused in, and you got to pull back a little bit. Realistically, your class should probably not get... I mean, I'm not going to say what it should or shouldn't do, but getting more than 2 features at level 1 or level 2 is a lot. Like, they should probably not get more than 2 features at either of those levels, I would say.
Okay, that was where my head was at, but I wanted to make sure that it was, you know, that was realistic.
Yeah.
And I was definitely leaning into the elemental aura as I think one of the bigger features, and then providing some type of usage to get, you know, the thing that uses the elemental aura can be a thing that does other things later on. Like, I think a lot of classes do that, obviously, like meta magic or metal magic.
And the thing is, if you start with that, if you have that little aura thing at first or second level, which I think you did, but I still think it's more interesting at first. That could be tied into subclasses. That could be tied into, there's all sorts of stuff you could do with that. It could expand in all sorts of different ways.
Yeah. So I think that was the refocus of away from trying to get things that seem good and more focusing a little bit more on the theme and then how things tie to the theme. Like if it's spiritual in nature, then maybe there's specific checks that make way more sense than others.
Or like maybe you exactly. And don't worry about. You're gonna have to pick moments to be hyper specific, but also moments to pull back a little bit and be like, okay, could all of this be represented by you gain a bonus to religion checks, for example? Like, there's all just sorts of weird stuff you could think about, but yeah, I think that I don't remember what I was gonna say, but it sounds like it's going in an interesting direction, and I think that as long as you feel like you build out that core identity early and it's not too focused on everything related to combat, it's really helping fill out the lore of the class, even though it can be combat related, but it shouldn't just be hit, do more damage. In the same way that the paladin getting lay on hands is very combat, but is also very flavorfully paladin, you know?
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. Cool. All right, buddy. Thanks for the call.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye. The Ghost Blade on YouTube asks, why do you think the Warhammer could beat the Star Wars universe? Hey, the Ghost Blade. I'm assuming you watched my YouTube short. Let me ask you a question. Do you think I actually think Warhammer could beat every other universe? Do you think the examples that I gave were real examples? Do you think I honestly think Harley Quinn is the best example of power in the DC universe? Or Iron Man is the best example of power in the Marvel universe? Or whatever else I said? Or maybe the video was kind of a joke. And maybe literally the end of the video is me saying Warhammer can't beat every other universe. Maybe it wasn't actually too serious. I don't know. Just a thought. That YouTube short, by the way, has so many fucking comments. Normally, if a video has like 100,000 views, it'll have like 400 comments, 500 maybe. This video has like 2,500 comments at least. It's got over 2,000 comments. So many people took it seriously. It's like, guys, I'm not actually making this argument. I'm making stupid puns. I'm making dumb jokes. Man, good times. Good times. Literally, I woke up this morning. I opened YouTube. I saw the amount of comments that were on that video, and I was like, nope, never going to check those. I didn't think it was going to cause a stir like that. Oh, yeah. That was so funny. It really was one of those things where I was like, well, let's put that away and never open it again. Dino Matrix, I see you here. Let me pull you on the call. What's up, buddy? How's it going?
Oh, hey. What do you call it? Sorry, I'm like a little nervous, but I'm having a good time. If I'm coughing or if I'm muting a lot, it's because I'm recovering from like a sickness. But how you doing?
I'm doing good. Here, wait, let me pull up this homebrew you sent in. Don't be nervous, by the way.
Yeah, very, very early like concepts or concept for what I want to do is I kind of wanted to kind of change centaurs and like kind of lesser played classes or like and turn them into a class. And when I was reading centaurs, one of the things that really stood out to me was the fact this like momentum skill or this momentum trait that has, and I really like the idea of like movement kind of dictating like how you play like a specific like species or like a specific character, right? I just find it fascinating. So so I have heard that there wasn't really many centaurs that have like that can use magic effectively. So I kind of made like I'm kind of making like Maiden of the Arcane is kind of this centaur class that kind of is like an amalgamation, or not an amalgamation, but like you can choose what school of magic your centaur is, right? So if you're like, let's say an invocation one, let's say you travel this 30 feet, and it's basically like you're almost like a running fireball at someone, right? Like you're charging in kind of this and that's what I was really wanting to do. And I guess like lore wise, for those people, it's kind of like I didn't want it to just be kind of like, oh, you're like a horse / human. It's more like depending on your patron, depending on even like animals can turn into humans, like as a reward, or like different species. So we can have like a genasi that's also a centaur, right? And like I kind of wanted to give the freedom of all these different potential like really cool looking centaurs, and kind of centered around like
So here's my first. Okay, I think it's in. So is the idea that you're trying to build a class and then subclasses for it, and the idea of the class is that when you take that class, whatever species you were before, you become that species version of centaur, basically?
Yeah. So like I kind of wanted to have like, okay, we have, I guess it's kind of the idea. It's more like you're, let's say, a dwarf, and then you go to the Fae, or like not exactly. It doesn't exactly be the Feywilds, but it's more like.
I'm not asking. I hear you. I'm not asking about it from a story perspective. Purely meta mechanics. I am a player. I pick a dwarf as my species, and then I pick a centaur as my class.
Yes, exactly.
So do I lose the racial features of the dwarf and gain the racial features of the centaur, or no?
No, it would be like you are a dwarf and you're a like you don't lose it. It's more like you start a dwarf, but you're just a centaur on top of that. Like this class's version of a centaur.
So the one thing that I would say is you're gonna need to address the idea that two things. One, centaur is already a species in D&D. So
Yes, yeah.
you're going to want to create it. So you're going to need to deal with the fact that there's going to be some people that like, is this still going to, if for example, at first level, we get a couple features that help us feel more like a centaur because we are a centaur.
Yes.
What happens if we pick the centaur species and then do that? Does it just overcharge those features? So like that's going to be something you're going to need to think about. How do those things mesh together? Because that is a very different way of entering into a class. There really isn't, like, that's not normally how that works. I mean, it could also just be a reflavoring. Like you are just the centaur warrior and you don't have to literally be a centaur, but it's a class built around fighting like a centaur. So, I mean, you could just change it flavor-wise like that. The idea is interesting in terms of this idea that you cast spells based on how far you've run. That's a hard thing to balance, because how do you deal with, as a dungeon master, knowing that you are basically limiting the player's power unless you don't give them a lot of room to run around? That, I think, is a very difficult thing to deal with as a dungeon master, especially if that's like their core thing. The other thing is, if their movement does charge their power, you're going to need to deal with limiting that in at least some ways, because it's very easy that would be a very easy system to manipulate and to cheese. I could very easily, like, you could just run back and forth and then hit 30 feet, or run in a circle and just hit 30 feet. So, like, it's very easy to manipulate that system. So you're going to need to put some pretty serious limiters in place if that's going to be a core mechanic.
Yeah. Yeah, like one of the, like, I guess it'd be like kind of, I guess for Centaur it'd be, I always imagine like you kind of have like a running start kind of deal. Again, I would have to like really, take your time to like you said, like kind of really dig into the trenches of like what I want this to be. But like it just, the idea was like, oh, we have, I guess it's just the, I kind of wanted you answer a lot of the questions from like the previous of like how to initially like look at your homebrew, right? And,
have you written homebrew before?
No, this is like kind of like my first attempt.
So
into
here's
this,
what I'm going to listen. If you want to make a class, I'm not going to stop you, but I'm going to tell you the exact same thing I told the other guy who's decided he's going to make a class for the first time.
Yes.
You are deciding to do the hardest thing. You are also deciding to do the hardest thing to learn from.
Okay, yeah.
So it's fine to make a class, but you will finish it faster, learn more from it, and then be more ready to write a whole class if you start with a subclass for something that exists already. And I'll tell you right now, a like everything on here, everything that you've said so far, it doesn't feel, honestly, it does, like, I don't see the core class. It sounds like you like the idea of mixing centaurs with other species, and you decided that should be a class. Maybe it should, but you're taking a hard path. So if you want to, please make a class, but just know that is deciding to start at hard mode and not read the tutorial.
Gotcha. Yeah. So like, I'm most likely like, I'll probably end up just like looking at different subclasses. Like this is more like, I was really fascinated with this idea of like movement based class.
Yeah,
I think
I think Centaur can, but again, when you're making a class,
yes,
unless your only goal is for you to play it, you should not only build it for your vision. So let me ask you a question. Is a movement-based class is the thing that makes it interesting the fact that it's a centaur, or the fact that it's a movement-based class? Because I guarantee you, somebody that's watching right now would love to build a movement-based magic class where they just are a dwarf and they're a little cannonball. I don't think... So like, you might be making this much harder for yourself by forcing it into needing to be a centaur-based class. That's the only thing that I'm saying. That's I think another thing to keep in mind. But the core idea of a movement-based class I think is interesting. But movement is not a good thing for power scaling or resource scaling. So you could definitely have movement be a part of it, but you still are going to need separate power scale. You're going to need, like I said, a lot of guardrails and limiters, and resource scaling and that sort of thing.
All right. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like what I just kind of wanted to get, like an initial kind of like, oh, is this kind of an idea? And you telling me that this is like the hard way to do it? I'm definitely gonna be like, okay, let me just do more.
I mean, making a class is hard. I'll just explain why. When you decide to make a subclass, you are not starting from scratch, because you have the core. Like, let's say if I want to make a subclass for a rogue, okay?
Right.
I know the core class of the rogue. I don't have to build a core class. I don't have to balance a core class, because that already exists. So there's a lot of work that's just done immediately. And maybe I picked rogue for the class I want to build a subclass for, because I like that rogues get expertise and cunning action and sneak attack. And that all mixes really well with the idea for my subclass. I want something that's a striker and stuff like that. So that just gives me a big leg up immediately. There's a lot of work I immediately don't need to do. The second thing is, when I actually start building the subclass features, I know exactly what level to make those features for, because that's already written into the class. I know I'm making a 3rd level feature, a 7th level feature, etc. But more than that, I don't have to start from 0, because I can look at every rogue subclass 3rd level feature that was ever made as a learning tool, as something to use to help balance my ideas. I can look at I can do all of that. When you're building a class from scratch, you can't do that, because the more you look at other classes for balance or other subclasses for balance, you can do it a little bit. Like, you should do it a little bit, but if you do it too much, you start to just make that class almost, like, because your structure, your core synergy idea build is not based on any other class. So you don't have scaffolding to work off of like that. That's why it's harder. You're like for example, with this class, you're going to have to ask yourself, is this thing getting extra attack? Is this thing getting, or is it getting some sort of movement-based extra attack? And is the damage scaling of that going to be reasonable? Or if it gets extra attack, but also a little bit of extra movement attack damage, is that going to be too much extra? Like, how does that compare to like the ranger who gets extra attack but also a little bit of extra damage because they get their hunter's mark and those sorts of spells? Or is it going to be more like the paladin with its divine smite, or is it just going to feel like you know what I mean? Like, you gotta there's a lot of floating in the air when you make a class from scratch. That's why it's harder.
I think you're actually already telling me like all like the future things that I was going to do. So like knowing that these are things of like why this class would be so much harder is really helpful. Like, what I was trying to do is kind of have like, oh, you want to play like a stealth centaur? Oh, there's a class there that has like the features and everything that's going to be made, right? Like, that's what the outline of the end is supposed to be. It's almost like if you want to be.
But let me ask you a question. And you don't need to answer it, but I do think this is important. Don't answer me immediately. But if you want to make a stealth centaur, why not take the rogue class and the centaur species? And your answer to that question needs to be shown in the mechanics. Like, what justifies making a thing, and this is getting a little bit more heady, because honestly, you should just make whatever you want and have fun making it. But when you're taking on like a larger endeavor or trying to figure out whether or not you should spend the time to make something, you have to ask yourself if the mechanics of the class, not the flavor, not the story, the mechanics of the class justify its existence. If I could pick rogue as my class and then pick centaur as my species and then maybe pick phantom rogue as my subclass, would that not make me feel like a necromancer rogue centaur or eldritch arcane trickster and grab a couple necromancy spells? Like, you want to make sure, and it's like the way that this is like the way you like a stealthy striker centaur, that's a rogue and a centaur. So like, if you want to make it its own thing, it has to feel like its own thing. It can't just feel like another thing. If everything just feels like other things that already exist, then you're spending a lot of time making something that kind of already exists, you know?
It already happened. But yeah, I think I was really, when I was making this initially, it was very much like a backstory, kind of like more focused on like, oh, this is how like I can give the centaurs all these different ways to go about it. Where you're like, I didn't actually. It's funny. I didn't really keep like in my head be like, oh, you could just play rogue. It's like, oh, I wanted to make like a specific stealth, like oriented centaur that's very like hyper made for the centaur, right? Like you get that feeling of like, oh, you could play like you know, depending on what creature.
But
like,
what would that? But again, like, but what would that need,
just,
right? And how many of those things that it would need already are out there in the mechanics? Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like if you know what I mean, like one of the big things you don't have to, you can do anything. But one of the big things that I think is worth doing when you are deciding to make homebrew is, are you trying to make a class? Are you trying to make a character for yourself that you think would be cool? Maybe not for yourself, but a character that you think would be cool? Or do you have an idea for something that doesn't exist in the game that should? But if it already exists in the game, you don't necessarily need to make it.
Use that, right? Yeah, I was very like, yeah, when I was reading on the Centaur, and I was like, wait, this is really cool. Like I'm really sad that like this isn't like a played class. Maybe there isn't like enough like maybe help with like stealth oriented or magic oriented centaurs. Like that fantasy maybe isn't like fully realized.
I think the main reason people don't play centaurs is because a lot of dungeon masters don't allow them, because their movement speed is stupid fast, but also they are really frustrating to run games for, because technically, like, they don't fit into a lot of spaces. Like, if you want to put a ladder in, like things like that, like it's sort of like the same reason why a lot of dungeon masters aren't super keen on like the party having like a pet giant turtle that they take everywhere, because it just it has to sit outside of half the rooms, you know? Yeah.
I got you. Okay.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for the question.
Very
really,
helpful. Thank you so much.
Super good question. And I would say this. I'm not trying to, just before we go, I'm not trying to tell you not to make this. But what I think you need to do is don't dive into making it. What you need to do is spend a little bit of time, look at the things that already exist, and then ask yourself, okay, now I see what exists. What doesn't? And what can I make to what can I build to fulfill this fantasy in a way that none of these things do? And I think one of the things that you touched on, which I think is worth leaning into, is this idea of movement building up power. And a lot of people like to build like momentum monks and things like that. But I do think the idea of somebody that like builds momentum to build up magic, that's really cool. Like there's something to that.
Thank you.
So I think that if you like the idea of using movement to like build up power in different directions, I think there's a lot of potential in that idea. So don't dismiss that, but don't force yourself to do a very challenging thing unless you really want to.
like one of like it's crazy because like when I'm like very new, like I'm very new to like D&D. So when I'm reading all this, I'm like, wait, this is like a centaur class? Like that just is awesome. Like I kind of like once I start really getting into something, like I just end up just like I want to make something for that. I want to make something for that. I'm like, oh, what a so I ended up just being like, oh, these things would be having like all the backstory.
Listen, like, if you want to, you can, right? Like if you want to, you can. I think that you will learn more about homebrew faster if instead of you starting with a centaur class, starting with a centaur specific subclass. And it could still be centaur specific. Like this, you have, and it would basically be like, you know, there used to be like the Blade Singer used to be elf only. So like, you know, you can make a species specific subclass, or that's nothing wrong with that. And I think you'll probably learn a lot about building. I mean, you could even do that if you really like this idea specifically, make a bunch, right? Make a rogue centaur subclass, make a fighter centaur subclass, make a paladin or a wizard centaur subclass, and like play around with it. See, you know, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Honestly, if you end up making a bunch of those and you put them all together in a big compendium and you make it look half nice, people would be like super into that. People love themed compendiums of subclasses and things like that.
Yeah, I was just thinking like, you put animal here, you're a paladin, you're most likely gonna be like a rhino this, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like,
yeah, people would love that.
Right? Yeah.
You could build, people would love that. Cool. All right, man. Thanks for the call. Fun idea. All right. What is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, it's creatures. That was a creature on my wall. No, it wasn't. I thought it was. My blinds moved in a weird way. What's up, Pixie? Ugh, that was a fun piece. All right, Blocky's in the chat. Let's grab Blocky. What's up, Blocky? How's it going, buddy? Oh, hoy hoy, are you here? I don't hear you. Oh, I
yeah,
hear
I'm
you
here.
now. How's it going, bud?
Let me mute stream for a second.
No, make it louder.
No, I don't like my own voice.
Okay, fine.
But normally I send in the yeah, I sent my idea. It's a very rough draft.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's what this is for. So tell me a little bit about it.
It's what I imagine. It's a creature that lurks from the depths in the day,
Mm-hmm.
and at night it comes out to hunt on ships.
Cool.
And it's gross.
Do you have a specific question or thing you are looking for help with?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe giving it like a special ability, but I don't think it's gonna be I don't think it's gonna affect it so much.
Tell me about it.
No, I don't know what the ability should be.
Oh, I see. Do you
Like
So what do you want this thing to feel like when people encounter it? Do you want it to be like a big action scene? Do you want it to be sort of scary? What sort of vibe? What do you want this monster to feel like when people fight it?
Are you familiar with like a little bit of Sea of Thieves lore?
A tiny bit. I've seen people play the game. I don't really know the lore.
Oh yeah, in the lore there's like a huge kraken called the Old Mother,
Mm-hmm.
and that they imprisoned it like a lot of years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and then it died. because
Okay.
it didn't have food.
Classic. But so
But
sorry,
I
keep
wanted
going.
to give like the grandiose fight that's like larger than life
Okay.
type. I
So-
know it's like I explain it in a very bad way.
No.
but
You didn't. You explained it fine. So if you want this to feel like a very big, grand fight, I think the things to lean into are environmental type effects. Because when I see a creature this big, sure, it's gonna hit really hard. It's gonna bite really hard. But it probably is so big that it should affect, like, the water around it. So I would lean into things like maybe when it swims, it leaves, like, giant whirlpools behind it. So there's just, like, constant, almost like hurricane little areas of tiny little crazy storms in its wake as it swims, because it's so big that it just moves so much water. Stuff like that. So almost like fighting it is hard, but what's harder is like being near it. Like if you're too close to where it is, it's just like your ships are just getting swept up by it. You could also, if you're leaning into the picture, you could also maybe do some stuff with the bioluminescence, where maybe it can project that bioluminescence and create like aurora borealis weird lights in the sky to like hypnotize vessels. So you could create situations where, like, you know, you have like a navy fleet or something, and it projects these lights, and the whole fleet just goes like dead still, and it starts like wow, going up and like eating ships. But if you want to go like big scale, that's what I would say. Lean into like big environmental features.
yeah, as you were saying, like with the fleet, I was also thinking, since it has like a ship on its back,
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking like with your idea, what if it projects like almost ghostly ships next to it?
That
It
would
looks like
that would be perfect. That's honestly better than the aurora borealis idea. I think that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, that could be really fun. That could be, maybe that's how it, gets close. Like it swims really slowly with these Aurora Borealis kind of ships around it, almost like an illusion. And but when it gets close, it starts like swimming really fast around the ships it's trying to smash, and they all like smash, get caught up in the storm, and then it starts gulping up the pieces. But like, yeah, that's what I would say. Whenever you're trying to do a big, larger than life monster, the thing you have to be careful of is, even if it's really, really big, it can turn into a situation where it is still just a bunch of people hitting it and it hitting people. And it can lose that sense of scale if it's too stationary like that. So leaning into how with every whip of its tail, a giant wave appears or something like that, like making it really giving a lot of movement and motion to the combat, I think will help avoid it turning into just a large sack of hit points, basically.
Yeah, that's something I notice with like a lot of enemies that I use in my games. It's probably a me thing, but I usually don't play my enemies right. They usually stand still.
You know what? I think that there's an art. What maybe it is a you thing, but you know what I think is a better argument? I think that there's a lot of really badly designed monsters, and there's not a lot of clear instruction as to how to run monsters well. So maybe it's a you thing, or maybe it's a wizard's thing. Maybe like, do you blame the student for not knowing how to read, or do you blame the education system for not teaching the student how to read? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't take the blame. But that's why we make monsters, right? That's why we write Homebrew, to try to... I think one of the things that we can do when we're making Homebrew monsters is they can be a little bit more specific, a little bit more bespoke, a little more specialized, because there are so many bland monsters that already exist. We can use how little information we get from a lot of them to change the way that we make our monsters, so that when you are looking at the stat block of those monsters, you are starting to understand how you should use them in combat, the ways to make them feel dynamic. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's an... Yeah. Also, don't feel bad about it. Like, everybody's... Combat is hard to run, and there's not a lot of good instruction for how to run it, so don't feel bad about that.
Yeah, but somehow combat is like the thing I like to run the most.
I love combat. My main home group really don't roleplay that much. They stay in character, they use voices and stuff, but they really like combat. They don't really do a lot of they don't like social situations. They want puzzles and combat, so I run a lot of combat in my home game.
Yeah, I don't know how to make puzzles. I usually, if I have like a puzzle, I just yoink it from a video game that I like.
Oh, I just find them online. 9 times out of 10, when I do a puzzle, I literally look up a puzzle that has absolutely nothing to do with fantasy, and then I just reflavor it into fantasy.
Yeah,
I hate making puzzles. I hate making them, but I like using them.
Yeah, what I was thinking for puzzles or something, just something in general, a puzzle where you have the obvious like red key goes to the red door, but you gotta use that same key for 4 doors, and the door closes every time you take the key out.
Yeah, that could be fun trouble. Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call. I like I said, lean into the big environmental stuff, and I think that'll be the good direction. Also, This is a great piece of art for inspiration. I really like it. Good choice.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Thanks for the call. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, really. It's late.
All right, go to bed. Go to bed, you crazy man. Good night. I hung up on him, so he goes to sleep. If it's too late, go to sleep. If it's too early, go to wake. If your great uncle just died, also maybe go to wake. Ginjiro is in the chat. Again, guys, if you want to jump to the front of the line, it's not even really a line, but if you want to immediately have your homebrew talked about, just go into the waiting room, because I prioritize folks that are calling in, because it's a more interesting time to do that. All right, let me grab Ginjiro. Ginjiro. I wonder if I roll the R or not. Ginjiro. Is it Ginjiro? Is it Ginjiro? Ginjiro.
Ginjiro.
Ginjiro. All right, I'll get there one day. Did you send something in the chat or no?
Yeah, it should be like.
Oh yeah, I found it. So this is called the Avarice domain. What's your question? What are we looking at here?
The main question is mostly revolving the level 6 and level 17 features. I've just been having a hard time coming with something for the final big piece, and then the one thing before you get to that final big piece. And I've jotted down ideas I've considered, but it's more so trying to narrow it down or getting some fresh new ideas for that.
Gotcha. So before we jump into it, just briefly tell me what this subclass is supposed to feel like. What's its deal?
The subclass, sort of the big thing for it was clerics have the jack of all trades when it comes to subclasses. You got ones for like melee. You have the knowledge one, which gives you sort of focused on intelligence and such like that. And one I sort of noticed was like they don't have sort of like something kind of leans a little bit more into charisma with like persuasion and in talking and whatnot. And what sort of inspired this one was from Baldur's Gate. I found out you could be a follower of Tiamat. I was like, oh, cool, sweet. I was like, I wonder what domains fall under Tiamat's circle. And when I looked at it, there was only one, and it was trickery. And I'm like, I don't really like trickery, and trickery doesn't like fully feel like it encompasses Tiamat's whole spiel. So I wanted to make a domain that had sort of like the charisma, sort of like a sub part of it, but sort of also emphasize like materialism is sort of the thing.
Gotcha. So like evil charisma, basically.
sort of. But I've also tried to make it so it wasn't like, oh, only evil people would do this. You could get.
Let me rephrase. Not evil, selfish charisma, greedy. Charisma.
Well, yeah, that sounds more appropriate.
All right. Let's see. So you're not sure about 6th level. We're getting channel divinity. I'm not reading everything. At 3rd level, we're getting some skills. We're getting an ability to sense gold, it looks like, or treasure. And we get a channel divinity where we can do some damage or do something, steal an object, maybe. Okay, so what are you thinking about for 6th level? We get expertise in something. You're thinking about adding our wisdom modifier to things. The cost of your cleric spells is reduced by half. Ooh, let me see what spells we get. Alarm, identify, arcane lock, knock, dispel magic, glyph, warding. I'll tell you my first thought. My first thought is, I think the bonus, I think the most interesting of these three is adding your wisdom modifier to your charisma skills. My concern is that I almost feel like it's so similar to the blessing of Avarice, because they are doing sort of the same thing, that like I'm wondering if it would make more sense to make the wisdom bonus to your skills be what blessing to Avarice does instead of the thing. Maybe, I don't know. If you're asking which of these three I like the most, I think it's the bonus thing. I think it's the most fun and most interesting, just because it's different. Like, you know, it just feels different. It's also nice, I think, to not have. It's nice to be able to let my wisdom, because wisdom sort of represents my divine power, influence my presence. You know, I like that. You could go in a different direction here. You could go in a direction that has to do with a little bit more like beguilement, manipulation, not necessarily in like a trickery way, but in like an influence way. I don't know if you were watching earlier, we looked at a warlock that was like the pact of, it was basically like domination. I don't remember what it specifically was, but there was like a pact of the Tyrant, I think. You could lean in that direction a little bit here. Like, certain spells and abilities are very closely tied to devils. Spells like command. So you could do something like that here, some sort of like magically influenced mind control, social manipulation, where it's really not affecting your skill checks. It's like you are doing, it's like it's more magically influenced. That's the other direction I might go in.
Funny enough you bring that up. That actually was a alternate idea I also had for that, but I kind of scrapped it for it. Essentially, it was a charm effect where you would learn something that the creature desires or wants.
I think that's really interesting. I would even say, depending on how you word it, it could maybe do more than just that. But I would say that to me sounds more fun than these. These would work. This would work. Like, this is not a bad feature. But I think the learning a creature's desire, or maybe some minor version of detect thoughts that focuses in more on what they want or something like that, I think would be really interesting. I would lean in that direction if I were you. I think you could also do the material cost thing. I don't think that matters. Like, it almost feels like I know it's not a ribbon feature, but it sort of is, depending on the game. In some games, people care a lot more about that than others. But I think it's fine. Keep it or lose it. Either way, I think it's fine. What's your question about the 17th level feature?
The 17th one is the one that's been giving me like the most trouble. Because like I said, I had like a whole like list of ideas for the level 6. But level 17 one, I just have not been able to pin down something. And I have 2 of the main ideas I've sort of gotten feedback and suggestions on, but I'm also just looking for any other whole new idea for a capstone that sort of encapsulates what exists within it, or it sort of emphasizes it, or at least fits along with it. And I have 2 ideas. The first one is fairly more simple. It just improves upon the channel divinity. And the other one people suggested, but to me, I can't see it visually in universe how it feels. It to fit in Avarice is the second one, but people enjoyed the idea.
Okay, so you can either mess with a creature's wisdom modifier or ability score, or you could you can, what is the second one doing? You choose one ongoing spell or magical effect.
So essentially the second one's sort of just a combination of dispel magic is the first part, and then you essentially get an arcane recovery.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think either of those feel like they fit this subclass at all. Like, literally at all. I would just whole cloth come up with something different. I mean, if you like these, go for it. I think that this one is a little annoying. Anything that just directly affects ability scores is annoying because it requires recalculating of things at the table.
Yeah.
That's tedious and not fun. And then this just doesn't feel like a cleric feature. I don't know. This just feels sort of like a nothing burger. I'm going to tell you the same thing I've been telling everybody about capstones. Come up with a big fuck you feature, or like, that's what I would say. Like what would you call, what would be a righteous manifestation of Avarice, and then make it that. That's what I would say.
Maybe it just needs to be a big statue of yourself.
I mean, it could be that. It could be you summon a giant, like a 20-foot golden statue of yourself. All creatures within a certain radius are like drawn to it, and it like radiates something crazy, and it just stands there like a shaman totem for like a minute, and like you could do something like that, right? Like, it could incite the greed in people, and I don't know. There's all sorts of weird stuff you could do like that. But yeah, I would say lean into the vibe of the subclass. Like, these features just don't feel like they fit in this subclass.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. Like I said, this is all just stuff I've just been like trying to rack my brain around. So I
think leaning into whenever I'm struggling with a subclass feature, especially a capstone, I do 2 things. One, and you did this a little bit, by the way. I look to see if there are any earlier features that really need a power up by this level, or they're sort of lost and they are sort of the main features, and it makes sense. Like, there's a growth in them. Or I say, okay, it's the end of the movie. We are in the final battle scene. And all the main characters get to do one big, really cool thing. What is the one big, really cool thing that this cleric does? What does that look like? And then I just try to make that. That's what I mean, like big fuck off avarice thing. Whatever that is. Whatever. Genuinely, think about this. Think about this specific wording. What would be the righteous manifestation of avarice? Whatever the righteous manifestation of avarice would be, I think lean into that.
I'll need to shut that down here.
And I say righteous because it doesn't need to necessarily be good, but there is a sort of like,
oh, yeah. Poof. No. This is definitely has somewhat more of the more selfish and not righteous feel to it. That was sort of the point.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting idea.
Well, I very much appreciate it. I always
Cool.
enjoy getting some feedback.
Cool. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, I don't think that's it. I think you've given me some good ideas and some good thoughts on what to consider on what to keep in this.
All right. Thanks for the call. I'm gonna hang up on you now. Bye. Click. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. We hang up on you. We hang up on you. We hang. Oh, that was deep. How can I do that? That was. I didn't know I could do that so deep. Oh, excuse me, ladies, calm down. Please take a step back. All right, let's see what's going on here. Anyone else in there? We got Yazakan. Yazakan.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. What are you working on?
Been a while. I'm working
I know
on
it has.
It has been a while. I'm working on a subclass for a rogue. Is it readable? It is.
It
right?
is. It's a little fuzzy. It's a little fuzzy, but it's readable.
Okay, yeah, it's a screenshot. But if it's readable, it's cool.
Yeah. It's
I'm about to start a new campaign and using the new rules and stuff, and I was like, I want to try out this rogue, but I don't think it's balanced yet. It's supposed to play around with time a bit. It's based on lightly based on a League of Legends character that works with time and stuff. So what I want this to do is basically be able to look forward in time like 6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe alter it if it can. It's kind of the idea. I see chat says echo, and it is, yes.
Echo? I hardly know Co. Dude, have you seen Arcane Season 2? Did you watch it?
I have, yeah. That's when I saw it, I was like, okay, I got it.
So, spoilers! Guys, everyone that's looking at the screen right now, spoilers for Arcane Season 2. When I do this, the spoilers are over. So if you haven't seen Arcane Season 2, and you care, mute. I was so fucking one of the saddest things I've ever seen was the alternative reality episode where you get to see like how happy they could have been, and Echo's story in particular just kind of broke my fucking heart. Oh my god. Oh, it made me so sad. It was like there were so many sad things that happened in Arcane, but the saddest one for me was the very, very happy episode. Do you know what I mean? Because it was okay, that's all I have to say about that. Okay, spoilers over. Okay, so let's take a look. So, what's your concern? Your concern that it feels like it's too powerful or not powerful enough?
Not powerful, but just the balance. Like some things are not powerful enough, other things are meh, and some may be too powerful. Because the first feature, the Take Two feature, is kind of like. It is similar to Silvery Barbs, it's just more limited. And I don't want it to feel like Silvery Barbs.
Gotcha,
if that makes sense.
Gotcha. I stream, to answer your question, I usually stream a couple of days a week, although I will say, I really like these kinds of streams, so I'm probably just going to start doing them more. But also, I'll answer your question from the Discord chat in a bit. We just take the calls first. Okay, excuse me. All right, so let's read the It Takes Two. As a reaction, after a creature you can see within 120 feet of you hits you with an attack, you can force it to reroll and use the second roll. Until the end of your next turn, you can use your sneak attack against the triggering creature, even if you don't have advantage on the attack roll. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain one use when you finish a short rest, and you regain them when you finish a long rest. I don't agree with you, I think. I don't really think this feels like a... Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't actually think this feels that much like Silvery Barbs. I think it kind of feels unique. I think
If it doesn't, that's perfect.
I think the fact that you are getting sneak attack on them does a lot to make it feel different. And I think that it's not any save, it's not any roll, it's just an attack.
Yeah.
If anything, I think it maybe is too weak. Not because because it's not because it's bad. Like, I actually really, really like it. Like, I think it's a really solid feature. My concern is with most rogues, when they get a alternative way to interact with their sneak attack, they have a bit more agency over it triggering. Like, they are sort of deciding when to use it. And with this one, you really only get to use this when you're targeted with an attack. And rogues are often, like, hiding. Do you know what I mean? So how often are you going to be targeted with an attack? So you might want to tweak it a little bit so that you as the rogue... Like, that's what it needs. It needs... Even though we're only getting it proficiency bonus times per rest, which actually I'm not even sure if I agree with. I think about it a little bit, because I don't think it's crazy strong. Think about what it could be, how it could be used. It either needs to be something that you can pretty guarantee you're going to get to use within 2 rounds of combat, pretty much every combat, or something that you can just activate. So it's got to be the situation that triggers the reaction, I think, might need to be a bit broader, or there might need to be an element of you taking, like, you activate this thing, which would make it not really a reaction feature anymore. That's really the main thing I think you got to think about here. But in terms of it not feeling like silvery barbs, I don't think it feels like silvery barbs.
Okay, cool. The one thing I'm concerned about as well is this gives them another chance to crit. So if they hit and you use this, they have a chance to roll a critical hit. And I was like, maybe put in somewhere that they cannot make a critical hit with the second roll or something like that.
Oh, do you mean the bad guys?
Yeah, the bad guys, yeah.
I see. That is a good concern. I don't know if it's one that... Here's what I would say. You might be able to fix that in the wording. What if you say, when a creature hits you with an attack, you can force them to make a saving throw and use the lower of the 2 rolls?
Okay, is that fine if it's the lower of the 2?
I think it's probably fine. I mean, the wording might not... It's a little bit like... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, casual in the way it's written. But I think that's probably fine, but that would solve that problem. The other thing that you could do is you could, instead of it being something you trigger on a creature hitting you, it could be something you'd use as a reaction to them just making an attack. So you could just force an attack to be made at disadvantage, basically. So that would also avoid the crit potential, unless they roll 2 20s, in which case you deserve to be crit against.
I mean, yeah, exactly. At that point.
But yeah, I mean, I like this feature. I think it's fine. The 2 things that I think you need to contend with is, 1, you just need to put in a little bit of safety net to make sure that you have more of a guarantee you're going to be able to use this semi-regularly. And then I don't know, based on what that ends up looking like, I'm not sure if this should be something we do proficiency bonus times or just have. And maybe there's another way to limit it. Like it's once per combat, or it's limited in some other way. Because I don't actually know if it's that. I don't know. It's good, but I don't know if it's like game breakingly so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I was also thinking maybe wisdom times per day, but because it's more wisdom based.
If you're adding wisdom to your initiative already, I wouldn't do that. I think you made the right call with it being proficiency bonus. It splits it up a little bit more. Also, it does allow you to. Some people don't like this, but I do like this. I think it helps with multi-classing.
Yeah.
Because if I want 3 levels of this, I will be getting more uses of this ability regardless of what class I level up in, which I think is nice. I'm okay with that.
Okay, nice.
Was there any other questions about this subclass that, or any features in particular?
No, this feature's fine. The 9th level one, I guess the 9th level feature kinda like it improves this and
Mhm.
gives a second use. Like you can use it on allies if they're within 10 feet of you.
Let me look at it. You can use take 2 if a creature within 10 feet of you is hit with an attack. Okay. You can also use that on enemies, which is kind of fun, although that would be stupid. If you see whether the roll after you see whether the roll succeeds or fails and damage is dealt, you can swap places with the targeted creature. I don't feel super strongly about that. Once per round, when the condition of it takes 2 are met, you can roll. Okay, so here's my feedback for the level 9 feature.
Okay.
The level 9 feature is here's the issue. There is one big issue with it. The big issue with it is resources. The way this subclass works right now, if I am let's say I'm level 9.
Yeah.
If I have no uses of it takes 2, I don't really have a 9th level subclass feature anymore.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So
that's
I
a good
might play. I mean, I see what you're doing with wanting to lean into it takes 2 improving. I like these ideas. Both of them are fine. Like swapping places with a creature, allowing you to manipulate time to help other creatures a bit more. Like all of this stuff kind of makes sense. See if you can apply those to something that isn't the same resource or something like that. I think that's the move, because you don't want to end up in this. It's not the end of the world, and there are other subclasses that are largely single resource based. But if you don't have to do that, I think it's better. I think it's better to have more of your subclass more of the time, you know?
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
But those are my thoughts. I think it's an
Awesome,
engine.
man.
The amount of times people have told me they wanted to do a time manipulation subclass, and it really, 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 really didn't work. Is a lot of
tricky, man.
times. This is not bad. I would say, if anything, I think you are being you're not holding yourself back, but you're being timid with it. Like I think you could push it a little farther than you've pushed it right here. You're being very cautious with your design, and I see that because there's a lot of stuff that is tricky when you're dealing with like reversing things that happen in a round or whatever. Like that's a headache to keep track of. There's a lot of reasons why that doesn't work. But I do think that you are going in the right direction. None of this stuff feels broken or jank or even hard to use. Like all this is easy to implement. So what that says to me is I think you could crank the dial a tiny bit more and just see what happens.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna work on it for sure.
Cool. Thanks very much.
Thank you so
Interesting
much.
piece.
Thanks, man.
It is rare to see a time travel piece that works, man. That is a rare sight. All right, see ya. Click. Boom! Dr. Fumbles coming in with the prime. Boo! 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 Dr. Fumbles! You crazy dog. You wily coyote. How you doing, buddy? All right, we got a couple questions in the chat from people that that wanted to ask specific questions but didn't want to come on the stream. Heyo. That's not exactly TOS. Oh my God, Cinder, don't make that joke. So we're gonna try to answer some of those questions. I know that Ice Cream has been pleading for help, and I want to help that man. All right, so I'm gonna read what Ice Cream wrote. Okay, let's see this. Is it mint chocolate chip? Let's see what he said. I'll start by saying, in the world I made, 22 specific races got transported to a place where multiple worlds collided. So the environment is very drastic at times, but all the countries are on the backs of giant-sized titans that aimlessly walk around the world, with each titan having its own environment. That's kind of fun. So it's like roving continents. But I need a way for the players to reach different titans, and the first idea was that the titans randomly walk next to each other for set amounts of time, days, but I don't know if that's a good idea, and the citizens and players don't know about the titans, they only know about the countries. That is okay, first of all, I scream, hi, how's it going? Don't apologize for being a chatterbox, you goof. What a cool idea. So the idea is that the continents sit on the backs of these titans, and they're slowly roving, and I think what you should do, here's what I would do. I love the idea that every now and then the Titans' paths cross. if I was going to build a world where that was the case, the times that the Titans' paths cross would be really important times. They would be really important cultural times, mercantile times, and religious times. It would be like an eclipse, you know? So what I would do if I were you is I would probably in-world, maybe not for everyone in the continent, but for the people that live on the parts of the continent that are aware or close to the edges, so they are near when the Titans walk near each other, they should probably have, like, religions and festivals and events that are built around the times where the Titans are walking near each other. You know, if two of the Titans are friends, maybe that is a time of joy and celebration and trading in technology and in art and in culture and food. And they build like these like hanging platforms between the two that are temporary with this big festival city that kind of is erected between the two Titans while they walk together and then taken apart as they start to separate. Or maybe if the Titans fight, maybe it's a scary time, and as you get closer to the time, you're, like, building for war, and as the Titans get near each other, the whole country sort of get into, like, war mode with those other Titans, like, you know? But I would say the most important thing that I would do to try to make it feel exciting and cool is these Titans walking near each other, the moments when they collide, and that should really matter to these people, because if each of these countries lives in isolation, those moments of interchange are going to be not just really important from like a sociology, anthropology perspective of like, oh yes, they're going to be sharing in each other's cultures and ice cream sandwiches and blah, blah, blah. But also like, if you are a selfish person or a greedy person or an advantageous capitalist in this world, that is a time for trade. That is a time for good business. So like, regardless of what your feelings are spiritually, that's going to be a really important time for those communities. So I would lean into that. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question a little bit? What a cool idea for a world. I really like that idea. Very fun. Very fun. I'm glad you shared your question, and I'm sorry you can't yell in your house right now. I won't try to convince you to. I'm not an Aiden Ross yet. I gotta get more hair first. All right, let me grab Fluffcopter. Fluffcopter, I see you in the chat. You're muted and deafened, so you can't hear me yet, but you might hear me on stream.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Hold on, let me just mute the thing because I hear it twice.
No, make it louder. Echo. Echo.
Yeah.
Did you send something in already, or you or
no? I didn't send something in already because
cool,
there's something that I'm like working on that's like not written yet.
Sure.
I just want basically ideas on how to handle it. So basically, I'm looking to kind of like make a class that has like a lot of what's it called? That has like a good connection to like lunar phases.
Okay.
And I was and a big problem with that for me was that like that's something that the DM takes a lot of control of.
Mm-hmm.
And like I wonder if there's like a mechanical way to do that without just like completely handing over control to the DM.
I can't off the if what you mean, just to clarify, if what you mean is you want to make a class where what its powers are or what it does changes from based on like the time of the month and like the season and that sort of thing, there isn't really a way to let the player dictate the pacing of the time in world. Mm-hmm. There isn't really a way to do that. What I would ask you then is, does it need to be that in order for it to feel like a lunar based class? Like, is the most important thing that it is based off of the timing of the month? If that is the case, then I think the answer is that really only works in a campaign where both the player and the dungeon master are okay with the dungeon master having that much extra power, but also that much extra work. Because I can't think of a way to let a player decide how long travel is, or how many days you have to wait in town before the next thing happens. Also, it gets a little tricky because, like, sometimes you have a session, and over the course of the session, maybe 3 days pass. But sometimes you have 4 sessions that all take place in one dungeon, which take place over the same day. So balancing the power of those different things is going to be a little tricky too. It also might create a situation where, like, let's say you don't base it off of power. So let's say it's like they're all equally powered. It's just that you sort of change. So, like, maybe early in the month, you're very good at, like, evocation and power things. But later in the month, you're really good at, like, beguilement and sneaky things. It could lead to situations where the player is like, hey, guys, can we wait around town for 2 weeks so I can have the beguilement powers before we do this next thing? And, like, that's an annoying conversation to have because you're asking a lot of the other players at the table to, like, bend the game to fit your character, but you also kind of need to do that. So it's putting that player who's using that in kind of a hard situation. So my short answer would be I don't think that's a super easy path to walk. My long answer is more what I just said.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, if there's a way to not do that mechanically, but evoke that feeling, like, flavor-wise.
If I was going to do something to evoke that feeling flavor-wise, I would put it in a magic item, or I would use a different system than D&D. Or it would literally have nothing to do, or it would be like the Lunar Sorcerer, which exists, and we could copy ideas from, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Because my initial idea was not doing it consistently over, like, a full month. My idea was having a random table that occurs once a month that the player is aware of.
I mean, that could work too, but it will also fall into that situation where it's like, unless you are making the things that change a pretty small part of the class, there's going to be a lot of circumstances of the player kind of having, like, an unoptimal situation, you know? Like, if you don't, I wouldn't make too much of the class based on a random dice roll. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah.
It's taking a lot of agency away from the player.
That is something to think about.
Like, the way the way I think the Lunar one does it is the only thing that really changes is your spell list. So they still get their subclass is still basically the same. I think that's how it works. But, like,
is a good space to think about.
But yeah, I wouldn't want to. I don't know. Maybe your players in your game, it would be fine, but I wouldn't be comfortable playing or running a game for a character where a good deal of what their class did changed based on a dice roll every month. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I don't know. I don't love that level of randomness. In my experience, when you have that level of randomness, inevitably it turns into not randomness because it creates the situation where it's only random when the player rolls the thing they want, and then when the player rolls the thing they don't want, you let them roll again, or they're just in a bad mood. That's I feel like that's a fairly common circumstance, at least in my games. So it makes the random sometimes feel low-key not random.
Okay. I think a lot of it can be, like, chopped up to either, like, choosing something or having like a random element in something that is already pretty consistent, which might be a better direction to take this.
I would also say a thing to think about is, what are you most interested in? Like, are you most interested in the flavor of celestial bodies and the moon cycles? Or are you the most interested in a class that changes regularly? Because if you're more interested in a class that changes regularly, I think there are probably a lot of other ways to interpret it that aren't the moon that might be easier to express mechanically than building it based around the moon.
I think the moon part is more important, which is why I think going away from the random stuff is a better direction.
Yeah, and you could also lean into like, I mean, there's a lot of sort of moon adjacent things in D&D right now that you could pull ideas from. I think the Twilight Cleric is very moon lunar-esque. I think the Stars Druid is very moon lunar-esque. Like, there's a lot
because the moon druid exists.
Yeah, well, and I would say the moon druid, the 2024 moon druid, the new one, I think would be what I would look at, because that one has a lot more actual moon magic incorporated into it. The moon druid from the 2014 is more like the werewolf druid, where they're sort of just moon means you do animal stuff.
That's what it's from. Okay, I always wondered like what was the.
I assume that it's more like you're like a lycan. You're more, you know, you are more changing in the way that like a lycanthrope would. I don't know if that's actually what it is, but that's just what it feels like to me.
Okay, that's fair.
But I'm not saying to do any of those things, and they're also all really different. But like the way that they handle giving you power that feels moon-esque is probably stuff that you could take inspiration from. Because the moon is a lot of things. Like, it is changing, but it is also sort of consistent in the way that the sun is. It is also like the light in the night. You know what I mean? Like it is that sort of stuff.
The main thing that I want to take away from, you know, the moon vibe, because like the moon has like a bunch of vibes. The main thing I want to take from this is the idea of a memory, of the sense that the moon absorbs energy and retains it instead of like producing light of its own. So that's something that I want to really just like.
Well, there's that's a cool. First of all, that's a really cool idea. Second of all, I think that you could do it. That's a really good, like, design direction. I like that a lot. It's a very, because there's not a lot of stuff in D&D that does that, where it's like specifically. There's some spells that do that, but there's not a lot that is like has a lot of core foundational features that are about like absorbing and redirecting energy. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I think just thematically it makes sense for the moon, because like, you know, there is some sort of like mystical concept to the moon that is like very much entrenched in knowledge and retaining information. At least like thematically it is to me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think like it's worth exploring.
Yeah, oh for sure. Sounds like it could be fun. Cool. It's an interesting idea. All right, thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hanging up on you now. Bye. Click. That was Fluffcopter, champion of the arena. All right, we got some questions in the chat. Let me see what's going on here. Perry says, I have not heard all of this, but I can many change their alignment? I have played somebody who has had a patron whose alignment, while forced a change of alignment. Oh, there's some spelling errors. This was a warlock. I don't know exactly what you're asking there. I would say that in general, if you're using alignment in your game, I think that it's got to be a conversation sort of the whole table has, because alignment's weird. Like, I feel like the best way to do alignment is not to be like, I have a lawful don't be sorry. I apologize. Perry, I understood your question. I think it just took me a minute. I'm sorry. I'm the sorry one, not you. I think that your character's alignment should be dictated by the choices they make and their actions, and not by what's written on their character sheet. So I feel like I avoid anything in D&D that forces you to make an alignment change, because I don't feel like that means anything other than now I'm telling the player they have to play their character a different way. And I don't think that's particularly fun for players. So I try to avoid those sorts of mechanics. So that's what I would say. If you got a dungeon master that's forcing you to make an alignment change, I would say, I'm sorry, that is a bummer. I would not do that if I was your dungeon master. I think that alignment is not something that you use to dictate your character. It's something that is based on your character's actions, is what I would say. Yeah, I think Nocturnal is alignment, using alignment for NPCs and monsters as the dungeon master to help you remember sort of the direction you should be playing the character in, I think is very useful. I think for players, it mostly gets in the way of their ability to have fun and to play their characters. All right, let's see what sort of questions we got here. I think we probably got a couple more. We got a bunch of questions in the chat. I see someone in the waiting room. My brother, I brought you on the call already, so we're not doing two. I love you though. All right, let's see. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Dark Helmet is back. And they've started to build a changeling class. So this person sent in a subclass the other day where the goal of the subclass... Oh, let me bring up. The goal of the subclass was to be a druid where you could turn into 1,000,000 different things. And what I basically said to them was, this is too many options. And they were like, cool, we're going to try to make this into a whole class. Now, I'm going to point out two things here. We're not going to deep dive this, but I do want to point out two things. At first level, we get essentially wild shape. But there are two really important things missing from this ability. I am going to read it. Chat, tell me if you can tell what's missing. Let's see how good your thinking caps are. You have the ability to, as a bonus action, transform into any beast whose CR is equal to or lower than 1/4 of your challenge rating. When you transform, you change your physical abilities to match the creatures you're transforming, but your mental stats stay the same, unless the creature has a higher ability score, in which case the creature uses that ability instead. While transformed, all equipment and gear merge into your body, becoming completely unusable. You are also unable to access any of your base form traits or actions. What's missing? There's two really important things that are missing here. 3. What are they? Come on. Come on, smarty pants. Come on, you brilliant thinkers. Alaxel, you hit on one of them. And Pixie, you hit on another, but there's a third. What's the third? What's the third? What's the third? Bing, 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 bing. Ba 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 ba. Bing, 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 bing. Ba ba. And fear comes in with the stinger. Oh my god, and Rob comes in with a third. Okay, so this is essentially a weird version of Wild Shape, but it's missing some stuff. What's it missing? How do hit points work? When you transform into the creature, do you have its hit points, or do you not? If you do have its hit points, it essentially makes you a lot more tanky. How long can you stay transformed? How many times can you use this transformation? All of these things are critically important to an ability like this and have everything to do with how powerful this will be. I will also say, from a multi-classing perspective, this is way too overpowered. This is so overpowered from a multi-classing perspective because any class could now take one level of this and have basically a better version of Druid's Wild Shape. And we don't want that. So what you can't be doing is giving you a first level feature that is unquestionably better than the core feature of the Druid. So that's going to come in to bite you a little bit. The other thing, which I think is actually more important, is the second level feature. And we're not going to read all these things, but you're doing literally the same mistake that you made initially. At second level, you get access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 34 options. And you have access to all of these. You can only have 2 of them at a time, but you can always pick from all of them. Not only is that more options than a warlock gets when they're choosing their invocations, that is, warlocks don't get to pick from all of their invocations. They get 2 of them, and then that's what they have. So you are still doing that thing that I told you, which is fine, but you gotta stop if you want this to work as a class, where you're just having fun writing out the features. If you're just having fun writing out the features, you're gonna have 100 features, and they're going to not work because it's never going to be able to balance, because you're never going to actually be able to balance all of those things interacting. And it's going to be really hard to use as a player, because this is like getting access to 30 spells. It's like at level 1. It's just way too much. It's just way too much. So if you want this to work, you have to simplify. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. So let's say we're doing a shape changer class. Maybe one of the transformations is the ability to have a natural attack that has reach. Maybe one of the abilities is the ability to have a natural attack that has a pushback or knockback. Maybe one of the abilities is the ability to have a natural attack that has no utility movement, but does a little bit of extra damage. And that's a feature. Right there, that's a feature. We don't need 30 different specific things. We need simple ideas that can be expressed in a lot of ways. If you have an attack that has reach, that could be a whip claw, that could be a tendril, that could be a shooting your tongue attack. But you are still doing that thing where you're just making way too many features, and they're going to be too strong. I mean, I'm going to give you an example right now. You're diving into the pool before learning how to swim. Let's just look at the very first feature. You get a natural weapon that has a 30-foot range, uses your dexterity for attack, and does 1d4 poison damage. Then the target has to make a con save of 15. Where does this 15 come from? Why is this number 15? Normally, when a class has a saving throw, it's based on one of their stats. So, for example, wizards have a spellcasting saving throw. It's based on their intelligence. Rangers have a spellcasting saving throw. It's based off of their wisdom. Monks have a key save DC. It's based off their wisdom. So, you need to pick a stat and you build it off of that. And that's where this number comes from. But even then, the target has to make a saving throw or is paralyzed for a minute. That is at least as powerful as a second level spell, but it's actually a lot more powerful. The closest thing in power to this would be the spell Hold Monster, which I believe is a 4th level spell. What is this doing? This is paralyzing a creature from 30 feet away. Not just a humanoid, not just a small creature, any creature from 30 feet away. So again, this is at 2nd level. You are getting access to multiple, basically better versions of the spell Hold Monster. And it's better than Hold Monster for a couple reasons. I don't remember the name of the spell. Is it Hold Monster? Yes. Hold Monster is a 5th level spell. Yes, it has a higher range, but it costs concentration. And again, it requires your 5th level spell slot, which means if you are a level 20 wizard, you have less uses of this ability than a level 2 version of this if their dex is higher than 3. And there's no repeated saving throws. So, like, if this is how powerful this one single feature is, which, by the way, and I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm just trying to tell you like it is, because you're stumbling into the same issue we talked about before. This, to me, says you are very new to writing homebrew, which is fine, but you don't have a strong sense of balance yet. Making a feature that has 33 options is not going to help you have a strong sense of balance. If anything, it is going to make it so this piece never has a sense of balance. So, until you have the ability to make a lot of features and options balanced, you need to simplify and limit those features. The other thing that you got to do is you just have to have an honest conversation with yourself about how powerful is a 2nd level changeling versus a 2nd level fighter or a 2nd level paladin. It can't really be more powerful than that. So, again, I love the idea of a transformative class. I think it's such a fun idea, but you really, really, really got to simplify this before you have to simplify it and start working on balancing it before you start building it out into this expansive thing. Every time you push it wider out, it is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger into more and more chaos and fall apart more. those be my thoughts about that. If you just got here, we are talking about people's homebrew, helping them with it. You can either post it in the event homebrew section or join me on the call. The way you join me on the call is in the Discord. You go to the waiting room. No pressure to do that if you don't want to, though. All right, let's see what other pieces people sent in today. We got a piece from Floragato. It's a new series of feats I'm doing, which are actually just mutations given to the players. This is my first, and I was looking to give it a mix of good and bad, and the bad being kind of silly. It's only the first draft, though. Do you not have... I want you to have a specific question. You don't have one. All right, so I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at here. Flagato, are you here in the chat? Did you have a specific question? I do like that you lose your legs and get a genie leg. That's funny. I don't really know how to help you if you don't have a question. All right, I am going to read this first one and give my thoughts on it. And if you have a more specific question and you're here, let me know. Otherwise, that's what you're getting. The cloud is a crackling thundercloud. You always static shock people when touched. You can reduce 10 from any lightning damage you take for 1 round once a day. That is not very clear. The way that I would probably write that is once per day when you take lightning damage, you can you can use your reaction to reduce that lightning damage by 10. This is pretty unclear. So there's a couple parts of this that are unclear. Is this supposed to be flavor, or is there supposed to be a mechanic to this static shock? That's the first one. The second thing is, I don't really know what it means that you can feel electricity around you within 5 feet, even through walls or surfaces, because there is not a lot of explicitly clear electricity in D&D. In fact, I would argue there is none. There is lightning and lightning damage, but whenever you're building a feat, even if it's supposed to be a joke feat, you have to make the mechanics really clear, or it's not going to make any sense. Does that make sense? So I as a dungeon master wouldn't know how to interpret this. I wouldn't know how to interpret this. There's no clear version of that. It seems like the only thing this feat actually does is once per day as a reaction, you can reduce the lightning damage you take by 10. And that is so niche that it's not really good. Like, that would be decent as like a common magic item or an uncommon magic item that also got something else. But when you make a feat, you want it to be a little bit more applicable than this, I think. Those are my thoughts. And next time, remember to ask a question, my friend. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. Jay Huan has a bard subclass called the class of the Bard of the Howler Monkey. They want to know if it needs more monkey. Here, you guys can take a look at it too. What did you say? I realized something else about my world and wonder if you could check it out. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Just ask it in the Discord. Just ask it in the chat here. I'm not going to go hunt for it. Okay, what do we get as a monkey? Unfortunately, I'm not going to read the whole subclass because I need you to not just tell me to read everything. I need to have something specific to look at here. This isn't time for a full review. At 3rd level, you get the following features. You get a magical tail. You can grasp stuff with it. You can speak with animals. So, okay. Make this monkeys only and it's more monkey. Is this a bard? When a creature misses with an attack on you or an ally within 5 feet of you, you can use a reaction to make an attack with your tail. This is the only thing that's using your bardic inspiration, and it's just doing damage. We should have a 3rd level feature that actually affects the use of our bardic inspiration. You don't have that. Every single bard has that. You need that. You get a climb speed, and then at 14th level, you can make a howl. I think it feels fine for monkey stuff. I think the main thing that I would say is there's not really your bardic inspiration use is a little lackluster. And there's a lot of emphasis on melee attacks, and it feels odd. I think we need a little bit more baked into this that makes it feel like this is a melee combatant bard. Maybe just the slice more somewhere. But yeah, is it monkey? Sure, it's fine monkey. That's all my thoughts on that. All right, I think that moving forward, I am just not going to pick ones that don't have a specific question, because I don't want to get annoyed at you for not asking a question. I'd rather just ignore you for not following the rules. All right, let's see. Pierce the Sky has a mechanics question. Let's see what their question is. Later on in my campaign, I'm wanting to give my players the experience of being Power Rangers. Specifically, I'm going to give them access to a Megazord-like robot. One where they each have control over a different limb, left arm, right leg, as they fight against a giant monster. The problem I'm musing over is how to give them each fair actions with their turns. You're worried that the arms are going to do more than the legs. I think that's a good concern. I would probably go about, like, giving all of them movement stuff and all of them attack stuff. So, like, maybe each of the legs has the ability to move the giant robot by running around, and they have the ability to do an attack by doing some sort of specialized, like, kick or shooting something out of their knees or something. And then with their arms, I'd give them, like, a grappling hook arm where they can, like, shoot their arm out. So the arms give them, like, the ability to move, like, vertically, and then can do, like, punching stuff or shooting stuff, depending on if you want them to be ranged or melee. That's, I think, the key. The key is giving all of them the option to do movement or attack, and then just split up who's getting the what kind. So maybe some people get vertical movement and ranged attacks, and some people get horizontal movement and melee attacks, or vice versa, that sort of thing. You could also do something where it's like the arms can decide to combine their actions into one super attack, and the legs can combine their actions to some sort of giant super stomp leap or something like that. That's what I would do if I were you. Does that make sense? I don't know. All right. Again, if you want me to look at some of your homebrew, please remember to have a specific question that is more than a general does this work. Ask a question about a specific feature, something like that. And then also you can post it in the event homebrew section of my Discord. And if you want to call in, you can join the Discord waiting room, and you get to jump to the very front of the line, and you can just call in. Let's see. Sunday says, I've never submitted before, so hopefully I'm doing this right. I wanted to make my very rough draft of a living lightning bolt spell. I'm gonna... that literally already exists, but you can make your own version of it. But there is an official living lightning bolt spell in D&D. I wanted to make it actually expressive and not just a stat block that casts lightning bolt spell. I want to show you the lightning bolt spell. I want it to be a higher level monster. I'm just trying to figure out the mechanics first. Worry about balancing later on. Come up with 3 abilities, but it seems lackluster for a powerful creature, so I wanted to be more ideas what it could do. I also know that this isn't formatted properly. All right, let's just take a look at it. So just so you know, I am just going to show you this. Living Lightning Bolt is a creature in D&D. Nope, that's Lightning Bolt. It's a CR5 monster. It's got all these resistances, immunities, and its special power is that it becomes a lightning bolt. It charges forward and blasts stuff. So, just so you know. Okay. General ideas. It could teleport. And make lightning. I mean, that's literally just what this feature is. That's exactly what that is. Melee zap. That is what this is. Although it can chain to other targets, which I guess is interesting. And then we're getting a lightning aura. Here's what I'll say. I think that's fine. My main thing would be, whenever you're designing a monster for D&D, you want to think about the type of encounter you want to build with it, and the sort of place it's going to sit in combat. Like, what is it supposed to feel like, and how easy is it to run? I think that there's nothing wrong with any of these features. I think they're all interesting. I think the idea that, I mean, half of them are already here, but I think the idea that when you hit a creature with an attack, it can chain to another one. If you want to get the language for that, you could look to a spell like Green Flame Blade. That is literally what that does, where when you hit a creature with Green Flame Blade, a little bit of extra fire damage bounces to another creature. So I think you could just copy that language. If you want to do a lightning aura, there's a million different monsters that have flame auras in D&D. Just look at like a fire elemental. You can just copy that and make it lightning. So you don't actually have to do that much work, I think, to get this working. What I would say is you just want to make sure that I wouldn't add anything more than this. This is a lot. If you want this thing to feel more like a boss type monster, you know, you could give it legendary actions. You could make it have more or less hit points. But depending on how you put the teleport, the melee zap, etc. into the action economy, this creature, I think, is doing plenty. The other thing that I would say, in general, whenever you're making a D&D monster, you should always look to see if there's some version of it that already exists, because inevitably it might do a lot of the work for you. You know, you don't really need to write a whole monster. You could take this Living Lightning Bolt, make its attack do a chain, give it an aura, probably boost its hit points a bit, and then you got like a pretty intense CR, probably like 9 or 10 monster, depending on how you tweak it. Up some of the damage. I don't even think you would need to up this damage if you were chaining the attacks, though. That's what I would say to that. Let's see who else sent something in. Hey Cinder, been working on this piece for a while. My main issue is the curse part. I took the main curse from an official item, but I want something more unique. All right, let's take a look. Here it is in the chat if you guys want to give it a gander. The second campaign idea is that the players will be isekai'd into multiple different anime worlds. Yeah, isekai campaigns are great. I love isekai campaigns. Ain't nothing wrong with that. They great. All right, so we're looking at this item. We're trying to help with the curse. It's a very rare greatsword, the Blade of Sutaz. This weapon once belonged to an ancient warlord and still holds some of his power. You get +1 to attack and damage rolls. Deals more necrotic damage. It has charges. Okay, what can you do with the charges? Let's see. Everything after this section is the sword attempting to win the user over with its dark powers, causing the user to fall deeper into the curse. This is not a mechanic. I would not write this way. This is flavor text. This is something I would put in italics somewhere as a note for the Dungeon Master. I wouldn't put this on the monster character sheet. You can consume all the card charges to cause the aura to spread within 10 feet of the user. It deals... This language is fucked, but that's okay. Auras don't spread within, they emanate from. Okay, so what does the aura do? It deals 3d10 necrotic damage to all creatures in the area that start their turn there and heals the user for d10. The effects last until the aura has killed a creature consuming its soul. What creature is consuming its soul? This is a very unclear mechanic. This is very unclear. So, this is also... My question is, this seems to be the only item... I'm sorry, I'm just now asking a lot of things, but there's a lot that this needs work on. This sword has 5 charges, but it only has one way to spend the charges, and the one way consumes all the charges. So why does it need charges? This should just be a once-a-day feature. Also, we don't know how we get the charges back. Also, this aura shouldn't last for this long. All right, let's see what the curse does. I would rebuild a lot of this. Let's see. While it's on your person, you have to make a wisdom saving throw whenever you take damage. On a failed save, you have to attack the creature that damaged you until you drop to 0 hit points, or it does. Here's what I would say. This curse is more annoying, I think, than it is flavorful or fun. So what I would do is tie it into the lore of this ancient warlord. What's their deal? Why was this sword made for them? What was the darkness that they held within them? But yeah, I think that in its current iteration, this needs a lot of work. I don't really know what the curse should be because I don't really know what the item does. It seems like the only thing the item does is give you an aura that just kills everything basically forever until some feature is met that is very unclear what it would be. Maybe you mean drops to 0 hit points. I don't really know. But I think until the item has a little bit more clarity, I don't really know what the new curse should be. In general, though, what I like curses to do is things that alter gameplay but don't, like, totally fuck it. So, like, maybe, for example, like, I think one of my favorite curses is this really minor, but, like, natural fire snuffs out within 30 feet of you. That's, like, hard. It's not crazy, but it's going to be bad sometimes. But, like, I would lean into that. I would lean less into curses that, like, completely take over your character. Anything that really removes the agency of the player is not really fun. So I would avoid things that remove player agency. Burger Pal, I do not know if it heals. We're not deep diving this. This isn't a feedback session. This is more of a, they're asking a question. I just needed to dive into the mechanics because I was hoping that the mechanics would give me a little bit of clarity of to like what the vibe of this thing is. So we got into the feedback of it a little bit because it just needs a lot of work. But yeah, I mean, I think that the curses should always, I think curses should be a little bit more story-based, personally. That's what I would say. I don't know how helpful that is. Sorry if it's not super helpful, but I think, yeah, I would say try to make your curse more story-based based on whoever this ancient warlord was. That's what I would do if I were you. All right, let's see. Also, just totally minor feedback, but there's a lot of features in D&D that do a version of this where there is an aura that hurts creatures inside of it, like Moonbeam or a bunch of other things. You should copy that mechanical language. Like, you could, not necessarily copy-paste the whole feature, but the language for what you want this feature to do exists in a bunch of places in D&D. So take advantage of that. You don't need to rebuild it from scratch because you end up writing stuff that feels a little off. Okay. What do you got here? King Kadasha. This is an old class that I've been working on for a couple years ago. Or a couple years. I'm trying to rework it and improve it to be more balanced, clear, and less complicated. I will look at it a little bit, but I'm not going to read the whole class. Let's see. I'm only going to read this part. At level 1, your fractured soul grants unstable, versatile power akin to raw magic. By expending a soul fragment, you can activate expressions as an action on your turn. You have a limit of these per turn and per day. You can exceed your daily... Okay, I'm going to stop reading it. I'm sorry. Here it is. I forgot to bring it up on screen. I'm going to stop reading it literally right here. This is where I'm going to stop reading, and I'm going to tell you why. So you're introducing a new mechanic. That's fine. You're introducing rules for that mechanic. You immediately talk about the exception to those rules. We don't even know what this mechanic does, and you're giving us exceptions to the rule. So, yes, I would say it's too complicated, but I would also say that the way you're teaching us how it works is too complicated. If you want to add a layer of complication to your new system, which is already a new system, don't add it in the front. Add it later. Maybe at level 1 it works this way, but maybe at level 5 you gain the surge of power where you now can wield your power in a way that you can push the limits of it or something. But you're building a system, and then you're building a complication for that system before we even understand what that system is used for. So yes, it is too complicated. Also, I just don't know what expressions are. Like, I don't understand. Like, so I'm understanding, you're telling us how attack rolls work for expressions before we really understand what an expression is. Do you give us a definition of expressions? You just list them. So, one expression is a creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take piercing damage. So that's an action. As an action on your turn, you can use a signature expression. After a long rest, you can replace any number of signature expressions. So it's just like a move? It's just a special move? Why are we building this whole system? Yeah, this just sounds like you're trying to build a thing that's not spells, but I don't understand. Just make this a resource that you get. This is very confusing. Are these all in action? I guess so. Okay, yeah, I guess my first question is, what is the point? Like, why do you need to build this new system? What is the intention of it? What is it going to make us feel differently? I don't really know. I'm not really sure. Because the way that it's written is, it sort of seems like you just get a bunch of, like, things that are kind of like cantrips. But they cost a resource now. And they're, like, a little bit better than cantrips. This one is really good. Also, you're going to have to be careful with the balance here. Like, a feature that's reducing bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage by 1d4 until the end of the next turn is so much worse than a feature that's adding 1d4 to your AC. So, as you're building these, you're going to have to build some power balance. But I feel like I genuinely don't understand why this is, what the intention of this is, other than, like, I could see this being written as fractured soul powers. You get access to a number of special features called your fractured soul powers. To use them, you have to use your fractured soul points. And then you just list them and say how many points they cost. Like, I don't understand the whole build-up into this. That's my main thought. Is this seems like a very complicated system to get to what amounts to things that are roughly the equivalent of a couple of, like, between a cantrip and a first level spell in terms of power. And I don't know why we need that complicated of a system. I also think it's just too much at first level to get. These are a lot of things to get at first level. And they count as magical for counterspell and anti-magic field? Why aren't we just doing spellcast? I don't know. I'm not sure why we're not just doing spellcasting. Maybe it's because you want these specific features, but they don't really do anything that unique. Like, all of these do things that basically spells do. Just, like, with minorly different things, but not really. Like, this is just Burning Hands, except it's a wisdom save instead of a dex save. And it does a little bit less damage, and it does fire damage instead of piercing. But, like, it's not that different, you know? It's a 15-foot cone. Oh, it's 15-foot line, excuse me. So it's not Burning Hands. It's Agazar's Scorcher or whatever. But, like, if the mechanic isn't unique, and the expression is sort of an overcomplicated version of spellcasting, I would say, what is the point? I think you're getting lost in the sauce here. That's what I would say. Maybe there is something specific that this mechanic is going to do to make it feel different. But whatever that thing is so unclear that I don't see the point of this mechanic right now. Did you have a more specific question, or were you just saying that you want to make it more balanced, more clear, and less complicated? I don't really know how to make it more balanced because I still don't really understand what the point of it... Like, the whole system just seems overly complicated, is how I feel about it. Yeah, I mean, I understand that there's definitely an interesting idea in, like, you have a certain amount of resources and you can use more than one on a turn, but they are limited they're still limited. Like, you can use up to 2 on a turn, up to 3 on a turn. Like, that's cool. I like that. But I think that this whole system, this way of expressing it is really confusing. And it's not even clear how using more than 1 point affects things. So, like, at first, like, at level 1, I get 6 points, and I can use up to 2 per turn. How? I only have 1 action, okay? Let's say I use offensive... Let's say I use this one. What's the difference between me putting 1 point in and 2 points? I don't know. It doesn't say anything on it about that. Does it say it up here somewhere? If it does, that's really not helpful. It's not... I don't see how it's doing it. Literally, the only thing we see about pushing the limits is you get damage to yourself. I might be missing something. I might be missing something that is obvious, that is written down here somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. So that's my main feedback, is that this seems like a very complicated system to get to. Basically, you get a pool of points. You can spend a number of them up to your proficiency bonus each turn. You can use the following things to do them. You get one where you use a point and it does a 15-foot line and it deals 1d6 damage per point used or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Those are my thoughts right now, King Crusher. I feel like this thing needs a lot of work, to be clear. All right. I see 15 Bree in the chat. Let me grab them. Hey, 15 Bree, what's up? How's it going?
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
How you doing today?
Pretty good.
I see you sent in a monk subclass. What is your question? What specifically do you want to look at? Keep in mind, this is not a full review. This is not a let's read everything and talk about it. This is a give me something specific you want some help with.
This is a subclass I've been working on and off for a while, but I keep getting lost in adding unrelated features or just making it way too complicated.
Sure.
In the document I sent, there's 3 features that I want to include for sure, but I wasn't sure what level these should be at.
Are these just the 3 features you're interested in including, or is this sort of the structure of the subclass?
These are 3 features that I 100% want to add, but not sure where to add them.
I am going to start by asking you what a focus point is.
That's the key points in 2024.
Thank you. I am new to 2024. Thank you for clarity. Okay. Okay. So let's look. Density of matter. When you're holding an object, you can spend a focus point to increase its weight by up to 5 times, or decrease its weight to 1/5 of its original weight. It lasts until you drop the item or choose to end the effect. There needs to be more of a time limit on it than that. Do you like the way that it's written? I don't know if it's intentional, but the way that it's written, it sounds like I could choose to just have it last forever.
As long as you're holding it, that was the idea.
I would say whichever happens first at the end of this. Like, there needs to be clarity, because it's like you can either choose to drop it or it can just end whenever you want. Like, it doesn't sound like dropping it. It doesn't sound, you see what I mean? Like, it sounds like it's choices.
Yeah.
What is this one? When you land an unarmed strike or as a bonus action against a willing creature, you can spend a focus point to shift the direction of its gravity. Declare a direction. When moving against this direction, reduce movement speed equal to your unarmored movement bonus. When moving this direction, increase movement speed equal to your unarmed movement bonus. Let me look at the last one. As an action, you can spend points to reverse gravity. A creature within 20 feet of you, they have to make a saving throw or begin falling upward. They have to remake the save at the end of each of their turns. Creatures with reverse gravity fall at a rate of 30 feet per round, or at the and at the beginning of each of their turns. I think these are all kind of interesting features. The first one is sort of a ribbon feature. I'm sure there will be situations that folks can come up with really clever stuff to do with it. But I think realistically, either one of these could be 3rd or 6th level features. None of them are particularly intense. I do want to point out that I think that they are a little overcomplicated in how they're written. Just to give you an example of what I'm talking about here, you could rewrite gravity reversal to basically be like, you can cast levitate.
Yeah, that would work. I didn't think of that for some reason.
You don't have to make it that, because also that adds other elements to it. But like, I would lean into stuff like that where you can, because this is basically doing levitate, except it's 30 feet instead of 20 feet. In terms of this one, I like the idea. I think what I would do if I were you is to simplify it. I would not make it related to directional gravity. I would just make it in terms of weight. And I would basically make it like you can either make a creature have its movement speed penalized by your unarmored movement or increased by your unarmored movement. It's basically doing the same thing as that anyway, just in a more specific way. I don't think the flavor of you picking a creature and picking which direction gravity is happening is going to add to the fun more than just being able to decide if they are slowed or sped up.
For that, I was more thinking of like, you would just choose a direction. For your ally, you could make them run in really quickly, or for an enemy, you could make them unable to get to your allies.
Yes, but what I'm saying is you can do literally that same thing by getting rid of all the direction stuff and just saying when you hit a creature, you can have their movement speed reduced by your unarmored movement, or you can choose to do it on an ally and have their movement speed increased by your unarmored movement. You could just do that. It doesn't, the directional part is adding a layer of complicated that I don't think is also adding a layer of fun. I think it's just I think it's making it less powerful and more annoying to write out in a way that will look good on the page.
Okay.
If you disagree, keep it as is, but that's my thought about this feature. I would say I think it's better across the board if it's just affecting movement speed and not affecting directional movement speed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Crazy Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted. You're very kind, you glorious Tyrannosauri. Thank you. Very kind, very kind. Yeah, those are my main thoughts. Did you have any other specific questions about it?
Not really.
Cool. I love the idea of a gravity guy. Gravity's a fun thing to mess with. You're going to want to put a range on this willing creature thing also. Also, you're going to want to say how long their movement speed is affected.
Okay.
Because that'll also impact it. Like, is it a round? Is it a minute? Is it until the end of your next turn? All that stuff.
Yeah.
And then depending on that, you can sort of play with it. You know, because the only other thing that I would say here, and this is less specific to this subclass, but I think it's pretty important, is that monks in general are very key point hungry. So, or focus point hungry. So when you make a feature limited by focus points, it's not the end of the world, because you do get more focus points than like a warlock gets spell slots, for example. But it is similar to making a feature to like being a warlock and having a feature that only triggers when you use your spell slots. Like, it's sort of like when you lose the ability to do your monk stuff, you also lose your whole subclass. So what I would do is make sure some aspect of this subclass is not tied behind its focus points. Because you don't want to be in a situation where you lose everything when you lose your key points. The other thing that I would do if I were you is you could tie some of these into key point usage. So for example, with directional gravity, instead of it being tied to you making an unarmed strike, why not have it tied to when you use Flurry of Blows? That way you could use this and Flurry of Blows on the same time. That is how a lot of monk subclasses work, where their unique feature triggers off of when you use another monk feature that uses key points, focus points, so that you're not having to spend them in both directions.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the open hand monk is a good example of that. But you could also do that with anything. It could be like when you use Step of the Wind, you could use this other thing. Now, obviously, the one that makes other creatures makes your allies move. Maybe that one doesn't make as much sense, but maybe it does, right? The Way of Mercy monk is a good example of that too. Whenever they use Flurry of Blows, they can do extra necrotic damage, or they can change one of those into a healing punch. So it could still be tied into that, you know? So even the bonus could kind of fit in that direction too. But yeah, you don't want this thing to all be limited behind focus points. Or if you do, you want those focus points to be more baked into using them with the core class so that you don't feel like your monk's running out of juice too quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Any other thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
Nope. That about answers all the questions I had for now.
Cool. All right, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Thanks for having me.
Peace. Click. Okie dokie. Let's see. Who else sent some stuff in? Builder, you sent something in, but you didn't ask a question. Okay. Let's see here. All right, Cinnamon sent in a monster that they want to know if they feel like the CR is accurate and if it's too confusing. Let's take a look. The thing I learned about monks is their class has feature bloat. So you have to really limit how many new things you add to it. Yes, that's a good point. They do have a bit of bloat. Just a slice. All right. The question is if the CR is reasonable. It's CR 18. I mean, it's got a bunch of hit points. Vulnerabilities is a dangerous thing to put on monsters. With that you want to be make a difficult CR. Also, does the resistance to non-magical weapons, anything with a damage vulnerability, you might as well not make it a boss and assume that the players are going to figure out a really cool way to kill it. That's what I would say. When I see this, I see, oh, I can kill this in one round pretty easily. So just think about that. They get phase step. Is this just the full phase step feature from the Eladrin, all of the Eladrins put together? That's what it looks like. Don't do that. So yeah, that's too many words for something that doesn't really do anything that particularly important or interesting from a monster perspective. Not saying it's not good, but there's better ways to write this. So what I would do for something like this is, as a bonus action, this jabroni can teleport some amount of feet. After they teleport, they explode. An aura of magic explodes around them in 35 feet, and they can do one of the following effects. And then list 4 things. And they should take up no more than 1 sentence. Each creature that fails the saving throw is charmed until the start of its next turn. Each creature that fails the saving throw is frightened until the start of its next turn. Each creature that fails the saving throw takes 1d4 fire damage. Each creature that fails the saving throw is knocked prone. Stuff like that. I think that will help. These features are not really intended, unless, I don't think you took these from the monster Eladrin. They look like they're from the player Eladrin, but I don't actually know. But either way, the way that they're written is these are not written intent. The wording that is used and the mechanics of these features is such a way that they're not really intended to be smashed on top of each other. Like, this is not a confusing mechanic. This is not a confusing mechanic. This is not a confusing mechanic. they become overwhelming when each one of them individually is an option that you are picking between. Because now, as a dungeon master, if I'm picking what option to use, I'm essentially reading a paragraph. I'm essentially reading 3 paragraphs in 1 sentence before I decide what I'm going to do, if I don't exactly remember what these do and how they work. And that's too much. So I would simplify. Also, if this is going to be a CR 20, this teleport should be farther, and the radius of this feature should probably be pretty big. I would say, like, I would make the teleport like 90 feet, and I would make the radius of this like a minimum of 20 feet. They get a bunch of spells. That's not confusing. That's just spells. If you're going to be doing aura stuff, be careful that the aura stuff doesn't... Okay. This aura makes creatures not be able to talk, not be able to lie. That's cool. Why did you list 1 minute twice? You're overly wordy. You're adding too many stipulations here. All of this stuff is annoying. So get rid of that. So what I would say here is something like that. When a creature starts its turn within 60 feet of this jabroni, they have to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they can't willingly tell a lie until they leave the area. Or they can't willingly tell a lie for 1 minute. Just keep it like that. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. Remember, whenever you're making a monster, this is less important for player features, but when you're making a monster, you are making a tool for the dungeon master. So the dungeon master, they need to read this whole thing to understand what this does. How many parts of this feature actually really matter for the monster, for the players, I should say, and how can you write them in a way that is going to be and by the way, when I say how many of them matter, I mean how many words on this page are going to lead to something the players feel an impact of actively? Is it going to change the way this feels if you say all creatures within 60 feet of the court guard have to make a wisdom saving throw? On a failure, they can't willingly tell a lie. Creatures with Fey ancestry have disadvantage on the roll, period. I think that will feel literally the same as this and will take a third of the time to read from the Dungeon Master perspective. You can have a lot of stipulations. Sometimes a feature needs a lot of stipulations, but you only need so much information on the page that the Dungeon Master is able to run the monster well in a way that feels good. Like, what's the difference between a monster that attacks and deals damage using D4s as opposed to using D10s? Literally nothing. From the player perspective, they're just taking damage. A lot of this stuff has a little bit of that vibe to it. So you always want to think about monsters never need to be more than the tool the Dungeon Master needs to make the thing feel like what it's supposed to feel like. And a lot of the time, players don't need subtle things to feel something exciting. They need big, bold, kapah, you know? That's pretty much my feedback across the board here. I don't think we're going to read the whole thing, but that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, whenever you're building features, remember that for monsters, you're building a set of tools for the Dungeon Master to use, which means that you want them to be easy for the Dungeon Master to understand them quickly, and easy for the Dungeon Master to find them on the character sheet. A monster sheet is basically like a quick reference guide for the Dungeon Master. They should be able to look down at the cat monster and find what they need to find in 12 seconds. You don't want to create a situation where your monster stat block requires the Dungeon Master to say, wait a minute, and then for them to look down at the monster for like a minute or two to figure out what they're going to do. In general, what I think the best monsters do is they create situations where the Dungeon Master is looking at their players more than they're looking at the stat block. That's that's a good like rule of thumb, I think. Is you want your monsters to encourage the dungeon master to not need to reference the stat block too much. Ooh, we got another caller. We got Shades coming in here. Hey Shades, what's up, cowboy? How's it going? Shades, unmute.
Oh, sorry. I think the stream is a little bit behind on my screen because
No worries.
I did not expect.
No worries, no
picking up
worries.
so fast. Okay.
Did you send something in, or did you have a question?
Yeah. I sent something in just now, but it's not a lot of it because I have a question about the lore, and it's a pretty small one.
Sure. Let's just talk. We can just talk
Okay.
lore then.
Okay, so I'm making a setting inspired by Norse mythology.
Mm-hmm.
To be clear, not adapting Norse myths into a D&D setting, just like I got
The vibe.
basing it off of it. Yeah. So I'm adding Dragonborn to them because dragons are pretty prominent in Norse myths, so I think they fit.
Mhm.
And I'm making 3 different variants.
Mm-hmm.
Based on different dragons in myths.
Okay.
So I'm a little bit lost if they should replace the existing Dragonborn or exist in the setting alongside them.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and they are going to determine the answer. I'm going to ask you one first. Do you think any of your players will want to play traditional Dragonborn?
Okay, that one's slightly hard to answer because I'm not making this for a campaign right now. I am making a setting book that I intend to publish.
Awesome. Next question. Do you have any specific ideas for what Dragonborn should uniquely be in this world?
Vaguely.
Okay. I now have a third question. Is the lore that you have for these sort of alternative Dragonborn very does it... I guess my question is do they have any connection or active association or active disassociation from traditional Dragonborn? Or are they sort of like Dragonborn but a little different?
Honestly, I think it's the first one.
I mean, there's no harm in saying, like, you can be a regular Dragonborn or you can be these alternative ones. I just think that if you are actively changing what dragons are in your world, and that is spreading down into the Dragonborn, there might be a element of, then what about the other Dragonborn that are still kind of like the OG versions of dragons? You know?
Okay, yeah.
So you might want an answer to that question in the book somewhere. Like, do traditional dragons exist in your world, or is it explicitly just these alternative ones?
To be honest, I was going to decide that based on if I kept regular Dragonborn.
I would go in the other. I would go in the other direction. I would answer the question from a world building perspective. If this is a campaign setting book, I would say in general, when you're making a campaign setting book, I think that you have a bunch of different ways to go about it. But I think the 2 probably easiest ways to go about it are to either decide that this isn't really a completely different setting than D&D. It's just a lot of stuff to help you play in a different direction. So we're just keeping everything from D&D, but also adding all this other stuff. That's one way to think about it, which is, I think, is a very easy way to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
The other way to think about it, which I think is also a very easy way to think about it, is this is a completely different setting than D&D. Old Dragonborn, they are not here. If you are using this campaign book and you want to include Old Dragonborn, fine. But in this setting, it is these different types of dragons and these different types of Dragonborn. And that is also very easy to do and helps give your setting a much bolder feeling. And inevitably, whoever's
Okay.
using your books is either going to follow or not follow the rules. They don't really care. Like, they're going to do whatever they want. But, like,
Yeah.
if you go out of your way to say, while some D&D species exist in this setting, some don't. These other species exist in their stead. This is what makes them different. And then what I would probably add on top of that is having somewhere like a little addendum that's like, if you do want to include the original Dragonborn and the original gnomes or whatever in this setting, here is a way to interpret their existence here.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a book that I really like. Is it on the shelf over there? No, I think it's in my living room. But there's a book called Dark Matter, which is a really good campaign setting book. And they basically have a bunch of new... It's an alien sci-fi campaign alternative. And they have a bunch of new species that are very alien and sci-fi. But they have also... And new sub-races. Like, they have the star elf and the void gnome and all that kind of stuff. But they also have a whole section that's like... Here is the lore for traditional D&D races if you want to use them also. And it's really fun and nice because not only does it answer the question of, like, if somebody does want to use those, here's how to do it, but it also just, from a Dungeon Master perspective, gives you a bunch of, like, unique little vignettes of lore that you could use for, like, plots and stuff if you want, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay. On the thing you said about if dragons are being fundamentally changed in the setting, I did kind of face that question a while ago when I was thinking about trolls in this setting, because trolls in Norse mythology are wide and diverse. They got a range of creatures, but in D&D they're kind of a specific thing.
I don't understand what your question is.
I got the not really a question. Just a thought I had associated with the thought. I wanted to change. I was thinking about changing trolls. I got in this setting to be more like the ones in Norse mythology, but I didn't know where to begin. I got that. That just reminded me of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to build like if you're trying to build a if you're trying to build new lore for something, I usually would say start from the place of, like, what is already unique in your world and use that as, like, a catalyst to think about how that uniqueness would spread to other things. Or if you have a unique idea that you think would be fun to play with, use that. But if you don't have any specific ideas, I mean, it could be a million different things. I don't really know anything about your world lore. What I would say is, in my experience, trolls are, like, really close to traditional Norse mythology as is. So I don't know how much I would change them. Like, if anything, I might change, like, giants to be more Norsey, but or like hill trolls and that sort of thing. But I don't know. I think that if you want to change something, that's a great idea. But you should think about, there's a million different directions it could go, and I don't have any specific ideas for how to change trolls for you. I don't know that much about Norse mythology, and in my experience, trolls are, like, pretty close to that as is.
Yeah. Okay. I think they're very similar to, like, one kind of trolls, but I got some trolls in Norse myths are also, like, just people.
Yeah. What is going on?
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to help somebody with the Discord. Thanks you very much. Thanks for the call. All right,
Yeah.
bye. All right, are people not able to access the event homebrew channel? I'm confused. Why? Why are some, like, it's not hidden. It's open to everybody. Everybody has permissions to see it. So I don't know. Milky, if you want to tell me what's up, maybe there's something else going on. I'm not sure. Okie doke. Let's see. Do we have anybody else in the waiting room? We do. King Crusher. King Crusher, I talked about your thing already, but I'll bring you on. We can talk about it more. Hey, King Crusher, how's it going?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Yes, I spoke about your piece before. I don't know if you saw.
Oh, like in this stream?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
I'll tell you basically, brief nutshell. You did the Fractured Soul.
Correct.
My main feedback, and you could go back and watch the details, is that signature expression seems like a very tedious, overcomplicated feature for something that doesn't do anything that tedious and complicated.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna ask about that because I'm still reworking that, and I wasn't sure whether or not I'd want to talk about that. But
Okay.
if I were to, I was gonna ask, do you think it's worth having that, or should I just say you get to pick cantrips from this list?
I don't think it's worth having it unless you figure out a way to make it a lot simpler in how it's written. Like, I was getting annoyed as I was reading it by how many...
Yeah.
Like, just to give an example, like, you start explaining exceptions to rules before you explain what the rules are. And that's never a good sign.
For...
Like, you can spend a limited number of SF per turn per day, but you can... So, okay, cool. That's a new rule. We don't even know what we're spending them on yet. We don't know how they fit into the action economy. We know nothing about them. We just understand this one limitation. Immediately after you give us that limitation, you now tell us a whole other rule about how we can break that limitation, and now want us to keep track of that mechanic too, before we know what these things even do.
Right.
So, like, there's just a lot of layers you're building, and what does it get to? It gets to essentially something roughly the equivalent of a cantrip. It just seems like a lot of work to get to something that's not that complicated. Like, it's like, it's, if I was going to make this feature, I would just scrap the whole thing, and I'd be like, you get this many sorcery points. You get this many soul points. You can only spend a number of soul points equal to your proficiency bonus per turn. You can spend them to do the following things. Piercing Gaze. You can spend a soul point to deal this amount of damage. It deals more dice depending on how many soul points you spend. And just that's it. Like, you don't need... There's so many layers here that feel like you're explaining things that are not relevant at level 1, or if they are, I don't see how they are. And I don't think you need to overcomplicate... Like, I only need to understand this thing enough that I can use it at level... I don't need all the different layers to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
And you've seen me talk about this on stream before, but like, the journey should not be more complicated than the destination.
Yeah.
So like, if the destination is ideal 1d6 piercing damage in a 15-foot line, the journey should not be this. You know?
Right. And okay, actually, here's the thing. I realize what you're talking about is actually 2 separate features. So that also tells me that I need to make it more clear what things are and probably give more distinct names, because expressions and signature expressions in that are different things and they work differently, where the signature expressions are basically just cantrips. And I did plan on giving those a different name because it is very similar.
So the other thing then is that I would say is if that's true, you're explaining expressions before we see any expressions, because you explain expressions and then you jump into signature expressions.
I didn't write any of the expressions there, and I didn't write where to find them, but I was in the process of like moving all of the expressions to...
Oh, you got cut off for a second.
Oh, I did?
Yeah,
I was in...
Hello? You there?
Hello? I am here. I don't know why I'm cutting out.
Keep speaking.
Hello. I wonder if it's something on my end. Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. My Discord just froze up, so that's fun. But if you can still hear me, then it's all good.
Yeah, you're
I
good.
guess.
I can hear you.
But yeah, I was in the process of moving all of the expressions down to the end of the document instead of having them listed under the levels.
Okay, so regardless of what this mechanic actually does, I think the biggest thing you have to deal with right now is it is really confusing in the way it's explaining itself, and it doesn't actually seem like it's doing anything that complicated. Like, it seems like it's a really confusing way to get to, you get to cast spells, but they're not spells.
Yeah. The idea is that
it shouldn't be this confusing. Like, I would go out of my way to simplify it if I could. Tone down, make, like, not just tone down, like, let me rephrase what I'm saying. The problem that I'm having with it is very confusing in the way it's expressing itself, but more so, it's not really doing anything that doesn't feel like spellcasting. So my question is, like, if the system if the system doesn't feel that different than spellcasting, then why use it? Because it's very confusing. It's not making it feel different. So I think what you need to ask yourself is, how can I change the system so it genuinely feels different enough that I should build it? And then trying to simplify that system into something that is usable without having to read a crazy amount of stuff at level 1. Hello?
Hello.
Did you hear what I said?
Not most of it, but I think I got it. You said it's too complicated for what it's doing because it's mostly just spellcasting, right?
Yeah, but specifically what I said is, if you want it to be a whole new system, it needs to feel, the system that you use needs to lead to it feeling distinctly different than spellcasting, and it doesn't right now.
Yeah.
So it's okay to make a new complicated system, but there needs to feel, in the way that like, its existence needs to be proven worthwhile in how it feels to play and to read. And you know what I mean?
Yeah. The main idea with that is, like, with the amount of points you can do for turn, instead of just you can only do one thing, you can do multiple. That was the main idea for that.
Okay. So I would push that to the forefront, because quite literally, I didn't know that that was a thing this allowed you to do until you just said it just now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, this piece is like a couple of years old at this point, and I'm trying to make it more clear now. So a lot of the stuff you're talking
what
about
I would do if I were you,
I haven't gone over.
I would open a new document and start. Don't erase this, but I would open a new document and start building it from scratch, because I think there's. I don't know how much. I think it's going to be a lot more work to use this scaffolding into something and melt that into something that's clear than just to try to write it as something clear.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it may be like the tables and stuff, but in terms of this whole opening thing, which I think matters a lot for this class.
Yeah, probably. But that wasn't actually what I intended to ask you about.
Okay, then what did you want to ask about?
I wanted to ask for your help for ideas on how my players are going to solve this one encounter. So, a bit of background info. Players just got involved in a big thieves guild.
Mm-hmm.
The leader guy that they're reporting to just sent them on a mission to wipe this one researcher's memory and destroy all of his work.
Mm-hmm.
How do I explain this? They found a journal of the researcher, tells them a bunch of, like, in whether or not they actually want to go through.
Dude, I am so sorry, but you keep cutting out. So I
keep cutting out?
Yeah, I heard like maybe half of what you just said.
Yeah.
So
right.
maybe not the time for a long story question. If you can make it shorter, I could try to help.
Maybe I'll just try again on another stream. I just got a new laptop, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the mic or if it's the internet, but you keep cutting out. So I apologize, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't hear what your question was.
That's fine. I can ask it later. I can just think about it myself. You already answered some of my questions for the Fractured Soul.
All right,
so
buddy.
I'm satisfied with that.
Cool. All right. Sorry about the mic stuff.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, I think it's the laptop.
All right, buddy.
So I just got it yesterday.
All right, cool. All right. Thank you very much. Good luck with your mic. Love you. Bye. What's up, Rin? What are you doing? We're doing Homebrew Helper. We're talking to people about their D&D homebrew. Living our homebrew lives. Just trying to, you know, dance the dance of homebrew dancing. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're good. As always, if anybody wants to call in, you can join the waiting room, but you don't have to. You can also send your homebrew. Milky, if you want to call in, hop into the voice chat. Anybody that wants to call in, you don't need to ask. Just go into the waiting room in the Discord, and that counts as you. Then I'll see you. I'll see you, and I'll look upon you, and I'll think to myself, "Wow, indeed, soon we shall communicate, and glory shall fall upon us." That's what I'll think. That's what I'll say to myself, and what I'll think. Communication, I hardly nation. You sent one in the homebrew? Yeah, I'm scrolling through right now to see which ones I haven't spoken about yet. Remember, you have to ask a question with it. If you just post a piece of homebrew and don't ask a specific question, and by question, what I don't mean, how do I want help balancing this whole thing. I mean, like, I don't know what to put for the capstone, or the curse isn't working, or things like that. Like, have a specific thing you're looking for help with, because we're not doing full reviews right now. Let me grab Milky. What's up, Milky? How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing all right.
What can I do for you today?
Okay, so I started on this project like a couple years ago, and I'm starting to get back to it.
Is this a thing that we're discussing, or should I be looking for something you posted in the Discord also?
I posted it in the Discord. It's a class.
All right. Did you post it in the event thing?
Yeah. I tried.
Don't see it.
It's telling me I do not have permission to send messages, so I created a thread.
No, you have to. There is a thread that you need to post it in. There is a thread for this stream called Homebrew Helper March 17th. Post it in that.
Do that. Okay, I'm trying to figure this out.
It's complicated, but it shouldn't be that complicated. If you go to the event Homebrew channel, and then you click on pinned messages, or maybe not pinned messages, just, it's not pinned, but if you literally just look at the most recent thing I posted, there is a thread under it with 48 messages in it. Go to that and post it there. Do you see it? I will pin the comment so you can find it. Literally, look at the post I sent and look immediately underneath it.
Okay, I posted it.
Thank you. All right, so what are we working on? What is your question? How can I help?
I have the first 3 levels of the class,
and
you always say that the first 3 levels are the most important levels.
They are.
So I want to know first if it feels like it should be a class, and I want to know about, because I did an alternate spellcasting thing, and I want to know if that works. If you think it works.
All right, let's take a look. Where's the alternate? Can you just? I don't want to read the whole thing. Can you explain to me how it works?
So
this table looks very similar to a normal spellcasting table. I don't want to have to find the differences inside it.
Just a second.
Just explain it to me. Just explain it.
I gotta do something. Just a second.
Okay. Do you want me to count to 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The great thing about number 16 is it's divisible by 4. Milky, I can't have this dead air.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. All right, explain to me the spellcasting of this Psionic class.
So, instead of getting spell slots, you can cast each spell you have prepared once a day. And
okay.
You cast it at the highest available level.
How many spells can you do that with per day?
says
So you get
here-
3, and then up to 7, up to 9. I guess my question would be why? What's the gameplay intention behind that?
So it's kind of like how the psionics on the monster stat block works, where you can cast it each spell once a day. I wanted it to kind of be like that.
Was the intention
So
that you wanted it to be like the monster stat blocks, or you wanted it to feel the way that monster stat blocks feel?
I wanted it to feel like how the psionics on the monster stat blocks feel.
So, but psionics on monster stat blocks are the exact same as spell casting on monster stat blocks. So there's not really a difference there. It's just like special moves. The main thing that I would say is the reason why it is that way on monster stat blocks is so that it is easier to run monsters. Like, you are expected to not encounter monsters multiple times per day, or you're not expected to fight the same monster multiple times in a day. Like, the main reason why monsters have been simplified into that sort of system is so the dungeon master doesn't have to think about a bunch of different resources for each monster and can kind of spotlight like what their big moves are supposed to be, because monsters are not intended to be used 30 times. You just use them once. So that's the main reasoning behind that. Is that I don't know how that is going to feel from a player perspective. Like, I don't think it would necessarily be bad. It might be okay, but it's just so much more limiting than any sort of traditional spellcasting abilities casting, and I don't know what benefits it offers. And I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Like, is there an interesting flavor aspect that this is trying to evoke? Is there a benefit to this that I'm missing, or is it sort of just pulled from the monster?
I'm trying to invoke some sort of flavor in it.
So what is that? What is that flavor you're trying to invoke?
I wanted it to have a different flavor than normal spellcasting, because it's not normal spellcasting.
So whenever I talk, let's remember, when people write homebrew and I say, don't use the sentence, this barbarian isn't like other barbarians, just start by saying what makes this barbarian unique. So I say again, you didn't actually say what flavor you want this to evoke. You just said you want it to feel different than spellcasting. So I'm going to say again, what specifically do you want this to feel like? Like, don't just say different than spellcasting. How do you want it to feel different than spellcasting?
Well,
what is the intention? What is the goal? If there were no other spellcasters in all of D&D, if this was the only class, what is this supposed to make it feel like? What's your intention?
It's supposed to feel like you're casting the spells with your mind.
Does limiting each spell to only once per day help it feel like you are casting spells from your mind?
I don't know.
Because I would say no. I would say that makes it feel like you're almost pulling spells from like a resource list. Like you have like a deck of cards, and each card you pull, it disappears. So I think if your goal is to make it feel like you're casting spells from your mind, I don't know if limiting them in this way is going to accomplish that. It does also change it a bit to feel less like you are casting spells and more like you have like a list of powers that you get access to once a day. But I don't know if that makes it feel more like a mental thing or more like you are sort of a meta version of like a video game character. So if you don't feel like that mechanic explicitly helps it feel like you're casting spells from your mind, I might start that with there and say, if this doesn't feel like that, or if I'm not sure if it feels like that, what can I do to it to make it feel like that? Or should I just scrap it and come up with something new with that intention as the driving force? That's what I'd say.
Because I want it to be like a half caster. Obviously, the spells only go up to level 5.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, warlock spells only go up to level 5. They're not a half caster. So depending on how often you're casting spells, that's neither here nor there. But you could do that if you want to. But again, what I'm saying, the most important thing here is not the specific decision you make. It's that the decision you make reflects what you want it to feel like.
Okay.
And if you don't know if this mechanic feels like you're casting spells from your mind, I think that's what matters most.
I also have another question.
Sure.
It's about the mental recovery feature. It feels too much like the wizard's arcane recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to know how I could try to make it feel different.
I don't think I'm going to have an answer for this question until we have a solid sense of how the initial power works. I don't know how a power should recover if I don't know how the power works. If you want to keep the power working as is, then I would say it kind of does feel similar to arcane recovery, and I'm not sure what the alternative should be, because the power in its current iteration to me doesn't feel like psychic mental powers. It feels like I'm an isekai video game character that has a series of moves I can do. So I would be building it in a pretty different direction if I kept this system. I'm not sure.
I do make the psionics more like, say I make it more like a warlock.
Mm-hmm.
And you can cast this. You get the spell slots. So if I make it like pact magic,
mm-hmm.
that's still different than normal spell casting, but it's not completely different. Would that be better for psionics?
I mean, at that point, I would say then why... I don't want to... My brain immediately says if we're using warlock spell slots, why are we not building a warlock subclass to do this? I don't know if it, like... I don't know what the solution is here, but I feel like it could. Like, that could. Anything could work. But again, none of that isn't really addressing what I think is the most important here, which is if you wanted to do warlock spellcasting, do you feel like warlock spellcasting does a better job of representing psionics? If you do, then I think that would make sense to use. If you're picking it because it's different and it's sort of arbitrary, then again, I think it's not addressing the actual issue, which is where does the mechanism of your spellcasting meet the feeling of casting stuff mentally?
You don't need material components.
I mean, that's true, but okay, that's like such a small part of the flavor. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the aberrant mind sorcerer. Okay. Like, I think that could be fine. I mean, you could argue the flavor is different because they're not spells at all. So there's maybe like they don't interact with dispel magic or counterspell in the same way. You could do all sorts of stuff like that. What I would do probably is if I was going to make a psionic character, I would just not give them spellcasting, or I would come up with a series of essentially like invocation type features that they pick from that might build into some of them might have minor spellcasting things, like maybe one of them essentially gives you mage hand or something like that. But I think as soon as you're making them a spellcaster, you're sort of deciding to make them magic and not psychic. Unless you have a way of engaging with that spellcasting that makes it feel like it's coming from the mind. And I think that when you look at mental recovery and you're like, dang, that feels a lot like arcane recovery, it's like, yeah, it does. Because you're casting spells like a spellcaster, you know?
You know what? You're right. I think like the invocations and just giving some of the invocation spells and then making some of the other ones unique features would be better.
There was a Unearthed Arcana psychic psionics class, and it was completely broken and busted, and I hated it. But it did. I know it did have systems.
I've never seen it, but I heard of it, and I wanted.
So go look at that up. I wouldn't copy it one for one, but it does have a couple things that essentially it uses like sorcery points or psionic points, and some of them do things where it's like you spend a psionic point to cast levitate, but others are like you spend a psionic point to like push something 10 feet. Or I don't know. There's a bunch of, but like that might be a way to build it. Either way, I think that if you do want to incorporate some element of spells, because there are going to be a lot of spells that can do psionic things like fly or levitate or things like that, mage hand. What you could do is when you get access to those specific spells, whatever resource you use to spend them on, you could say explicitly, like, when you use this feature, you get the effects of the spell, but it does not count as a spell for the purposes of counterspell, dispel magic, blah, 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 blah. So you could sort of get the best of both worlds, where you don't need to write out the whole thing. You could basically shorthand, you get fly, but it can still feel psychic because you're not doing magic. It's just the effects of the fly spell.
Okay.
But yeah, the main thing that you want to be thinking about here is if you're building a class that is fundamentally built around a new mechanic, a new resource system, a new core system, you want that core system to empower and push forward the fiction of the class. If it feels like it's kind of just running alongside it or divergent from it, then I think it's time to take a step back and think about how you can change it to help push it in line with that.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for giving us a gander at it. All right, I'm hanging up on you now. Love you. Bye. Click. All right, friends, I need to pee really badly. I'm going to go do that, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes, okay? BRB. And we'll answer more questions and look at more homebrew. 1 second. 1 second. I'm almost back. I'm almost back. Don't be too sad. Don't be too scared. Papa's home. Daddy's home. He's here to teach you about what kind of cheese goes on the burger. What kind of cheese goes on the soul. I think Patrick Perini might join us. Let me see if he still wants to join for discussing the final things or however much longer we want to go. Not final things, but, you know. Pat, you still want to... Let me message you. You want to hop on still? Let's message that charming gentleman. Charming gentleman indeed. All right, let me call him up. Call him up.
Hello.
Patrick, how's it going, buddy? Do you want to be on camera or no?
Nah, it's great. I'm fine.
Awesome. Well, if you just so you know, what we're doing on stream is the new format, which is we post in this lovely thread, and then and we answer questions hopefully, or
love that.
Fuck off if they don't ask specific questions.
Into the bin, straight.
Well, there are, for better or worse. I'm not going to call anybody RB mean, but there are people that still just clearly didn't read what I said and just posted their homebrew without asking anything, or their general question was, "How do I make this good?" Or like just too vague. It's like we're not doing a whole review.
Yeah, 100%. Do you want me in the room so people can join audio?
Oh yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Cool.
Oh, I forgot. I left
do
the
that.
room. I forgot how this works. Not everybody's going to. Not everybody
Stream
wants.
chat.
Yeah, not everybody wants to call in. So I don't know.
Also totally fine.
I think now we're looking at mostly stuff that people people are sent in. So let me
Cool.
scroll down a little bit. Oh man, people are not asking actual questions. I'm being honest. I'm just skipping the ones where people don't ask questions because I'm not trying to read a whole thing.
Entirely reasonable. Homebrew review nights are different from homebrew workshop nights.
This is from Geek Ledger. This is a reward for players. I'll post it in the chat.
Let's do it.
They want to know if it's too powerful for 5th level players. Let me say, they specifically are these. They're not super versed in stats, and they want to know if these are too powerful for 5th level characters. Hephaestus's hammer. We're not. I don't know if we're gonna read all of them, but we're gonna read. We'll read at least one of them. Let me lower the volume of my music a little bit. Okay. The combat reward is a magical weapon with a modifier that grows as enemies that hold it are defeated. I want to introduce the concept to players when they are level 3 with a plus 1d2 damage roll modifier. Every time an enemy wielding dies, the weapon will disappear and end up in... This is such a...
Whoa,
whoa.
What is happening?
This sentence is deeply confusing.
The first sentence is pretty confusing, too.
It will also add a half modifier for every enemy that... So all of this... Here's what I'm going to say. I am sure that you understand what these sentences mean.
Sure.
But even if we get to understanding what these sentences mean, I am going to say this mechanic is annoying and won't work. Because of 2 big reasons. The first is there is no thing as a half modifier in D&D. 1d2 is not a dice that exists. Yes, you could roll anything divided by 2, but like this is going to be like an annoying thing to keep track of. And then also, a +1 modifier is a big deal in D&D. The difference between a +1 sword and a +3 sword is the difference between an uncommon weapon and a legendary weapon.
To be clear, I think it's just to damage, which makes it much less powerful. If I'm reading this correctly, and I very well might not be.
Oh, it is just to damage. But even that, I think this is going to be really annoying to keep track of.
It's going to be a pain in the ass to keep track of, for sure. Because as far as I could tell...
And it's also still going to be hard to scale, because there's not a cap to it. It just keeps going. Oh, I guess it says it maxes out after 1d2 + 2. But what does that even mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. I want to, every time the enemy wielding the weapon dies will disappear and end up in the end. Okay, so the way that I see this is Hephaestus's hammer is in NPC A, is with NPC A. They kill NPC A, and the hammer gets better by, I guess, a +1 damage modifier. And then they kill NPC B, who then gets the hammer later, and it gets another +1 damage or 1d2 damage modifier. If you want the hammer to get better and you're just changing it from NPC hands to NPC hands, just make the hammer better. Like, you don't need like a system for that.
And most weapons don't grow that fast in power. Like, this isn't going to be, it doesn't even matter. This isn't going to be balanced for a level 3 party. Like, what I would say is you could majorly simplify it. So maybe it is a +1 hammer, and when you kill a creature with it, it becomes it deals an extra 1d6 damage on attacks for 1 minute. And that doesn't stack or something like that. But like, what is this actually doing? The only thing this is actually, because I don't know if you read that right. I'm not interpreting this as the hammer getting power based on passing hands. I was just interpreting it as it's gaining power as you hit more stuff with it. But
it says every time the enemy wielding, I guess, the weapon dies. So that's why I'm thinking the weapon will then disappear and end up in the inventory of a future villain, right? So I think it's like you give it to Grog, kill Grog, and then the hammer disappears and shows up.
Oh, so it's not even something that the players are using.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a player facing.
Then this doesn't need to exist. This doesn't need to exist literally at all. So remember, anything that we give a dungeon master, we just need it to work enough for the dungeon master to wield it. You know, it's a lot easier than all of this. Deciding that the next villain is going to have a deal extra +1 damage and hold this hammer. I don't need a mechanic for that. I can just decide that.
And also, you probably...
I thought they said this was a reward for players.
It says the combat reward is a magical weapon with a modifier that grows as the enemies that hold it are defeated. So I don't
understand. This is confusing.
Yeah, it's very confusing. I think it's supposed to be a reward once you kill everyone that could possibly hold it.
Yeah, it don't make no gosh darn sense. What I would say is...
And players aren't going to see a +1 to damage. That doesn't feel like
no one's gonna it just doesn't make it just fundamentally I think is a weird. It seems like a mechanic that you want to put on villains that maybe will eventually lead to the player getting a powerful hammer.
At which point you could just give the player a powerful hammer because they're not tracking the damage over time, right?
Yeah. If you wanted to make it hammer get stronger when it kills, exactly. Like, just decide what the hammer is going to be after they get it. And in the way you Dungeon Master describe other people as having it.
So yeah, it was a reward for the final enemy wielding it is defeated and they are level 5. So here's the thing. Here's what you're going to want to do. You're not going to need a mechanical system for this really at all. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to track aesthetic changes. Players don't track numbers, right? Like, they're just bad at it.
Well, they do on their character sheets, but they don't on the random enemies they fight.
They don't track numbers for anything other than what's in front of them, which is entirely reasonable. That's a lot of math right away, right? So
why would you?
They don't track numbers for anything that isn't immediately in front of you. They're not going to notice a +1 to modifier to damage. What they will notice is that this hammer goes from what is initially described as a simple warhammer to a giant's warhammer, to a flaming giant's warhammer that has like a fire charge with knockback and deals fire damage, right? You can effectively seed the next major evolution of this with each enemy that you're putting it on, but the changes have to be visible. They have to be aesthetic, and you have to make sure that the players know it's the same hammer every time, right? That is the way that you would want to do that.
And I'm gonna say you're doing almost the exact same thing with your math here. I am not sure where this idea came from, but don't use dice that don't exist at easy tables. Don't use numbers like half. You want to keep all this stuff simple. And also, in general, you don't want to make your items, like, for better or worse, this item is not actually interesting at all. Because what is this item? It's just number goes up. That's all. That's all it does. Yeah. This is such a complicated system to get to number goes up.
And not even number goes up, not even that much. 1d2 + 2 to damage is not very much damage. Like, it's a very, very, very trivial change that's happening here, assuming that you're not also doing an increase to hit.
Yeah, all of these are falling into the pit trap of the system you have built is more complicated than the outcome in a way that it kind of trips over itself.
Yep.
So I would say I don't think any of these need to exist in their current iteration. I think you can basically simplify them into aesthetic changes that magic items get, that the players eventually get, like Pat just said. And yeah, any of this kind of stuff. This is just a headache. This is just a big fucking headache. I'll take a look at the final one for a second. Separate reward for a third player. It's a replacement for a death saving throw item. Can only be used after hitting 0 hit points. Twice max to replace a regular failed. I don't know what this sentence means. I am so sorry. I'm not trying to be rude, but these sentences don't make sense to me, so I don't know how much I can help. What does this mean? It can only be used after hitting 0 hit points, twice max to replace a 2 regular failed saving throw, or once to replace a single critically failed saving throw. What? So I think what you're trying to say here, I think all of this could be boiled down to when somebody that's attuned to this item fails a saving throw, they can expend a charge to the suit to make that a success instead. I think that's what it's trying to say.
And I think it has 2 charges, and I think that you can spend 1 charge to get a regular success, or you could spend both charges to get a critical success.
I wouldn't do the 2 charges to get a critical success. I think that's a lot. I mean, maybe it's fine, but I think this is a fairly simple magic item. I don't think it will be very fun. I don't think it'll be a really fun magic item because the players don't really get to have any control over when they use it. One of the things that I think is the most important things about magic items is making sure that there's a level of agency in them whenever possible. So, like,
is it automatically used?
It doesn't matter. It only happens when you have to make death saving throws. So it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine, but it's also it's a throwaway, right? Like, if I was making a D&D character and they had this item, this would be the item that I never thought about, that had no impact on the way that I played my character, but was occasionally helpful.
Geek Ledger just suggested, the writer of this just suggested making this something they could use on other characters, and I do think that's potentially
that could definitely be interesting for sure. That could definitely be interesting for sure. But overall, main feedback for you across the board is that you really don't need to build such complicated systems if the outcome is fairly simple, and that's kind of it. That's the main feedback. Is simplify your systems.
Don't build, really, as much as possible, don't build systems that players don't need to see, right? Like, it's not bad for you to have some ideas as to how things are going to structure and scale, but you are creating a lot of math and inflexibility that you're going to have to be responsible for at a table that your players don't care about, and is just going to slow stuff down.
Let's see. What else didn't we look at today?
Also, hi, Dice Admiral.
Dice. Let's see. Work in progress, ancient vampire warlock subclass. Does the capstone feature feel good? Cool. So we're not going to focus too much on the whole thing.
No,
vampire vibe. Yes, Trudeau, sir, I saw yours. I think I'm going to use next.
I like a vampire subclass. That's a thing I haven't seen a lot of.
This is their 14th level feature. Once per short rest, when you cast Vampiric Touch, you can use a reaction to immediately cast Darkness without expending a spell slot. I think I agree that that's not the capstone.
Yeah.
First of all,
it's like a third level monk feature.
Other than the word vampiric, this has nothing vampire to it. That's the first thing. Second of all, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, what do we put for our warlock capstones, friends? What do we put?
I don't know. I actually don't know the answer.
A big fuck off once a day move. Look at warlocks. True. Every single warlock, I think without exception, gets a big fuck off once a day move. So you need to decide what your big fuck off once a day vampire move is.
And
that's
definitely
what this should be.
It's definitely not to cast Darkness, because good lord.
No.
I genuinely think that's a third level monk feature in at least one instance. Like, that's not much of anything. What is that, a first level spell? Darkness?
No, second level. I mean, it's a good spell, but I don't think it's doing anything.
Level 14!
I would do something like a big AoE that does a lot of necrotic damage. Like, basically, you could take Necrotic Touch and make it a big AoE that they could do once a day. Like,
honestly, you could also, frankly, cast Darkness and then have it do a bunch of shit. Cast Darkness and have everybody inside of the darkness or enemies inside of the darkness have to make wisdom saving throws, or else bats start to eat their eyes, right? Like, figure out something that is a little bit chunkier than this. And there's nothing wrong with Darkness from a vampire perspective, but you're giving us a once per short rest second level spell? That's nothing. Come on.
Tradosio suggests a vampiric capstone that's dominate monster that lasts a longer time and doesn't require concentration. That could be kind of fun. You get like a thrall.
I feel like that's not quite a big fuck off move. That is really cool, and I think it could be made even cooler if you do dominate monster with banishment rules, where it's like dominate monster, but if you maintain concentration for a minute, they're just yours. Right? Something like that could be really interesting, but it's less of a big fuck off move.
Yeah. But yeah, big fuck off move of some sort, I think.
Yeah. Boom. I think that's the move. Cool.
Tradosio
keep doing vampire shit. That's fun. That's a cool warlock feature.
Okay, Tradosio had a question. Let's see. He just wrote it in the thing, so I'll just read it. I'm trying to design a feature for a rogue subclass that conjures a bunch of knives. inspired by the Silent from Slay the Spire. It is the concept of dividing your sneak attack pool between multiple targets too close to the Psionic rogue. The Psionic rogue doesn't split their sneak attack up. They just get an extra attack.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me read the feature. If you haven't used sneak attack on your turn, you can use a bonus action to roll a number of d6s equal to your sneak attack pool. Divide those d6s you rolled amongst any number of creatures you choose within 30 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. Each one has to make a dex saving throw against your potency save DC, which I'm assuming is part of that thing, or take piercing damage equal to the total rolled. Once you use this feature, you can't benefit from sneak attack until the start of your next turn. So basically, you basically can use a... I mean, I think the main thing there is that this is...
I don't like this math.
It's just dividing the d6s amongst different targets. I don't know if that math is annoying or not, but I think that it's a bonus action. It should probably be an action, not a bonus action.
Yes.
It also, I think, needs to be limited in use because there is, I think it's a lot. Like, to me, this is less like an alternative sneak attack and more akin to like the Phantom Rogue. Now, I know the Phantom Rogue is doing extra damage, but I still think that it's more like that. But I think the idea is interesting.
I honestly, Cinder,
I think it needs to be. There needs to be some more limiting in some way or another.
Push back on this, but do you? First of all, what level is this? Is this a?
This is the third level. This is the main rogue subclass feature.
Third level.
It's the alternative sneak attack-y thing for the rogue.
Sure. Would it be too much? To say once a day you can target, I don't know, X number of creatures within 30 feet of you, 60 feet of you, whatever it is, 60 feet of you. They all have to make a dex save or take an amount of damage equal to a roll of your sneak attack halved on a failure.
That would be a
success.
A shit ton stronger. That would be so strong. Because then
is that too busted?
Oh, I think that's
just once per long rest because it kind of feels like you're just getting.
I think
from a power perspective.
The problem is that means that your main subclass feature as a rogue you're getting once per day. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's not super fun. Okay,
that's not how rogues really work. Like rogues,
it's really not.
Rogues either get infinite use of their feature or they get it like some stat times per day usually.
To be fair, then that's I think a good critique of this as well, where it's like this is only once per short rest, right? So
no, it's not.
Didn't I hear you say that it was once per short rest?
No. Once you use this feature, you can't use sneak attack on the same turn. That's what it is.
Okay, I misheard.
But I think the issue is that it's a bonus action. I think the issue is that it's I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. I don't think it's terrible. I think that it feels. I don't love the way it's written. In terms of like, I feel like I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't. Maybe I would like it more if it was an action. Maybe that would be fine. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it still needs to be limited. I think there needs to be more of a limitation on it than it just can always be used.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of power in that. Because here's the other thing is that sneak attack requires a lot of stuff, right? First of all, you have to be in a position to have advantage on the attack, you either need advantage on the attack or a creature needs to be within 5 feet of the, there's steps that need to be met and then you need to make that attack roll. This is giving you a lot more options to hit, a lot more opportunities to deal damage, and it's just putting all of it behind one saving throw, which doesn't require any extra work to accomplish. Maybe that's okay, but that's certainly not okay behind a bonus action. Is the design too close to the Phantom Capstone? I don't remember what the Phantom Capstone does. Let me check. Let's see. What does the Phantom Capstone do? When you use your Whale from the Grave, you can deal necrotic damage to both the first and the second creature. I don't think it's... I mean,
it's super close.
It's similar in that both of them do the same thing in that they allow you to spread your sneak attack around. So in that way, I would say yes. But other than that, not exactly. I would probably just build it in a different direction. Like, I don't know. I'm not convinced that splitting your sneak attack dice up is a fun or interesting enough mechanic to build it around. Yeah. I think trading in sneak attack for some sort of AoE version of sneak attack is interesting. And that could be interesting. Like, as an action, all creatures within 30 feet of you have to make a dexterity saving throw or take blank damage. I think that could work. I think you could make it a cone. But I think the specificity of splitting up your sneak attack dice, I think some people are going to be like, oh, that's so cool. And I think other people, I think a lot of people, this is just going to eat up time at the table. I think this is like, this is going to take too much time. Because then it's going to be like, okay, I'm going to use 1 on that guy and 2 on that guy and 1 on that guy. And then they all have to make it, just make it
and then they all
a big
have to make
AoE
saves
thing
against each of those pools, and it just gets to be
I would just make it like an AoE thing that you have access to a couple times a day. Those would be my thoughts, Tradosio.
Yep, I think that's right.
I haven't also seen the thing that it's inspired by, so... I mean, the other thing that I would do is if you really want to do that and make that feel like that, what I would probably do is... I don't even know. I don't know. I struggle.
Tough, right?
I struggle. I don't love the way that... I don't... Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't rub me the right way in its current iteration.
Yeah. I think that's right, and I think not knowing the fiction that you're shooting for, it's hard to suggest a specific idea to be like, this is how you would execute on that.
I also question, at what level does this complexity add? Does this complexity add enough fun and interest that it is worth this as opposed to just turning sneak attack into an AoE? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That might be similar enough to this in vibe that would also just work instead. I don't know if there's any other... Let me see if there's any other pieces that I didn't look at that weren't given specific questions and things like that. If you posted something that I didn't look at, you can say, hey, you didn't look at my thing yet. But I am looking for specific questions. So I did skip some of yours. I have not played Slay the Spire. You know who really likes that game? My buddy Zach. Let's see. I don't know if I see any other things in here. People can also ask questions in the chat. Pasta posted something I didn't look at yet. Let's see.
Let's take a look.
Pasta's question is, I'm not reading your whole paragraph. Pasta's question is, do you have any ideas for what the reward could be? So wait, what is this? Okay, fine, I'll read it. Okay, so you're trying to come up with like cool boons?
We love a boon.
I think I misunderstood. Oh, God, ask fucking clear questions, guys. Come on now.
What's the question?
They wrote a paragraph about a thing that they're writing, that they're working on, and then they said, my question is if you have any ideas for what the reward could be, as I'm coming up with a blank and have been for months. I'm writing a series of short adventures for a book. They're tied to a magic item called the Book of Many Tales. Essentially, when opened, a creature within range are transported to a random adventure in the book, and then they do the adventure, and then they get a buff or a cool boon. And they don't know what buffs or cool boons to do. They should be based off of the story they go in.
Should have its story. Yeah,
like
100%.
If they
the King
go
of the
on
Grail should be the Grail.
Yeah, if they go on what is the King and the Grail? What is the Princess? Like, what are these adventures? Whatever this adventure is, it should be the logical reward for that adventure. If the adventure of the Princess and the Dragon is you go kill a dragon and kill a princess, the reward could be a tiara and a claw. If you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know what the rewards should be either because I don't know what the adventures are.
Also, are you writing 4 and then 6 more on the side here adventures?
That's what that would have to be in order for this thing to work. Unless, I mean, if you were trying to have anybody else use this item, that would have to
Right,
be
it's just, otherwise it's just a one-line story prompt, and the GM is expected to come up with an entire, like, fucking sub-isekai for their game, which is a lot.
Geek Ledger is talking about their coin still. Geek Ledger, I'm going to be honest, I think you are overcomplicating your magic items. I think that you should, if you're talking about maybe the coin would make Charin come if his coin is used too much, I would say let the plot be the plot. Let the magic items be cool things the players can use that are little tools in their tool belt, and don't try to make every magic item have a whole story chaos side to it. It's too much to do. Just
especially
focus
because, like,
on the
that
game
is the
being
plot,
fun.
right?
Focus on the game being fun and the plot being interesting, and let the players use the magic items in interesting or creative ways or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, Pasta says it's for a compendium and all of them will be written out, which is intense. That's an undertaking.
That is a lot of work. But yeah, I think the answer to your question is each of the boons should be directly related to the moral of the story. If they're fairy tales usually have like a moral, right? So whatever that moral of the story is, that's what the boon is.
I'm gonna backpedal slightly on your examples. I think if they're in this adventure, getting magic items out of the adventure should be normal accrual of magic items. If there's a grail and they find the grail, they get the grail. I think they should also, in order to make this book metaphor that we're constructing here mean anything, get basically a feat, a literal boon that is not an item at the end of accomplishing all of these. So I think it should literally be, if the moral of the huntsman and the wolf is never let him see you coming, you gain the ability to cast Pass Without Trace X times per day, requiring no spell components, right? Like something like that. I think it's got to be something that becomes intrinsic. The opposite of the curse is sort of the boon, right? Small distinction, but I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah. Okay, I think I hit pretty much everything that asked a specific enough question that it made sense for us to talk about. Somebody did post a thing that's a PDF I have to download, which is not the way that I look at documents, so I'm not going to click on that one.
Don't do that. Yeah, that's
I don't see any other things. If I skipped yours, it means you did not ask a question.
Do we want to do... listen, I don't know how long you've been streaming. Do you want to keep... Are you thinking about wrapping, or are you going to be hanging out for a bit?
I'm awake still. I can... Why? What are you thinking?
I was just thinking, do we want to do maybe some helpline? If people have, like...
I mean, that's kind of what we have been doing. People have been able to call in...
Not homebrew, like game GM help or player help or whatever.
I mean, we could open it up. I think if anybody wants to call in about their homebrew or about anything else, or wants to post a question in the Discord or in the chat, we're more than happy to answer it and discuss it. But if not, then we can start to wrap. I feel like I don't see anything else that we didn't talk about, and there's no one waiting. It's just us.
Waiting.
It's just us.
Oh my.
That's all we have left is each other in the shadows. In the shadows! You know?
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact. I do.
Pat, I do really like this new format, though. This format is good.
It looks fun.
It's just as easier. You know why it's nicer? Because I can totally avoid pieces that I don't want to talk about, and I don't have to feel bad about it, and I don't have to read someone's entire homebrew to help them. Because there's a lot of homebrew that I'd have to read through, and I don't want to have to read through all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because it's the distinction between we're reviewing this as a finished piece to learn something versus, this is a work in progress and I need help. And it seems like a lot of people submit for review when they actually want help.
Yes,
which
that
is
I think
very
I agree. I think a lot of people did not understand that the critique was meant like this is done. You have drafted and rough drafted, and you are now ready to put this out into the world, and you want some extra eyes on it. Most people were just like, all right, here's the thing that I wrote up in 20 minutes.
Right.
Which is fine.
TV,
which
Daddy
is fine. Which is fine. But it does not lend itself to pieces that feel fun to read.
Yeah, they're not done. Listen, I read a lot of shit in 20 minutes, and I know from experience it's not done. It's fine that it's not done, but it's not done.
All right, but I think we got to every single piece. So, Chad, if you just want to ask questions in the chat, or you want to hop into the call and ask a question, you're more than welcome to. Super Raider Andy.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
So what are your thoughts on landing and ending on a campaign?
Also, hi, Sachi. It looks sick. You so sweet.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy. Versace is a lovely, fantastic content creator. She streams much more regularly and reliably than I do. So if you're like, hey, I need somebody to watch, and Cinder doesn't stream that much, go fucking watch her. She's great. She also does the gaming streaming. You do stream a lot more than me. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, okay. Hi, Sachi. I love you. Okay. Super Raider Andy asked a good question. He said, what are your thoughts on landing and ending on a campaign? Pat, do you want to speak first, or do you want me to speak first?
I want to know. I want to know where you're at, because we just did this, but we sort of did it with me at the helm a little bit. So I'm curious, as a GM, what you're thinking here.
I think the way that you end a campaign being satisfying, okay, I have two thoughts. One of them is that it does largely depend on the type of campaign you're running. So, for example, in my home games, we are not super story forward. There is a story and a plot, but the players are sort of going through the story almost like a roller coaster. And what they're much more excited by are the set pieces. They like the big combats, the overly complicated dungeon puzzles, the weird, they like that. So when I end my campaigns, I try to end my campaigns as really big set pieces, because that's what my players like. And I will tie it into the plot, like they are doing the big saving the day. But the most important thing for my players is that at the end of the campaign, they get to fight the biggest, scariest thing they hate the most, and they get to use a bunch of really cool powers and feel like anime protagonists while they do it. So that is usually my goal for ending a campaign, is less so making sure everyone's entire story comes to a close, and more so making sure that they get to have a really big, explosive, fun, big final fight that feels like they are fighting the thing that they, and I say this sort of jokingly but sort of seriously, specifically, they are not just fighting the dragon, because fighting a big dragon at the end of the campaign is satisfying. But what makes those types of campaigns really satisfying is that they fucking hate the thing they're fighting. Finally the villain is getting their comeuppance, and they are the one to give it to them. So that gives a lot of emotional satisfaction to the players. I go out of my way to make the players really despise the villain, so that when they face them, they are so passionately ready to fight them that they're all like, fuck you! Like, they're like that. Like, they're like, ah! Like, they get so, like, when they roll a natural 20, they stand up and punch the table because they wanted to punch the villain in the face so much. So that's sort of what I focus on. The other thing that I do in my home games, which I think helps bookend that a lot, and it also is just a lot less work for me, is and I stole this 100% from Critical Role, is that, and I don't do this in all of my groups because not all my groups like this, but if they do want more of a storied ending, what I usually do is after the big battle fight scene, I will give a very brief narration of how things settled in the world after, but then what I will do is I will lean to the players and I would say, okay, how does your character's story end? Like, what are they doing in 10 years? What are they doing in 30 years? And every player just goes around in a circle, and I really let go of the reins and just let the players tell the end of their character's story. And that can sort of satisfy, I think, the need to end the story for players that wanted a little bit more of that. That's how I end my campaigns. But again, that is not a thing I do all the time. The focus for how I end my campaigns is I want them to hate the villain by the time they get to the villain, and I want them to crush the villain in the most cinematic, epic ways possible. That is the satisfying ending for me, for my players. Pat, go.
I mean, a lot of the same, right? A lot of the same. We're certainly talking about it's got to feel cathartic. We're certainly talking about, because I think about this so much differently, you know, sort of than you do, but ultimately I think it ends up looking very similar, where it's like, hey, make the bad guy somebody you actively want to beat the shit out of. To me, when I'm thinking about that, it's like, hey, foreshadow that conflict, right? It's like, make that conflict feel viscerally inevitable, that all things lead to this, right? The only thing that I would probably put a little bow on there is that when I run a campaign, I like to run and juggle, I think, a little bit more mystery than it sounds like your players maybe necessarily latch onto. And some of this is because I do a lot of work for shows and audiences get into details and into the weeds.
Yeah.
But also in my home games, I have just historically had very sort of literarily engaged players. They're trying to do the whodunit, right? How do all of these threads, kind of come together? And so I love a good heel turn in a boss fight. I love a good, it was me all along in a boss fight.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, those are great. Yeah, those are great.
I love a good, oh, that's what's happening. I come very much from sort of the Agatha Christie school of storytelling, which is like, have a twist, but make it obvious the whole way through. Your readers will never see it coming, but it will feel cohesive in retrospect, and that's, you nail it, right? And everybody loves it. And I'm a very big fan of that. And so I think the only other thing that I try to do is have a big sort of plot hole or plot question that gets tied up only in those final moments, and gets tied up in a way that has been really aggressively foreshadowed. So it simultaneously feels delightful to discover for sure, but also a little inevitable the whole time. I think if you can thread that, you're going to create a moment that is going to stick with people for forever. But that's a lot of work, and it is a lot easier just to make them feel really fucking badass, and that will last even longer. In their minds.
Yeah.
That is all you ever need to do.
The most important thing, I think, for ending a campaign is trying to have a sense of what your players want to satisfy that, and to try to hit that nail. That's going to be different depending on each group.
For sure.
What's up, Warhammer fanboy? You watch this guy's shorts? I watch this guy's longs, baby. Good question. Great question.
Yeah, really good question.
Oh my God, we just started a new campaign, Patrick, that we've been recording.
Yes,
we did.
How
I haven't spoken about it publicly. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to.
No. I mean, listen, I'm not too worried about saying a thing or two on stream, but like, don't go popping off in the shorts yet. You know, we don't want to fire that gun prematurely.
We don't want to pop it off. But it is a thing we think about. So the first campaign of Unbalanced. So me and Patrick have a podcast. Patrick is the dungeon master. I play one of the main characters. And basically, it's a D&D actual play, but what we aspire for with it is it's hyper edited, very story driven. It's soundscaped. We have original music made for it. So the goal is that we want it to really feel like an audio drama that is guided by the chaos of the dice a little bit.
Yes.
And so we have a lot of, so like our first campaign was like how many episodes? Like 50?
Bro, like 85.
So like our first campaign was a long campaign. It was like a traditional campaign.
Years long, yeah.
And it was an incredibly satisfying ending. But we all like very actively worked on it together. We wrote things for it. There was like a lot of preamble, and like, for example, the guy who wrote the music for it
God.
Scored an entire original like soundtrack for the final episode. Like a whole fucking score of like new music and like rehashes of old themes. Like it was crazy. But now, and like that was very cool. It was very good. You can listen to the whole thing. It's out now. I played a giant robot named Guard, and the gimmick of the show, if I was going to try to pitch you this show in a second, it's sort of a Studio Ghibli style world. There is a small lumber mill town where two of the main characters are from the town, and their job is to harvest the lumber from these ancient trees to be used for magic by the government. And two of the characters are people that are being sent by the government / military to the town to make sure that they get the work done. And the story starts with the 4 characters sort of interacting in this space in a sort of tense way when the forest starts to push back against all of the lumbering that they've been doing, while the military is sort of still weighing down on them, and they're sort of pressed in the middle. That's like the plot in a nutshell. It goes in a bunch of different directions, but that's kind of it.
But it's very Princess Mononoke. If you enjoyed Princess Mononoke and you were genuinely wondering, hey, what if I had 200 hours of Princess Mononoke? It would feel a little like that.
Yeah, it's called Unbalanced Encounters. You can find it in all the places that podcasts are. But right now we're working on the new season, and we very intentionally made it much, much, much shorter. Not because we're doing less of a show, but we're doing a bunch of smaller shows. So this first one, I think, is only going to be 12 episodes.
12 episodes. So after this weekend, we're going to be halfway done, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah. So we have to spend a lot more time thinking about like endings and like making sure we hit those endings, because we don't have as much time to find them. You know, we got to just, because it is still a story, and we want it to have like a plot and feel feel like there's something to it.
This is actually something in this vein that I want to toss onto the pile for how do you stick the landing for a campaign.
Sure.
Do it a lot. End your campaign like 4 times before you get to the final ending of the campaign.
What do you mean?
Give yourself... We did this with Rally, but this came from something that I almost always do in my home games, which is I break everything up into roughly 10 to 20 session arcs that allow for localized closure of the story. And I do that for 2 reasons. I do that, one, because you want that feeling of accomplishment and scale increasing, scope increasing, without it just endlessly being pressure. You need that catharsis. You need that release on sort of a regular cadence. It's also a great way to do level ups and stuff. So that's my first thought. But my second thought is, again, touching on the literary stuff. Great advice for new authors is not write a novel. It's write a lot of short stories. And if those short stories happen to become a novel in time, great. But if they don't, you'll at least have gotten practice writing the short story.
This is the exact same thing I was saying about making a class.
Man.
I'm not going to tell people not to do it. I don't want to hamper anybody's, I don't want to hinder anybody's hamper. But I do... The amount of people that were like, I'm new to Homebrew, never made anything, I decided to make a class, and I'm like, okay, just know you are doing a hard mode without a tutorial, and you will put a lot of work in, and it will be bad. You might learn something, but you're going to learn a lot more by not starting at the hardest level. Yeah, it's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing. Ray Bradbury, one of my favorite authors of all time, what he very famously said was, anybody can be a good author. What you do is you write a short story a week. That's not a crazy amount. Just write 1 short story a week. And if you do that, at the end of a year, you'll have 52 short stories. At least 3 of them are going to be pretty dang good. Some of those are going to be fucking bangers. It doesn't. You're going to stumble into it. You're going to find that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the same goes for your D&D campaigns. So if you can break your D&D campaigns up into smaller bosses, or, and I love when I see this done well, a boss that you're encountering as they're growing in power and you're growing in power. So you have multiple interactions with them. Think like a lot of Zelda antagonists work in this way, right? There's
Zelda, I hardly know that.
I don't know why my brain had to be Yoda. That's nothing. If you can break your campaign into smaller parts, you're gonna get payoff more regularly. You're gonna get you're gonna be able to build on top of that. If your campaign ends early for reasons that fucking a lot of them do, right? You're gonna feel like you've left it in maybe a better place because you have those inflection points. You're gonna get practice.
Yeah,
and that practice is killer.
And the way that you do that can also just be by scale. Like a good example is like you're in a town and there's like a strange monster that the town needs to deal with. You defeat that strange monster. That's a mini arc. Maybe though at the end of that arc you learn that strange monster was created by an evil druid, an evil arc druid. It's like, okay, so then the next arc is finding and discovering and fighting the evil arc druid. And then it's like, oh, the evil arc druid worshipped this demon. And then it becomes, okay, we fight the demon. You know what I mean? So, like, even if you don't finish the campaign of fighting the demon, you got to defeat the monster, you got to defeat the archer, it feels like you did stuff. Somebody said, 100% I know what I'm doing, the hard thing, but if I'm not super interested in what I'm doing, I will never finish it anyway. That, I think, is maybe the most important thing to think about while you're making homebrew, other than how much work you want to do. If it's like, I'm going to do the hardest thing or I'm not going to do anything, then do the hardest thing. If you like it, take everything I say, certainly everything Patrick says, with a big grain of salt. Because at the end of the day, these are all our opinions. And if you, you know what you want, you know what you need, you know what you like much more than any of us do. Also, when I'm giving, or when any of us are giving advice about writing or game design or anything like that, it is a combination of our experience and our feelings that we are bringing to the table. Both of which, experience, I think, carries a little bit of weight in a universal way. Feelings, not really. So, you know, you never have to listen. Don't worry about that.
And also, there's definitely a grain of do as I say, not as I do to all of this, right? When we wanted to start a podcast, we started with an 85-episode podcast. That was not smart. We've learned that was not smart, but it was the thing that was emotionally meaningful for us. So do whatever motivates you, right? There's not a wrong way.
Yeah. Pat, what's your favorite way to engage quiet players and get them to buy into the RP more?
Hand to God, this is going to be an obnoxiously simple answer. Call on them. Ask them questions about how their character is feeling. Ask them questions about how their character is holding themselves in the space. Ask them questions about what their character might be interested in this moment. Call on them. Give them time and opportunity to reflect on how their character would occupy the space or the plot or whatever you're dealing with right now, and a moment for everybody else who loves to take up, because we like to talk, right? We have a fun time at the table. We like to play. Get them to shut up. And you do that by calling on someone.
Another thing that I think is worth thinking about. Ooh, a lot of words there. Not everyone is really comfortable with roleplay in a way that, like, not everyone knows. Not only does not everyone feel comfortable doing voices, but just not everyone, like, understands, like, how to do that. Like, what is it? Like, how do you even start that process? And the way, I think, the easiest way to start the process of roleplay is to literally think about what your character is thinking about, which is kind of what you're getting at, Patrick, which is like, ask the player, don't ask the player to do something. Say like, okay, you guys just fought this ice giant. And then you look at Barney McFiddlesticks and you say, Barney, Quagar the Destroyer, your character, has never fought anything like this before. And you guys not only won, you, like, kicked its butt. What does your character feel in that moment? What are they thinking about? And that might not make them actually roleplay, but that is going to make them start to give themselves the tools so that they can roleplay. The tools being thinking about what their character is thinking about. Mm-hmm. And also, not everybody's a loud player. That's also okay. Like, some players, like, I have one or two players that are really quiet. And that's fine. I push them to talk a little bit when it, like, matters for the plot because we're friends, and I'm like, your character should care about this more than you are. Like, what are you doing? You literally said this a session ago. Just try to, like, ground them, like, remind them. But I don't even think you need to do that. I think that's maybe not a nice thing to do. I'm just doing it because these guys have been my friends for like 20 years. But it's okay if a player's quiet. It's not the end of the world. You know, it's not the end of the world.
One of the few tables that I get to play at in a home game is a, boy howdy, is it a one-sided fucking table, because I'm there and we all can tell I take up a lot of room, and one of my good friends also takes up a fair amount of room, and we are both white guys who are very aware of this fact. The other two people who are at the table are not white guys, and English, in at least one instance, is not their first language, and they do not take up a lot of space. And we've had a lot of conversations around, like, hey, how can we shut the fuck up more? Right, like, how can we make more room? And there were things, right? Like, hey, you know, call on us, right? If the GM can kind of make some space, that would be helpful from time to time. But also, they were super comfortable with the disproportionate level of word that was happening at the table, because half of what was fun for them was listening to us banter. And so everybody gets something a little different out of the table, right? And you don't necessarily need to have everybody show up in an equal for equal airtime in order for everyone to be having equal fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I had such a bad idea. You know what would be so funny, Patrick? I don't think this is a good idea. I would love doing a stream like this, where we never said this, right? We just spoke this way. We didn't really add any extra jokes or anything, and we intentionally gave the most unhelpful, but not just not just unhelpful advice, but like actively toxic, actively harmful advice.
That'd be great.
Like
that'd be great.
That would be so funny. But I don't think it would work. I think if any, dude, I posted it seriously. Nobody gets fucking jokes. I posted a YouTube short that was about how Warhammer beats every other universe, and the examples that I gave were very dumb and clearly puns. Where I was like not really not mentioning anything real. I was just making a bunch of puns. That video has over 2,000 comments of people explaining to me why I'm wrong. And it's like, it's like, oh my god. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It be what it be.
We bemoan the lack of context.
Yeah. In my game right now, I gave my players 3 different places to get help before an attack on the town they're in. Instead of going themselves, they just told the town to send scouts. What should I do if they aren't grabbing these hooks and going? All right. 2 thoughts. 1, if you created a town with enough resources and enough safety and travel that scouts could do that, and they have those to do that, then surely those scouts should get the rewards for whatever doing that is. Your party should no longer, if your party's not doing anything, the town should give them no extra than they are. If they're not adding anything of value in the conflict, they reap none of the rewards, and you could just literally tell them that. You could be like, okay, cool guys, if you aren't going to do anything, that's fine, but then whoever does it is basically going to go do the adventure. Like, you could literally say that, like, you're sort of actively, if you want to actively avoid the adventure, that's fine, but then there's not a story. Like, or then that's fine, but you need to drive the plot because you're basically going to be hanging out in a town where nothing is happening outside of the ordinary. If you guys want to make something happen, you can, but I can't promise you there's going to be like an epic surprise or reward because quite literally nothing is happening in this town. The other thing that you could do if you don't want to like do that, have them fail, right? Have the 3 scouts get sent out to the 3 places. They don't return. Now the party has to either go send those messages, find out what happened to the scouts, and all of that, but there's less time to prepare the town. So, like, they lost 3 scouts, they don't, you know what I mean? Like, there's all sorts of stuff you could do. And you could even do it in front of them. You could be like, okay, cool, they're sending 3 scouts out. I am going to roll 3d20. If any roll below a 10 is going to be the scout fails. Either way, you guys are losing 3 days of time because you're not going to know until 3 days have passed. You know what I mean? So, like, there's all sorts of stuff you could do like that. But, like, I do think that I don't know. I don't think you should punish, but I do think it's okay I do think it's okay to be like, this is where I intended the story to go. If that's not what you guys want to do, cool, but I need to think about a little bit like what the plot is going to be if you guys just stay in town.
And I think that gets at this sort of more fundamental thing, because everything you've said so far has been a great way to handle like an instance of this, right? Where it's like, oh, there was a little bit of a miscommunication. How do I, as like a good, clever, improvisational GM, how do I like, sort of tipsy sway that back into the right direction, right? And I think those are all really good tools. I also think another really good tool is Super Writer Andy said give them consequences. Not the players. Don't give your players consequences. That's a sadistic thing to do. Give the player characters a downside for not acting, right? That's another thing that you can kind of boil into the mix to get them motivated, right? Not, oh, somebody will kill you, but like, oh, you don't get the whatever you want, right? Whatever that consequence should be. But if this is happening a lot, and it's happening consistently at your games, and the way that you frame the question, I think maybe it might be, right? If they aren't grabbing these hooks and going. That's, to me, a communication issue, right? Where you really have to make space for everybody at the table, and I don't think that D&D does a great job of keeping everyone making decisions for the game as a whole. It really tries to put the GM on a pedestal and say, you are the arbiter of the narrative, and your players are mucking around in the sandbox. And that really can't be true if you want a game that feels cohesive and that everybody is excited about. You've got to let them do some writing too. You've got to let them say, oh, I want to go in this direction. Or if you're running a module and maybe there are, more rails on things than if you were sort of fully homebrewing something, you've got to let them opt into that module. You've got to make sure that that module reflects the kind of story that they're excited about. And as much as possible, make sure that their authorship, their backstories, their NPCs that they want to have in the game, their motivations are part of the structuring that you're doing as you're getting ready to play. And that's all just communication. So I think if it's happening regularly, there's an expectation setting situation here that needs to sort of be addressed.
Yes, I confer.
As an age-old question, right? Every GM has struggled with
Tale as old as time.
Beauty and the Beast.
You skipped a line, but I accept.
Yeah, I know.
You skipped song as old as rhyme, you fuck. One of my friends got a tattoo of a moth, like a Lunar moth. And I responded like a fucking baller.
Okay.
They posted it on Instagram, and I responded to the story with a poem about Lunar moths. That's like a haiku from like 2,000 years ago.
Damn, that's a long time.
It's
Cinder,
from
that's
like
a long
ancient
time.
China. It was an ancient Chinese haiku, or yeah, I think so. Maybe it's not a haiku. Maybe it was just a poem. Maybe it was just a poem. It was very short.
Sure.
I actually don't think it was a haiku. I think it was just very short.
Probably not. Yeah.
Because it was from China. It's not from Japan. So it's probably not a haiku. But it felt like a haiku. But it felt like a haiku. It had about as many words as a haiku.
All right. I accept. We got another question. What's a way to spice up combat that isn't just add minions?
We talk about this so much. I think the easiest way to do it is that I think there's two. One, there should be a goal that isn't fighting. That's the easiest way.
Yeah, that's
the goal. The goal isn't fighting. You are not having combat, so you defeat the bandits, or the bandits defeat you. You are having combat because the bandits are trying to escape the city with the golden orb, and you are trying to get the golden orb back, but also stop the bandits without killing all of them because you need to find out who hired them. So it's a combat, but there's a larger goal. Or you are trying to set the building on fire, and the bad guys are trying to put it out, or something like that. Having a larger goal, even if the combat is rather static in terms of like the way the room is set up, will add so much to it because it creates situations where the priority dramatically can shift at a given moment.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of that where it's like, how do I mechanically spice up combat? And, a lot of people try to solve this with, sort of battle mats and environmental effects, which are great. If you can use those to good effect, they're incredible. But I think Cinder's first point is absolutely the correct one, which is that, keep in mind, there's a level of, in the real world, you fight to kill only when you need to kill to live, right? And that's not very often. 9 times out of 10,
unless you're one of the crazies.
I mean,
or
sure.
a demon.
And to be fair, some players are crazy and they just want to murder things, but you're probably not worried about them because they don't need spicy combat. They just need regular combat. But if you want to make it more engaging, keep in mind that 9 times out of 10, the most reasonable thing for anyone in a fight to do is just leave, right? It's to run away. And so you need something else that supersedes that need for safety. Right, you got to recognize that like people don't just arbitrarily fight. A bar fight is not going to devolve into someone dying 9 times out of 10. It could.
I think it actually does a lot of the time in D&D game. I think you're underestimating.
For D&D, it absolutely does.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm saying. I'm saying.
Oh, I see.
Story perspective, to not expect that. And
I
so
understand.
that you want to provide something else, because hit point pool goes to 0 is not intrinsically super dynamic or reflective of people's actual emotional hooks, right?
Yeah.
You give them a thing. You give them a reason to give a shit about the dynamism of a thing. Give them some moral ambiguity, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I once had a group, no joke, that straight up ran away from every combat I put them in for the first 25 sessions.
That would lead to me needing to have a conversation with them. I'm surprised that you. Okay, I hear you. I'm surprised that you like that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that was positive.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny every time because they ran away for incredibly good reasons, and I did that thing where I gave them something else to do, and every time they figured out how to do the thing, and then they just left. Every time they just left.
All right, I guess that's reasonable. I will say, and this is, I think, actually one of those things where you and I are very different, Patrick, but it's part of why we love each other.
100%.
Is that I love running monsters. I love running violent, crunchy, interesting, dangerous things that are inhuman and impacting the world, and the world needs to deal with because they are in the dark and the dark is coming. Like, I love that. So I would go crazy if I didn't get to run any actual combat for 25 sessions. Unless I had a conversation with the players about it beforehand, I would lose my mind. Because I need it is very, I don't need to, the thing is, a dungeon master, and you know this, Pat, but a dungeon master needs to want to lose. Right? Like
a little bit. For sure.
As a dungeon master, you lose 99% of the combats. Like, that's the point. The point is the players, the characters overcome, or they run away, right? But you don't land the killing blow usually. When you do, it's really intense, and there's all sorts of stuff to it. But there is such joy to be found in taking control of horrible creatures and figuring out how to make them hunt and attack and defend themselves in ways that the players have to deal with, or they are in trouble. That is very satisfying for me. Because it's like high stress problem solving, because it's usually not just a big sack of hit points. The most fun monsters do something interesting. There's a puzzle, not necessarily a puzzle find the right button to push, but sort of a puzzle to the way they fight. And having the players engage with that and either just brute forcing their way through it or figuring it out or whatever. It's so satisfying, that little dance. So I do think if my players ran away from every fight, I would lose my mind to the point where if I didn't bring it up to them as something that I needed to figure out how to manage, I think I would be crazy not to do that. I would be so crazy.
And you should, right? You absolutely should. And this is, I think, the thing is that good play, like so many other things in our lives, is fundamentally about good communication and making sure that everybody is, getting their needs met, having a good time.
That is not true in all circumstances.
That good communication is
important? Good play is important. Good communication is good for good play.
We might end up into some semantics here. Tell me why.
Battleship. If I communicate too well, you're going to sink my battleship.
I accept. There are very specific bounded games in which communication is actually
rock,
systematized.
paper, scissors.
I accept.
If I tell you my plan in rock, paper, scissors, I'm losing that game.
That's true. To be fair, good communication, and this is a distinction.
Actually, good communication is extra important for Battleship, because if I don't tell you clearly where I'm striking and clearly whether or not you hit or miss, so I'm being stupid, but it's funny.
But I think it's germane to be
charades
does not mean charades is just a game of good communication. Good communication does not mean just saying the thing all the time. As game masters, you are often juggling a bunch of shit that you can't say ahead of time, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be communicating about how you're doing, right?
Yeah. No, I'm being stupid.
Exactly.
I'm being
good
stupid.
communication should deceive. Checkmate, sir.
I wonder, that would actually be Battleship would be a really easy mini game to implement into a D&D session. You create a scenario where okay, we know that the swarms of the blood locust are going to be landing. No, we know that they're pupating somewhere in these fields. We only have 4 fire bombs. We have to pick where in the fields we're going to place them. So we've created a quadrant system to help the aerocopters drop them. That's just Battleship.
That would be very good. That would be very good.
Yeah,
That would be great.
Oh man, that's funny. Cool. All right, chat. I don't know. Do we have anything else to talk about? You guys have any other questions? Super Raider's keeping us going.
Yeah, man.
Do you find times where you will pull? I read that so weird. Do you find times where you will pull back and not kill a character if they're in a story arc or hooked into the story? If it's an NPC, no. I don't give a shit if an NPC dies. I'll change the story.
NPCs die.
I will go out of my way to give players opportunities to save themselves. So I don't know if I'll pull my punches, but I might, like, if a player's like, okay, and I can't normally do this, but could I, like, use my reaction to, like, throw myself in front of them and cast shield? Like, I might say yes to that, right? Or I might put that behind a roll. But I think that it kind of depends on how satisfying that death would be. Like, if it's a real fluke of a death and it doesn't feel like that would be a good ending for that character, I will maybe try to find a wiggle room for, like, okay, maybe the monster isn't going to kill them. Maybe it's going to take them back to their nest to eat for later, or maybe whatever. But if it's a satisfying ending, or the player is, like, sort of just more chill and doesn't give a shit, I love killing player characters. I would say it's one of the... In all of the home games that I've run, a player character dying has led to some of the most important parts of the campaign and the most memorable parts and the most, like, emotionally resonant parts. So I have no problem with killing player characters. I think it's great. What I do have a problem with is killing player characters in a way that feels random and not particularly interesting. Like, I think that's not fun feeling. Like, it doesn't feel fun for your character to die to 2 random goblins that have nothing to do with the plot or the story. That's just, like, 2 bad dice rolls. I don't like that. I would go out of my way for that player to come back. But if it's tied into the story, or the other thing is that if everyone dies, if it's a death spiral, I really don't care. I'm happy for a death spiral to lead to the campaign ending, because I do think that's kind of dramatic and interesting in its own ways. And I usually don't care about the story of the D&D game that I'm running that much. I care a lot more about what the players do and how that impacts the world. So I tend to be less tied to a specific plot beat that I need to get to.
Yeah, I think that's right. The only thing that I'll throw on top of that is that do your session zeros. Make sure that you know what players are going to be okay with player character death. And make sure that you're all aligned in the kind of game that you want to play. If you're playing something that's super grimdark or super violent or even just gritty realistic, where, as somebody said in chat earlier, a punch can kill you, the player's got to be on board for that. And if you're playing even just classic D&D where player character death is a possibility, but maybe you want to keep it more narratively satisfying, just know where your players are at, know where their lines are, and also what they're excited about, because you can spread that around a little bit.
Yeah. Droven, I like what Droven said, where they have a respawn mechanic, but that's built into the world lore. I think that's fun.
Yeah. I did that just the other day for the game that we're running. You guys almost fully ate shit in our first combat. And so
I saved the day. I saved the day. I saved the day.
Really did.
Not only did I save the day, I've saved the day in every single fucking fight so far.
Yeah, that's going to be a whole conversation we're going to have on camera. But yeah,
everyone would be so dead if it wasn't for my character.
They genuinely almost fully TPK'd. We had two player characters on 2 death saving throws. And I needed to very quickly figure out what the hell I was going to do if there was a full TPK. And so during a break, I wrote into an empty spot in the world lore how resurrection worked in this world, and then didn't end up needing it because Cinder saved the day. And seeded that a couple episodes later, just so that it would be there if I needed it. So remember, you also control the world, and there's a lot of stuff you could do, like have the monster take them back to the lair, or come up with a resurrection mechanic that can help create satisfying endings that are maybe not permanent endings.
Fluffcopter said to push back a bit. Sometimes characters doing something stupid and dying is part of the storytelling, and especially in comedic stories. I agree 100%, and I even don't think we need the especially in comedic stories. Particularly, I think it does a really good job of reminding the players that the game has stakes. A lot of the time when you play D&D, in my experience, you forget, like, you kind of feel invincible because you're intended to win. So, like, in the first campaign that I ran, there was a scene where the players were in a desert that they needed to leave at night because basically at night the desert was sort of magical, and anything that died in the desert sort of came back as like a spirit at night and sort of wandered around. So it was just like super dangerous at night. So the sun was setting. They wanted to leave. They had their magic items stolen by a sneaky desert demon thing. And one of the players was so upset that his magic items were stolen that he was like, I want to go get it back. And me and all the other players were like, it's going to be really dangerous at night. There's sandworms. There's ghosts. I didn't exactly say this, but the other players kind of did, where it's like, they tricked us, man. Like, they just tricked us. They got away with, it's like, that we failed at and he like refused to accept that. So he just charged into the desert, and I wanted this desert at night to be really scary and dangerous. Like, the whole point of that part of the game was that they were in this isolated city that was very hard to get to because you basically had to make the journey through a single day of daylight, because if you had to stop in the desert at night, you'd just fucking get eviscerated. So it's like, I can't have him, he's got to face that. So I was like, okay, well, there's 2 wraths chasing you, and there's 2 zombies here, and the ground is shaking, and make a survival check. Okay, yeah, you know that this ground shaking means that a purple worm, which is a very scary monster, is going to appear in 3 rounds. And he just kept running into that, and eventually it's like, okay, yeah, the purple worm appeared, and it killed him in 1 attack because he was like level 4. And it was like,
okay, that a lot is you foreshadowed that. There were lots of warnings. There was a lot of it's going to happen in 3 rounds. It doesn't feel as random when it is a player decision, and I think that helps. I think that the thing that you want to avoid is accidentally taking away player agency in an environment where they haven't signed up to do that. I think if you avoid that specific situation, you're going to be okay.
Nugget, if you sent Homebrew, you did not post it in the right place, because I am looking in the event Homebrew. Oh, every single one of you is not paying attention. I'm not asking people to make separate threads. I have a thread. I'm going to delete all of your threads. There is a thread to post things in. Post it there. Post it in that thread, and then I will look at it. I'm happy to look at it if you post it in the thread. Post it in the thread I made. Don't make your own thread, you silly goose. Your message has been deleted. Post it in the right place, and then I shall read it. Hello, can you check my Homebrew? I will check it, Morgan. Post it in the right place.
Are we reading more Homebrew?
If Morgan can post it in the right place that I can look at it very quickly, I will say yes. Okay. Cool. But you just have to look at the pinned message and click on the thing that has the 50 messages and then post it there.
While Morgan figures that out, I'm going to step off for 1 sec.
All right, take your time. Patty B. All right, they're not reposting it. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll post it. You're guilty of that? We're all guilty of something. Yeah, random player deaths suck. Really, truly random ones, they just don't feel good. They feel bad from everyone's perspective. So I think that is a good thing to avoid. I mean, sometimes the dice just fall where they may, right? Like, occasionally you have a fight where things just go wrong. If you go to Event Homebrew, how is this so fucking hard? If you go to Event Homebrew, literally look at the thing I posted. Look immediately underneath it where it says Homebrew Helper 50 messages, and you can click on that. It is literally right there. I don't know what your username is. Is it Morgan? What's your username in my Discord? I apologize that this is frustrating for you, but I feel like it's pretty straightforward. You can see the thread that's already there. It's literally the only thread that's still there. I have deleted all the other ones. There you go. Nugget, you need to ask a question. I'm not just reviewing Homebrew.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
No, Nugget, we are not doing just regular Homebrew reviews. This is, you have a rough draft you're working on. So ask your question. You sent it on the thread. The thread that got deleted because you didn't post it in the right place? That one? Because that got deleted because you didn't post it in the right place. Also, you also have to give us access to the document.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Nugget, you're falling into every pitfall.
This is that old fucking silent movie bit of like stepping on every rake.
The document needs to be available to be viewed, and you need to ask me what you want help with. Both of those things, please, and then I am happy to help. But until then, I can't. So I both need to be able to see the Homebrew. It needs to be a publicly available link. and please tell me what you specifically want help with. And then I am more than happy to look at it. But I literally cannot look at it right now because I do not have access. You know what they say? Access denied.
They do be saying that. I like the salutes in the chat, even though we're not.
No,
really...
you got to respect the mistake. You're not going to be. You don't want to be rude about it.
100%.
How many people put a 1 in the chat if you have made that mistake before? I feel like a lot of people have.
I mean, I certainly have. I was not being sarcastic when I said I appreciate the salutes in the chat. I feel like that's the right energy, even if it's even if we're not calling for it.
Well, hopefully they make the piece publicly available soon. If they do, I'll look at it. But right now, it's not. So they have to. Nugget, you have to make the piece publicly available, or it won't work. It's still not publicly available. All right. Somebody said something in the chat. I saw something. Do you have a favorite subclass that you have reviewed? I don't have a favorite subclass that sticks out in my mind. I have reviewed subclasses that have felt really exciting, where it's like, oh, you're really doing a good job of like introducing a new concept, and it's really fun or really silly or interesting. But no, and if I did, I don't think I would tell you. Also,
yeah,
partially
that's a weird.
Partially, I read a lot of Homebrew, so I just forget it a lot of the time because I'm looking at a lot of it. But also, I don't think that me liking something should be a determination as to whether or not you like it or not. Like, I would much rather look at it and think this works, this is confusing, this is evocative, but base it off of what your goals are, because my opinion only matters for the games that I'm running or playing in. Nugget! Oh my god, it's finally publicly available. Okay, Nugget, what's your question?
Do we still not have a question?
You can ask it in the chat. I'm going to be real flexible here, buddy. You can ask that question anywhere you want. You can ask it in the thread. You can ask it in the chat. You can ask it anywhere you want, but I need to see a question from you because we're not reading a whole subclass. I love you to death and back again, but you know the rules, my cat.
Yeah, 100%. If we don't get a question in the chat, I'm going to answer the question, is this a good name for a subclass?
I think it's a great question to answer. I think it's a great question to answer.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
yes.
honestly, I didn't know. You didn't know what? Don't be sorry. Just, what do you want help with? That's the question. What are you looking for help with specifically? It doesn't need to be like, it doesn't need to be hyper-focused, but like, you sent in this rough draft. What are your thoughts? What do you want me to read, and what do you want me to give you advice on? That's the question. Random player deaths need to be funny, otherwise they're super crappy. I think they could be funny, but they also that needs to be the right player they need to be funny for. Because the other thing is that people take their characters, so people get really invested.
Different levels of serious, yeah.
Yeah, people get really invested in their characters. People are like, oh my god, I love my characters. Morgan, do you have a specific question for us here, buddy? Bippity boppity, skippity scoppity, wiggle whams, and fliggle flams. Morgan, you got a question for me, my darling? My darling Nugget? No? If you don't have a question for me, I will read one feature and tell you what I think about it. But if you don't, then we're gonna move on. Which feature should we read? The 3rd level one? I'm going to give them a couple more seconds to ask a question. I just want your opinion on if there was anything you would change on it. That is too broad, my friend. I'm not reading a whole subclass right now. I'll read the 3rd level feature. Oath of Abundance. Oaths of Abundance. You always have oaths in your pockets that only manifest once you reach in. You can take 2 long rests. Eating the oaths allows you to choose between the oaths buffs. Increases. Okay, so I will. Okay, I actually can give you some very reasonable feedback right now. Sure. If you are going to make a Paladin subclass, you need to remember how Paladin subclasses work. So the first thing, and this is clearly very rough, but like, and I'm not going to give you a hard time about it, but I'm going to acknowledge, it is very hard to read these sentences. You're not using any grammar or punctuation, really, or if you are, it's not being used really correctly. Whenever you write D&D mechanics, you want to write in full sentences, and you want to use the language that the D&D mechanics are traditionally written in. Otherwise, people are going to have a really hard time reading it, and even if they can understand it, it's not going to feel right. Like, their lizard brain is going to be like, this is wrong. So that's the first thing. Second thing, every single Paladin gets the same thing at level 3. Paladins are one of those subclasses that is very formulaic, for better or worse. At 3rd level, they get 1 or 2 special channel divinities that they could access. At 6th or 7th level, whatever the next feature is, they get an aura thing with very minor exceptions. Like you got 7, and then at
oh,
5th,
no. Maybe it's 6th. Anyway,
at 15th level, they get something kind of unique. That's where you can be a little unique. At 20th level, they get their avatar mode. So this is not a 3rd level feature for a Paladin.
Yeah, and
so
also,
that's the main feedback so far. It's like if you want to build a subclass, it's very important to spend a little bit of time familiarizing yourself with the structure of that subclass. And the way that you do that is you look at the ones that already exist and sort of notice the similarities, or ask other people that have done it before.
I would also throw out that this isn't, not only is this not a feature for a 3rd level Paladin, it's also not a feature. Twice per day, you choose the oaths buffs.
Oh, that's true. It doesn't really explain how you use the oaths, how long the buffs last, if you can give them to other people. There's a lot of mechanics that are missing there.
Homebrew what happens to the oaths every time I dip into this pocket full of oaths?
I was assuming that they just hadn't written the oaths, the buffs yet, and maybe they would like put them somewhere else. But yeah, like we need to. This is sort of right now. The way this reads right now is that twice per long rest, eating oats allows you to get a special buff that you get to choose. Also, that buff or the number, something that we don't know what it is, increases at level 4. Like, what increases to 4?
To 4 specifically.
I don't know what that means. That means you can use it 4 times per day, I guess? But we still don't really know what that does. So whenever you're building a D&D mechanic, you need to make very clear what that D&D mechanic does. You know? Don't be sorry, Nugget. You're fine. I think talking about this is fine. I just not gonna. We're not gonna do a whole review. We can just talk about this. That's fine. But yeah, it's really important to make sure you're building it in a way that makes sense. And this mechanic, I didn't even think about that, Patrick. I assumed there would be like a list of buffs somewhere. There aren't.
Yeah, I glanced down. I also glanced
just don't know what this does.
There are 6th level feature, as chat has corrected, should be 7th level feature because that's when you get it as your subclass or as a paladin. Also,
it's double XP.
Not everybody uses experience.
Yeah, I would say a lot of D&D games don't use experience.
Never played a D&D game.
Even if we did use experience, as no dungeon master would ever want to use this mechanic, because literally this mechanic is just some of the players are going to level faster.
And only slightly. And also only rarely will that matter. So it just desyncs them really.
But it's like a meta thing. It's almost like this is sort of like this is almost like aura of bathroom. And it's like while within the aura, you as a player, you can pause the game at any moment to take a 10-minute bathroom break. Like it's sort of the equivalent like that, where it's like this isn't really a character feature. This is like it's a little too meta. It's also like experience is different in every game. Like there is no standard way that it's done. I mean, there's technically a standard way that it could be done, but it's rare that it is that. Because it's also like, who gets the experience? Let's say, like even this one. If allies within 10 feet of you get double experience, does that mean they have to be standing within 10 feet of you when they kill a monster? Does that mean they have to be standing within 10 feet of you when they finish a combat? Like, when is the experience given? And then also, like, there's just a lot. Yeah, that just needs to be something new. Also, what does that have to do with oats?
I mean,
that's maybe the bigger issue. What does that have to do with oats?
Experience, frankly. So I don't know. I can kind of see it. Oats are an experience. There's something there.
I'm going to say, Nugget, I will read your final piece, but look, this is all one sentence.
Oh boy.
So it's going to be really hard for me to read it without getting very critical. Like, I will say, in order for me to give feedback on this, it's going to be hard for me not to stop a lot and point out all of the issues I see. Not everyone likes that level of feedback. Do you want me to do that? I will if you want, but I need you to vocalize a willingness for me to tear this to ribbons and maybe make you feel like a lot of attention at it in very nitty-gritty stuff, because the amount of conflict, the amount of issues I see in this immediately is too many for me to address it without really digging in.
Yep.
To me, this speaks to a fundamental lack of understanding of how to build a feature. And my main feedback, unless you really want me to go to town, and I'm not going to unless you tell me to, my main feedback is going to be, go read how 20th level features are written by, like, go into the books and look at every 20th level feature. Don't just read the cool thing they do. Pay very close attention to the way they're written and the structure that they have and the sentence structure that they use. That's the feedback.
Yep.
Don't be sorry, Nugget. Don't be sorry. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. If it's your first time writing Homebrew, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, my main feedback for this, I don't think it's going to be helpful for you to give feedback to this feature, because there is so much wrong with it that I think it speaks to you just needing to learn more about writing a Paladin avatar mode feature. So most Paladins at level 20 get a feature where you can activate it once a day, and while it's active, you can get some special features. This is, again, similarly, if you're going to build a Paladin subclass, you either need to build it in the way that Paladin subclasses are built, or if you're going to be divergent from that, if you're going to do something separate, something different, it really needs to feel like it makes sense why. I have no idea. There is no logical reason why. There's nothing about oats that demands this uses a different system. You know what I mean? So yes, regardless of this being your first time or not writing Homebrew, write in full sentences. Write your ideas out in full sentences. Pay attention to the way that other Homebrew is written, that other subclasses are written, and emulate that structure. You don't need to copy their style or their vibe, but no Homebrew is written like this. No Homebrew uses shorthand. And it doesn't use shorthand because, or Homebrew might, but the mechanics don't use shorthand because we need to understand them clearly. So that's what I would say. I would say the idea that you summon 2 creatures that you can move around the battlefield, I don't know if that's too powerful or not, because I would need to kind of get into the weeds of it, and I'm not going to do that super intensely right now. But it is so divergent from Paladin subclasses normally that I think my main feedback is you need to show us in the mechanics of this subclass why it deserves to be so divergent. What about this Paladin makes it make sense that why does this Paladin have the ability to summon 2 Sentinel guards as opposed to them becoming the avatar of oats? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And if we don't understand why that is, I think that's a bit of an issue. The other thing that I would say is, this is more of a general thing. I will give you a little bit of specific feedback on this. If you want to do a feature that summons creatures, there's a bunch of spells in D&D that summon creatures. Look at the way that they're written and copy that. almost all of them have very specific language for how you control them, how they're written out. They usually get their own stat block, so it's a lot easier for the person wielding it to wield them. You're going to have to put in that work to make this easily understandable in that way and easier to use in that way. And like, if the intention is not building creatures, it's building like an area of effect. I don't think you need to do HP and AC and stuff like that. So you sort of got to pick a lane. If you want to make it like you pick where something is and it projects an aura and that aura has an effect, there are other things in D&D that do that. The druid of the shepherd druid has the ability to drop shaman totems that are not physical objects, but take up space in a aura sort of way and change the environment around them. So I think that the main feedback I have for you is do a little bit more research on what goes into a paladin subclass and then use that to inform how you build your paladin. Them be my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. I apologize if that was a little bit much, but again, I do think that I think that the most important thing that you should be working on is familiarizing yourself with the way that Homebrew is written. And then secondarily from that, why is this the Oath of Oaths? What does getting XP have to do with Oaths? What does summoning 2 Guardians of Faith have to do with Oaths? Like, where are the mechanics meeting the flavor? We are going to want to feel that whenever we're building anything. Do you know what I mean? Oath Guards could be the Guardian of Faith spell? Yeah, for sure. It also feels kind of weird if you are getting a summon thing really late in the game without hinting at that vibe earlier. Yeah, that's what I mean, is it kind of feels out of left field. Kind of feels like, I don't understand why we're now summoning something. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I hope that is a little bit helpful. I apologize I don't have more to say. But again, I think most importantly, you just want to focus in on how paladins are written, and then organize your mechanics into specifically features that uplift the vibe of the mechanic, the vibe of the paladin you're trying to make. Reasonable? I think so.
I think so too.
That wasn't too harsh. I felt like that was reasonable.
I mean, I think it was helpful. I think it was constructive. I think it's one of those things where it's tough to start somewhere and have it be right. And there's always going to be sort of a preponderance of things that you need to better understand that you just don't know you don't know until you know, right?
Yeah, I think that also I don't care if things are formatted or not for these, but I really struggle. Like if I have a hard time reading what a feature does, I have a hard time giving feedback on it, you know?
Yeah, for sure, because it's like what you're struggling to understand the literal words, let alone sort of the creative intent, so that you can help to guide, and that's just difficult. So yeah, the stuff to consider. I think funnily enough, it circles back to not quite getting the instructions right. There's a little bit of like read carefully, right?
Yes.
Read the paladins carefully, read the instructions carefully. It's fine that you didn't, but like that'll be what you need to do to get a little better.
Yeah. All conversations and all projects will go more smoothly and feel better if you take the time to read what you are doing first, whether that is reading about barbarians to build a barbarian or reading what you need to do to submit something to a dumb Twitch streamer.
Dumb Twitch streamer.
Dumb YouTube streamer too.
Yeah, we're multi-platform, baby.
All right, cool. I don't see any other questions. Yeah,
I think we hit the bottom of the well, and if we stuck around, we'd start digging. So
it's true. Cool. Well, thank you very much for sharing, Nugget. I hope that was reasonably I hope that wasn't too uncomfortable for a first-time submission for someone who hasn't done much D&D stuff before. But I hope that it was also a little bit helpful. Cool. If anybody else has any other questions, thoughts, concerns, yearnings, aspirations, let us know in the chat if you want to talk about your homebrew. Make sure you have a specific question again that you're coming to us with if you have a rough draft. The question can't just be, is this good? And if not, that's fine. That's not. We can start wrapping up. We don't need to stream all night.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who's streaming that I like? Blackwater, No Man.
You and I have basically the same live channel
Caustic.
sidebar.
What'd you say?
So you and I have the same live channel
Whoa, it's the cap.
sidebar.
Yeah.
You want to send him to Caustic?
Yeah, I'm gonna see how long she's been streaming. Only like an hour. All right, cool. Chat.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna wrap it here. Favorite bread? Ooh, sourdough. I think.
Yeah, I hard agree.
Sourdough. I'm at work, but if you'd like to look at the Ash Warden again to check out the changes, I'd be down to listen. Again, Deshaun, I really don't like re-reviewing Homebrew. I fucking hate it, actually, because what ends up happening is if you don't make the changes that I suggested you make, it annoys me, but I also don't want you to feel obligated to make the changes I told you to make, which is why the only reason I accept submissions for rough drafts is if you have to have a specific question. So I'm not going to look it over your changes. I love you, and I want you to grow as a writer. I really do, but I care so little about your Homebrew. I care a lot about you writing Homebrew, but I don't really care about the Ash Warden being polished in my eyes. All that matters is that it's polished in your eyes. So, like, that's why it's like, when we do the hypercritical reviews, I'll look at it once and never again. I'm okay with people resubmitting stuff for here if they have a question. If your question is just, I made changes, look at it again, I'm going to say, no, I don't want to, because it's just going to turn into me getting annoyed with you for not making enough changes. And I don't think that's going to be helpful for you or fun feeling for me, you know?
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
All right. We're sending them off.
Yes. As guys, if you've never seen the end of stream before, Pat, you don't need to stick around for this if you don't want to, but if you've never seen the end of stream before, it's pretty exciting. It's arguably the best part of the show. We are going to be raiding my friend Caustic Phoenix after this. Let me get her stuff ready to go. And but if you've never seen the end of the show before, remember, it's really fun and exciting, and it's so cool, and I'm so cool.
Before you hit that button, I am gonna drop a thing. The person that you are about to go raid is on that new game with me and Cinder.
This is true. Caustic is our new player, or one of our new players. Very exciting, very exciting. It's gonna be good. She's awesome, folks. This has been Homebrew Helper. Hopefully I have been at least a little helpful. Thank you for sharing with me your brew, your worries, your concerns, putting yourself out there, being vulnerable, and taking what I say in at least a little bit of stride. I appreciate it. And now, let us say thank you to all the people that support us. Who's it gonna be? Let's see. Oh, we got Zeno. We got Gra, we got Dead, we got Karam. These are our new subscriptions. I do thanks. Andrew R, Mr. Dead, Kim, Steven, or Stefan, Jacob, Ezra. Who else? Brent, Dr. Fumble. Oh shit, it's Connor. It's J Scream. Ben Skipper, I wouldn't. Alexel, Flava, and yeah, I got everybody. And PC Paridi, Bildo, you're all champions. Folks, thank you for being here. You guys are great. We are gonna raid my friend Caustic. If you want to join the raid on YouTube, there is the channel. Have a great night. We will be back Wednesday for another version of this stream. Come with your questions, your concerns, your rough drafts, and we will do what we can to help you grow as writers. Thank you. Love you. Bye.
Good night, everybody.